well, the best PlayStation 2 game, don't need to say JRPG, just the best PS2 game, is Shadow Hearts Covenant. Hi there, hello everyone. My name's BOWIEtheHERO, or you just call me Bowie, it's nice and easy. Thank you very much for joining me in the morning, everyone, it's very early. Yeah, this is Shadow Hearts Covenant. It's the, the third in the overall kind of like universe, starting with Koudelka, then Shadow Hearts 1 and 2. It's called Covenant in the West, but it is Shadow Hearts 2 as per the title screen here. I just want to quickly give a shout out to the Japanese restream that's currently happening right now. Two of my friends in the Shadow Hearts community, both Nero Takanoko and Mid, are doing commentary for this right now on the restream. So thank you very much, arigatou gozaimasu, for supporting me there. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, they're going to be... Nero has been a big inspiration for me to continue running this game and keep on getting better. So yeah, thank you very much to them. Right, with that, I'm just going to crack on, and then we'll kind of go through it because there's plenty to talk about again in 6 hours. Hopefully not 6 hours. My PB is 540, but you know, it's a hard run. I'm going to be doing a lot of safety saves because if I game over, it's back to the title screen for me. And then I lose the run completely. So let's get ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so if you don't know anything about Koudelka or Shadow Hearts 1, 2, or Shadow Hearts Gaiden, they are historical fiction games, and they're also horror RPGs. Made by, or kind of designed by Machida Matsuzo, who has some wild ideas when it comes to making games. Very, very exciting series as well. So yeah, as I say, it's a horror RPG, so a bit of a different take on the kind of genre in general, like aesthetically for sure. And also it kind of has a unique combat system. It's not like unique in terms of the fact that it's a timing-based system, but the way in which it manifests is very much its own thing. So it takes place in an alternate version of the real world. It's currently 1914, in the middle of the First World War. We're going to be taking control of very early on. First off, we're going to have Nikolai here, this cardinal, who wants to come to a Pointer Tower in Italy to collect a relic called the Holy Mistletoe. The beginning video that kind of played at the start is taking place in a place called, well, it's kind of showing like everything, but in Domremy in France, there is like a village that's being basically guarded by a demon, and Nikolai wants to exorcise that demon. So that is why we're here, and Nikolai is joined by Karin, who's a member of the German army. Yeah, she's just kind of there supporting Nikolai and his crew in terms of getting the Holy Mistletoe and exorcising the demon from Domremy. So yeah, off we go. Now, the way that this kind of game plays out and why it's so... That's a bit scary. Okay, cool. Sorry, my screen decided to go blank for a moment, but it seems fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the way that this game plays out, it is a turn-based RPG, and it has a similar turn order to something like Final Fantasy X, where you can see the turn orders above, and so you know who's going next, and different actions will have different recharge speeds. So like using an item or buffing is quite fast, casting powerful magics is quite slow, so you have a longer recharge. And so it's going to be making sure that I can get and guarantee certain turn orders when I'm setting up for boss kills and those kinds of things. The beginning few moments are just tutorial fights, but I can run from them all. I can skip the tutorials and run away. I'm generally going to be running away from most encounters. There will be times when I take a little bit of experience and a particular resource called Soul, and I'll explain that when it becomes a bit more relevant. But for now, we're going to be making our way through a Pointer Tower. If you've played Shadow Hearts 1 before but haven't played this moment here is actually rather important. This is the Ring Soul, and the Ring Soul introduces to Karin and Nikolai the ability to customize your rings. Now, again, in Shadow Hearts 1, every single character has 3 hit areas, which means that when you attack, you have to hit the 3 areas on the Judgment Ring with a spinning dial, and you have to press X to kind of like activate your attacks. In this game, you can customize the rings, and I'm going to be using this to my advantage heavily. So first off, I'm just going to do some quick option stuff. Cursor memory, instant text, and then ring custom. Hit area 1, not 3, 1. Tech ring and tech ring. So rather than having 2 attack areas, Karin's got 1 attack area. So I only have to hit 1. It does consolidate majority of the damage down to 1 hit, but you do get more damage overall if you have multiple hits. But it's easier to hit 1 hit area. It's also faster. There's less time on the ring and less animation. I also put every character into Tech Ring. Now, if you noticed on the ring when I was changing it all around, there was a yellow area and then a very small, tight red area. That's called the strike area. And if I hit that, the efficacy of my attacks will be increased. Putting it onto Tech Ring tightens the strike area even more, but further boosts the efficacy of that bonus. So rather than being like 20%, it's like 40% bonus. So here we go. Not a good start. first ring of the day, but it's okay. Okay, I'm like a frame off here. I just need to kind of get settled to everything, but yeah. So this fight can be a 4-action fight if you get all perfects, because the enemy has 140 HP, and the average we hit for is 70 for both of our turns. There we go, yeah. 49. This is going to be a 5-action, that's okay. So yeah, it's important, in this game, what's very important is that it's not just about being able to press attack and letting the skills go off. You need to execute the rings every time. A lot of these strategies require perfects. There are certain fights that I will be getting to that if I'm not ring perfect throughout the fight, I lose, and that is pretty scary. But that's our first boss down. A nice introduction to combat and, you know, fighting bosses, but there we go. So, we've grabbed the Holy Mistletoe. It was at the very top, and, well, we're going to grab it. There's Nikolai. We're grabbing the Holy Mistletoe. We're now going to make our way to Dom Remy, and we're going to exorcise this demon, which is apparently very important for Nikolai to do. I will probably do a brief summation of Shadow Hearts 1's narrative in just a bit, but until that becomes relevant, I'll just kind of keep talking about what's going on here. So you can skip an encounter here. The encounter rate, never mind. The encounter rate in this game is fairly good, apart from that one moment. It's not too far to go, but yeah, it's generally not a bad encounter rate, but you can just get these odd moments that you'll just catch a few. But yeah, here and there, it's not so bad. As I'm making my approach to Dom Remy, though, Aishma, if you've got anything you want to say, I'm just going to be fighting some wooden lions and some ducky toys. So,
absolutely. We have a donation coming in from Okoma saying, Bowie, always happy to see you run. Good luck on the run. And they are putting their $5 towards the Golden Sun, the Lost Age Any Percent, true Any Percent upgrade. And that will actually be of importance because that run is coming up in not quite, or in about 20 hours from now. And we are already about more than halfway through to our donation goal of $1,000. So just keep those donations coming in so we can get met maybe during this one actually.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much for that lovely donation. So yeah, it's kind of important to note that in this game they kind of changed up how combat worked. So in the original game, it was like all the characters were in like a static lineup, 1, 2, 3 next to each other, and the enemies were also in like a lineup with front and back rows. But what this game did is that it's more open and flexible, where characters can run around and move around the arena, and enemies will be set around the arena as well. And what you can see is that with Blessed Light, it has an AoE around it, so I can target and hit both enemies and take them out in one hit, and that's what I want to try and achieve. But I'm looking for AoE hits, so that hopefully the enemies are together or close enough, or I have the right spell to be able to hit enemies, either if it's like a line AoE or circles around them. So I just need to make sure that I'm using the right moves at the right time. So that's Dom Remy done. We make it to this church here, where the demon of Dom Remy is holed up. And Karen says to her sergeants, don't worry, just wait here. We'll go on in and take care of this. And then we will be seeing well, I'm going to be skipping the cutscenes, but what happens is the demon comes out and kind of fights against Nikolai and stares down Karen. But Karen doesn't feel any sense of malice or evil coming from the demon. It turns out that the demon is in fact the main character of the game, and the protagonist of Shadow Hearts 1 as well, Yuri Hyuga. He is dubbed Godslayer, and it turns out that actually Nikolai is really pissed with Yuri and wanted to basically get his revenge and kill Yuri because he basically prevented Nikolai from doing what he wanted to do. But what happened is Yuri was cursed in the end. After the tussle, it turns out that the Holy Mistletoe was stabbed into Yuri, and he has basically put a pretty powerful curse on Yuri's soul. And the periapt, the necklace around Yuri's neck, started off as like a nice blue, kind of, nice bluey green color, and now it's gone red because it's just proving that he's cursed. And that will be a big part of the narrative going throughout, and you might even see elements of it as we go. So We're going to be introduced to our first few characters in the game, but let me just quickly do a crest change, alphabet, and then you're going to be you're Furfur, you're Focalor. Ring custom, 1, tech. So everyone on tech ring. This means that all of my rings, as I said, are a bit tighter, a bit harder to hit. But when I hit the strike area, I'm going to get even more bonus from everything. The judgment ring affects everything. Healing, buffing, attacking, you name it. So if I have a buff, let's say I use rage, which increases my physical attack power. If I hit the regular area, it's going to boost by 30%. But if I hit the strike area on a normal ring, it's 36%. If I hit the strike area on tech ring, it's 43%. So that's what I mean about the tech ring being like a lot better and having more efficacy. Is just it gives you a bit more on everything. There we go, perfect. So I need to roll this out. You can get. I think nerves can sometimes get the better of me sometimes when it comes to these rings because like so many strats require them to be bang on. So it just takes a little bit of getting into. Now, you may have noticed there that there was kind of like extra items that appeared. You get battle rewards based on how well you do. So if you don't take any damage, if you defeat the enemies within a certain amount of turns, or maybe if, say, you get a ring perfect victory, like that was there. Like every ring you hit was perfect. You'll sometimes get rewards. Now, there's only one ring perfect reward I want. It's not necessary, but I want it. It really, really helps out in terms of damage dealing and makes one boss fight faster. There is also one encounter which I need to have a ring no miss. It's not mandatory to be perfect, but I just can't miss any rings, and I'll get an item as well. So there will be moments when I'm relying on that. Thankfully, the bonus there for that fight is an extra 2 soul. And that's going to become relevant by the end of this dungeon. That's a fairly early encounter, but I should hope, if I get a good rate on the second one, I should only get through with 1 encounter. So there is RNG in this game. As you can probably tell, it is a JRPG, so there's going to be RNG, considering the fact that we have random encounters, we have turn orders that we have to deal with. So RNG does matter. And a lot of the big time loss is either going to be from extra encounters, or those encounters being back attacks, or missing perfects. That's the big source of time loss in this game. You know, unoptimal combat or getting bodied by by back attacks. So this is why I'm going to save as well. I have died at certain points in this run just because I got back attacked and couldn't flee and just died. And that means I get booted back to the title screen. So I will be saving at certain points, just in case I'm a bit nervous of going through an area. Or I'll just heal more. 2 encounters. Okay, so a big thing to note about this is obviously Karen's not with us right now. She's not quite sure about us and what we do. But the 2 people who are kind of with Yuri is Geppetto, the old man with a little doll. Basically, that's a puppet. If you think about Geppetto in Pinocchio, it's kind of similar to that. Yeah, he's a puppeteer, and he makes them and he uses them. And then with us also is Blanca, the wolf of Dom Remy. It's kind of a wolf that lived in Dom Remy with a young girl called... why can't I remember her name? I was going to say Jeanne, is that right? I think so. We're going to meet her very, very shortly. She was a young girl living in Dom Remy, but when we got attacked and all that stuff happened at the church, Dom Remy was burnt to the ground. Unfortunately, the young girl Jeanne didn't make it. However... we're going to go inside the graveyard. This is a physical manifestation of Yuri's soul, and that massive tree in the center with Yuri's with what looked like Yuri in it. That is the physical manifestation of the curse. The mistletoe holding his soul in limbo there. But in this graveyard is 6 areas where you can unlock 6 elemental demons, and this is Yuri's whole shtick. He has the ability to make pacts with and fuse with demons and basically like take dominion over these demons and transform into them and gain their abilities. We're only going to really be getting the fire one. It's kind of ridiculous, but this fire class is the most powerful in the game for one specific reason. But the soul resource is used to power up the fusions, so that's why we need them. This might be a good turn order. I'm going to check one thing for turn order, and if I get a turn back, I will use Rage. I don't get a turn back, no. So this fight is kind of annoying. You can do this in 1 enemy action if you get all 6 turns. That's perfect. Okay, so every other character apart from Yuri will die in 2 hits. But Yuri survives. So the fact that he got cragged means that no one should die after the 2nd Arachne turn. Gale Spin. Nice. Arachne is a giant finger spider, so yeah, creepy, weird designs. And Arachne is Earth, so using Gale Spin will deal extra damage because obviously Earth and Wind are opposite elements. Yeah, nice finger spider. Oh gosh, I just realized I probably should have used Rage. I just realized that Arachne's getting her turn now, actually. So if Blanca gets attacked, we are in danger. So I've got a 66% chance to not lose time. Let's have a look. What do we got? Geppetto, we're good. And then finish the fight. Nice. Oh, never mind. That can still happen. This is not good, actually. Let me go hard hit just in case. Good. There we go. There we go. Misses can still happen. It's kind of annoying, but there you go. So that is Arachne down, and that's our first kind of big boss. That kind of showcases you the fusion technique. Karen's like, what the hell? She's a bit scared to see that there's a guy who can transform into a demon, but that's okay. So we're going to be making our way from Domremy over to Paris. This is basically Geppetto has an apartment in Paris. There's Jean. Geppetto has an apartment in Paris, and we're going to like regroup, and we're being chased by Nikolai's group, who are going to be called Sapientes Gladio, and they're going to be chasing us down. So we're trying to get away from them. This is Jean, as I said, the young lady in Domremy, who Yuri was kind of like looking after when he was looking after the village. She was one of the residents there. She died in an assault on Domremy, but her spirit is inside Yuri's soul, and she's kind of a sort of like spiritual guide for him in this game. Because of the curse, Yuri once again, in the first game, Yuri got cursed, and then he kind of fell in love, and the person he fell in love with takes the brunt of the curse and dies for him and releases him from his curse. So to be cursed again is a bit crap. She is basically, he's going through a lot of stuff right now with that, and Jean is trying to like guide him through what that all means. So we're in Geppetto's apartment, and yeah, Karen changes out of her German gear, German like uniform, because again, it's World War I. We're in France right now. You don't want to be like, oh, German officer in France. That's a bit of an alarm bell. So she changes into, funnily enough, Geppetto's daughter's outfit. I don't know. Yeah, Geppetto's a weird guy. I should note that the little puppet that Geppetto has is called Cornelia, which is kind of like a reincarnation of his daughter. He like infused the Cornelia with the soul of his daughter. He's a weird guy. Right, can I get good turn order and good positioning? Kind of good positioning. That's not bad. So these guys are weak to water. So even if I get a good, it's fine. They'll die anyway because they're weak to it. And then I need to, I'll fuse, just diffuse. Carol has, well, the Fire Fusion is like the physical attack class, so it actually has higher stats. Yuri cannot one-shot these unless he is Carol. So yeah, nice 2-action fight. There we go. So my soul is now 62. That's very important because I'm going to be leveling up the Fire Fusion from rank 1 to rank 2, and it requires 60 soul. So now that I've got 62, it's all good. Every single character in this game has 2 types of magic. They've got their personal abilities, and then they've got their crests. So I'll be finding crests throughout, like Crocell Crest. Crests that can be equipped by anyone that's not Yuri, and they basically gain magic. But every character also has personal abilities, and they learn these personal abilities in a variety of different ways. So Karen there, basically she gains like musical scores, and she learns attacks based on finding those musical scores and getting new abilities. The first ability, for some reason, is called Feuerwerk, which I think is just a rather unfortunate translation of what should be Feuerwerk, or actually it's Feuerwerk, but it should be Feuerwerk, I think, which is like German for firework. Which I think is a cooler name, but they called it Feuerwerk. Perhaps it was intentional, I don't know. But if it is, that's a bit unfortunate. So what we need to do is we need to kind of start planning what we're going to do. Yuri knows a guy in Wales in the UK. So we're going to make our way to the UK and get to Wales. So now we just got to get through Paris, use the subway to kind of like get nearer to the coast and then get a boat over, is a general approach. So Geppetto's just using his Parisian connections to get around. What I need to do as well is just quickly take the belt off Yuri and then put it on you. So that's how I told you how Karen gets her special abilities. Blanca, the wolf of Domremy, who's got an amazing voice, by the way. He's not like, he can't speak to humans. He can't speak English or anything. But whenever he's like in these fights with these other wolves, he'll speak to them, which is really, really great. But he has got a really, really cool voice. So yeah, there are basically wolves that you have to do, like wolf bouts is what they're called. And by engaging in wolf bouts and winning, you gain abilities for Blanca. And we're going to be just getting a couple of these because they're story mandatory. That's not good. I won't go out of my way to get any others, but yeah. I should never miss that one, but that's okay. Physical defense down didn't land. That's good. Got to tighten this up. I'm not in danger or anything, but that is... Okay. I'd like to believe I'm going to be getting this out of the way now. I have this tendency whenever I do a run to kind of always have a moment when I'm just not on my rings. And let's say I'm doing it now and getting it out of the way, but there we go. So Coral Lariat is an item I just got. This is really good casually. It slows down the dial speed on the Judgment Ring. But yeah.
Because you're just a little runt.
It's very mean of you, Blanca. So yeah, the Coral Lariat, I'm going to sell that. So this game does have a fairly tight money route that I'm going to be needing to be aware of. So I'll do my best to make sure I'm buying and selling the right things. I realize I haven't got my notes open. This is a game where I never actually have my... I usually use notes for this game, which is kind of annoying. I've been trying to get off them perfectly, but there are moments that I think I might have to take a quick gander just to make sure. So I also picked up 2 items called stud cards. This is, again, Shadow Hearts is a fun game. It is a horror RPG, but it doesn't shy away from being really silly and really goofy at times. And this is one of those moments. Geppetto, you can find stud cards, and Geppetto, his personal abilities are getting different elemental dresses for Cornelia, his doll. In order to get these, you need to find, I'm just going to lay it out flat, gay porn. And basically, the gentleman on the right in the blue is a fashion designer, and he basically gets inspired by that to make dresses. So I'm going to give him a stud card. Ooh, simply fabulous. And then he makes dresses for our character. It's definitely a thing. And this is the Sassy Sailor. Everyone say it with me. Sassy Sailor. Thank you. There it is. So that's the water elemental dress. And we're going to be using that for a couple of fights. So that's kind of helpful. But yeah, now these guys are also our shop. So the brothers here will go everywhere with us and be a shop at every point. So there's the Coral Lariat. I don't need to mark that up. And then I'm going to buy 4 of those, 1 of those, 2 of those, and 3 of those. Stinger, silk twine, glass paper, leather belts. There we go. As I say, the Judgment Ring affects everything. You can get discounts and like markups on your shopping sessions by doing the Judgment Ring as well. You've got to haggle effectively, so you've got to use those 3. But yeah, that's how you get the upgrades for those 3 characters. Now I'm going to find the Horror's Crest here. I'm going to do a quick menu. And when I'm finished with that, I will throw it over to HM if we have any other things. Let me just do a quick recommended. And yeah, if you have any messages, HM, now's a good time.
I can certainly oblige with that. We have $10 from Larry saying, proud of my friend for having good taste in video games today. Good luck with the Ring Perfects. And while I have your attention for a moment, I just want to say a couple things about Alzheimer's disease, actually, because people can get affected by Alzheimer's as early as in their 30s. Which you might not think, but that is a serious problem because the care costs of Alzheimer's are higher than heart disease and cancer care combined. So that makes Alzheimer's a global challenge. The global dementia care, where a country will be the 14th largest economy in the world. And by estimations, by 2030, it will be the 5th largest economy in the world. So this is a huge problem worldwide. So every dollar you donate towards Alzheimer's funding, it can be a great help for a lot of people around the world.
Thank you very much indeed. Indeed, yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation. And every dollar donated does help out, so thank you. I would like everyone to also appreciate the greatest neck in video games. I'd like everyone to just appreciate Dr. Gaultier here as he stares up into the sky. What a neck, dude. Good old PS2 games. Love them. This game's got a lot of good... well, I was about to say a really weird sentence. It's got a lot of good body parts. Genuinely, though, good necks and good chins. That's what I meant. Good necks and chins. I'm just going to do a quick safety save here because, again, this game could just kill me at any point. So, I'm not going to be anywhere near my actual PB because of these safety saves. If I am near my PB, I'm insane. But I don't think that's going to happen. Especially with my rings the way they are right now. I might need to move a little bit closer, I think, because I find that being closer to the screen sometimes helps me concentrate. So now we're going to be entering into the Paris Underground, and this is a scary section. I do need to take some fights, but because of how weak and low level we are right now, if I get a back attack by enemies of like 5, if there's 5 enemies in the fight and they end up using AoE, I can just die. And I have lost runs to back attacks, and I probably will lose runs in the future to back attacks, but it's just life. Sadly. So this is not a difficult dungeon, really, in terms of like clearing it, but, you know, it's quite a while. There's a bit of running. It's about a 15-minute split, really, from fighting the wolf until the next boss. Also, thank you very much as well to Larry for the donation earlier as well. Larry is a good friend of mine and a big Shadow Hearts fan as well, so it's been a pleasure to talk and gush about this series. There is a whole... I do want to do a whole spiel like about it later, but Shadow Hearts had like the final game in the series that's come out so far was Shadow Hearts from the New World, a very, very solid guidon to this game, which kind of takes place just after the events of this game, but over in North and South America. And it's kind of not really a sequel to this game at all. It's not really the third game in the series, but it's kind of like kind of based on it. There was originally going to be a third game made. They had a concept and they had artwork for it, but it never happened just because things like a ruse core, unfortunately, kind of not being able to continue and all that kind of stuff. But the creator and the director Machida Matsuzo opened up a double Kickstarter for 2 games, Penny Blood and Armed Fantasia, which are both spiritual successors to Shadow Hearts and Wild Arms, 2 like insanely awesome series, and they successfully got funded. So we're actually having a spiritual sequel to this game happening, and it's going to be very exciting. So I'll talk about that in a bit, just because, or later on when I've got more kind of like general open time, because there's still a lot of things to kind of establish right now. But yeah, so I need to kind of get through this dungeon. I actually managed to save some time in this dungeon recently because I was going over some movement options and actually found that like one of the screen I took just there, kind of going to the left, or in the first like triple fork, I went to the left then straight, rather than going straight ahead and then kind of cutting across. Going straight ahead actually works out being slower because of how much extra movement you have to do to get across. The kind of early left direction I found out was just much less movement and normally cuts out an extra encounter. So that's super nice. Now, I do want to take an encounter in Paris Underground, but I'm specifically looking for really good turn orders and really good enemy positions. There is a kind of W or M shape, whatever you want to say, where the enemies are kind of all surrounding one particular enemy, and I can one-shot the entire... I did get caught by that, didn't I? Wow, okay. I was trying to avoid this cutscene, but never mind. This is the Ring Soul again. The Ring Soul will show up all over the game, and every time you find him, he gives you another attack boost, which means you can increase your attack hit areas from +2 of a character's natural amount. So Yuri starts with 3 hit areas, you can go +2 to 5. Karen starts with 2, she can go up to 4, etc. And eventually every character can get +2 on their attack zones, but I didn't mean to get that one, that was time loss. But yeah, I'm looking for very specific formations, really. I'm looking for specific enemy formations. The turn order really is secondary to that, because I just want to minimize the actions I take in combat to make sure it's fast. So that's not a good one. I want to have 5 enemies first off, rather than 4, because I need to get 7 soul from the fights. 5 enemies plus 2 bonus for being really quick will be 7. I'll explain that, I guess. That might make sense, but yeah. Whilst I'm doing some running on the way to the other side of Paris, though, Aishma, anything else you want to say?
Absolutely do, because we have $6 putting us at a total of $42,420. Yeah. And I think our donor Plexa simply did it because of the memes, I would say. He's actually sitting here in the audience, just a little bit off camera next to Quadriceps. And he just says, "Let's go, Bowie." putting it towards the Golden Sun, the Lost Age any percent, true any percent upgrade, which he actually himself will be running a little bit later on in the marathon. And just updating on the bid war there, we are at nearly $600 raised out of 1,000 to get that donation incentive met. So please, please, please go ahead and keep donating towards that so we can get this true any percent upgrade.
I say, no worries, awesome. Cheers, man. I've known Plexer for about 1 billion years, but this is actually our first time meeting, so it was an absolute pleasure to have you here, man. I love you a lot, so thank you very much for coming out. Yeah, he's obviously the god of Golden Sun, has been a figurehead for the community for the longest time, and has been instrumental in my getting involved with the speedrun more specifically, and has been a mentor for me in that game for a long, long time. So. Definitely check out Plexer because he is an awesome, awesome guy. Also runs Xenoblade 3, as you might have seen two nights ago when we were delirious doing the run. There it is, yay! And I get a terrible turn order as well. Where's D? Oh, you are D. That's awful. I can do this. I can do this. So Barbaria has a big hit area, so I can actually combo with the guy next to me. So I'm going to go for an enemy on the edge. This is a flex play, not me flexing, but a flexible play. That doesn't catch that guy. That's really annoying. There it is. Okay, cool. So this is not a level 1 spell. This is like a level 1.5. The Aqua casts. This may kill the guy, I'm not sure, but I think level 5 he'll do it. He's weak to fire. That is enough. Good, perfect. Oof.
If it's not you flexing, would you say it's you plexing?
Yeah, plex on the enemy, yeah. Yeah. We do call him TL Flexer a lot, to be honest. But yeah, okay, that was really nice. That was the fight I wanted. That was a good flex play. It took me a bit too long to kind of figure it out, because I was just trying to figure out which enemy I could go for, and unfortunately the enemy D was the enemy that was the linchpin to hitting them all, so that's kind of annoying. So I wanted to grab this fuse, because this fuse will help me like move back a train. Funny enough, that shop, by the way, has a Mona Lisa in the back, and I'm not sure that's a legitimate one. It might be, but if so, we have an art thief on our hands. But yeah, so I'm going to make my way back to the beginning of the underground. So that fight was good. I got what I wanted. My soul should be in a pretty nice position as well. I need this is the only time when soul actually matters in terms of me getting the exact amount, because, as I said, the fire elemental fusion for Yuri, the secondary one is called Barbaria. That pretty much breaks the game. I know you get it so early, but the thing is, despite the fact that I would say the strategies in this game aren't inherently like super difficult, but the difficulty about this is being accurate on the rings for 5.5 hours. It's very hard to be consistent in your input for that long. It's because it's all timing based. It's very easy to make errors there. So not making errors is kind of where the difficulty in this run lies. So yeah. Okay. Now I know that one thing I should say is that I don't actually have any incentives like active for this run. There were some things I had that I also kind of feel they probably wouldn't have been the most kind of like, I guess, appropriate, because one of them is showing off the stud cards. They're not as gratuitous as the stud cards like sound. But I say they're kind of, I say that it was, it's like porn and pornographic, but it's not that. But it's more like titillation. It's mostly like ripped dudes just like holding like wine bottles in front of their crotch. Very, very suggestive, but not, full on nude or anything. But it's, yeah. But I usually have like show off the stud cards, because it's usually just funny more than anything else, because it's really weird designs, like a ballerina in Swan Lake with like the swan's neck coming from his crotchal region. It's all just silly stuff. But one of them is there's like a bit halfway, like 2 hours into the game, and I'm just kind of like, they're not active. But what I would say, despite the fact that there are no active incentives for my run, make sure to kind of be supporting the active incentives that are always happening for other runs. Like, I want to see that Golden Sun incentive get met. So if we can get that done, that'd be absolutely awesome. So even though there's nothing active for now, I would really appreciate kind of like supporting the cause and putting those towards those other runs to make sure that they can get met too. So cheers. Now that I've got an upgraded weapon, I can one-shot those things without becoming... you can one-shot this if you get a good damage roll. No. So yeah, her damage rolls are like 36 to 38. The enemies have 37 HP. So I don't need that to be a perfect. There are a lot of non-perfects happening right now, which is definitely worrying, but I'm going to try and make sure it doesn't like affect me later on. It doesn't matter right now because I already missed one, so the second one didn't matter and that kind of stuff. But it's usually like a confidence booster to know that you're getting them. So I'm going to just do a quick prep for the next boss. I believe I just saw a donation come in, Ashima, if you wanted to read that one over quickly.
Absolutely will do. The kitty within the walls donated $10 saying, I've never heard of this game, but now I really want to play it. Putting those $10 towards Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy any %, no SLEB, language choice German, which actually befuddles me a little bit because if you look at the donation incentives for that, German is leading by more than double the amount to the second choice, which would be English. So, you know, if you guys actually want to go ahead and understand what the characters are talking in the game, maybe, you know, you should go for a little bit more push for English there.
Thank you very much indeed. Cheers. Okay, so I'm coming up to the next boss called Castor and Pollux, lovingly called Disaster and Bollocks by me. But this is a really annoying fight. There are two enemies in this combat, one fire, one water. That's why I get the water dress for Geppetto, so I have a lot more water damage. The fire enemy is weak to magic, so more water damage is good. And then the water enemy is weak to physical. So that's where Barbaria is going to come in. Now, we're being chased by Sapientis Gladio. We've also been trapped by Sapientis Gladio. This is Veronica, who, as you can tell by her attire, is somewhat of a dominatrix, and she is also part of the enemy group who's chasing us. She's also a summoner of sorts, and she can summon demons. So she's going to summon Castor and Pollux to fight me. So there is a ring perfect bonus here that I would try and want to go for, but that's an awful start. That's very rare. The enemies shouldn't go first. Not both of them, anyway. So that's a dead old man already. Let's do this. Castor can go down first. Now, I'm not actually going to do, even though I'm comboing with Karin here because we're close enough, I'm not actually going to combo with Karin. I'm going to use a Talisman of Luck on Geppetto because Geppetto's coming up. His turn order's coming next. And he has magic, so I can use the magic to defeat, or to try and deal as much damage to Castor as possible. That is one of my hardest rings. It's such a massive hit strike area, but I only do it in this fight. So it's my least practiced ring, like, ever. Really unfortunate that I keep missing that. I'm actually going to play this safe and Terra Leaf Geppetto. The enemy turn order, though, is really unfortunate. They're always together. That landed. That's not good. So there are two types of status ailments in this game. Ring ailments and physical ailments. Physical ailments are the usual things like poison and paralyze, that kind of stuff that you normally see in RPGs. Ring ailments are ailments that affect the Judgment Ring. And that one I got there was an ailment called Tight Ring, which means that everything's tighter. Nice. Yeah. And let's get rid of Castor quickly and get rid of that one. Yay, we did it. Now, the perfect bonus is extra experience. It is not at all required. It's just a nice little extra that we can get. So Hoyavelk, this guy's weak to fire. Hoyavelk is also a weird one. Like, my most difficult rings, I think, in this game are the personal skills for Karin and for Geppetto. They're my least practiced in general, so yeah, I'm doing my best with them, but yeah. This one's also pretty important. That one's important for the next fight. The next fight has a quick kill that requires perfect turn order, or I can set the turn order up, to be fair. But it requires a certain turn order, and it also requires me getting ring perfects as well, so Red Rave. Pollux should die here, no matter what. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's Castor and Pollux down. Pretty difficult fight. Pretty slow in general so far, but that's fine. And now my soul should be back up to 60, roughly. Because I should have 7 before I finish Paris Underground. Because then I fight 3 enemies to get 10. And Castor and Pollux give me 50. Which means that I have I end up at 60, and then I can upgrade Barbaria to get the most broken ability in the game, or one of the most broken abilities in the game. Fusion, Barbaria, Soul Charge. Now, you can use the Soul to level up your fusions up to level 10 is their maximum. This gives them more stats and also new abilities. At level 3, I don't know why it's this early on, Barbaria gets the move Energy Charge. Energy Charge is a self-buff that increases your strength by 125% at base. Over double. So it's like 125 times 1.25. It is multiplied by, so it's plus 125%, so it's over double. If I perfect that on a tech ring, it's 180%, which is almost triple damage, which is quite a lot. So it's very, very good. Okay, so now I'm going to also be introduced to the lottery system. Let me just get this first try, hopefully. Too early. That's not good. That's not good. It's okay. I have another chance. I will save on that second chance, though. So I get given a free lottery ticket. I can find one here as well. I do need to actually lose one, but just getting it first try takes the pressure off. I do need to lose, but I need one tissue for another side quest later on that I do need to do. So that's not a bad thing. It just means that I cannot miss again, so I will save. If I'd got Bathin, I wouldn't have saved, but I now need to save just in case. There definitely is a little bit of tension, I think, in my inputs, so I need to just relax a bit. Right, what's going on in Le Havre? In Le Havre, we want to get a boat across, but right now there's no boat. No boat's currently going. Apparently, Le Havre is under attack every night by a vigilante, and we need to try and stop them. This is Mayor Leonard of Le Havre, and he wants us to defeat that vigilante. So we're going to go and do that. Everyone's fine. Yeah, we're going to go and defeat the vigilante for them. So we're going to wait until nighttime, and off we go. I'm going to... I don't need to save it. I've never died to Joachim, so... You can't really die to him. He's only one enemy, and he only does, like, single target attacks, so you can't really die. Only if you kind of go down to one character, and then they're just sitting there spamming Talismans of Luck to try and revive people, and they keep dying. But that should never happen. Need to go a certain distance to get the next cutscene. But so, yeah, the fight is going to be up against a golden bat. Well, he turns into a golden bat, but there's like a masked vigilante. And his name is the Grand Papillon. Which, you know, big butterfly, I think. Pretty sure that's what that means. Yeah. Big butterfly. And Grand Papillon here, so here he is. He is Earth Element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to defend with Blanca. Now I'm going to use Energy Charge. I'm going to use Rage, which I just equipped. Not onto Geppetto. That's muscle memory. This is one of the few fights where Yuri's not on the second slots, so that's not good. Gale Spin. This fight is not going to end on the... I basically made an error there, so I'm not going to get the perfect fight, and that's fine. The enemy will do a drain attack on his second action if he's low enough on HP, but you can evade it just by kind of killing him instantly. But because I decided to rage the old man rather than Yuri, that was actually... my inputs were perfect, I just targeted the wrong character. He should be dead, but he's not, sadly. Just don't attack Geppetto. Good. If you're wondering how I know before it happens, it's because I can see the turn order. The turn order bar it's still there when the action starts, and I can see who's got a red ring around them, meaning who's getting attacked, basically. There we go. Grand Papillon down. So it should be a 4-action fight or a 4 attack fight. It ended up being 6 because I made an error, but that's fine. Again, not dangerous. It's just time loss. But yeah, essentially, oh, there's a golden bat. But basically, Yuri's in the second slot for like 80% of the game. It's just not that one fight. So I just muscle memoried the down X, which is not good. So yeah, I'm going to now do the second lottery. I will save first. So what we're going to do is we need to go to the south of town. Basically, there's like they have heard that that Grand Papillon is kind of he's set up at the south side of town. So we go to the south side of town and run by this inn. And sure enough, there is a guy who looks just like the Grand Papillon, hanging out and speaking with some kids. So something seems a bit amiss here. We're not quite sure what's going on, but he seems quite like a friendly bloke, really. But surprising no one, the mayor is a bad guy. And basically, he wants to get a hold of this inn, this like hotel, this kind of like pub at the back of Le Havre, because there is like treasure that's apparently hidden there. So the mayor is trying to like get rid of the defender of the inn and kind of like oust the old woman who lives there to get the treasure, because he's obviously a wonderful guy, this mayor. So it turns out that obviously the mayor's bad, and we're going to say, actually, no, we're not going to help you, and then we have to fight his goons. I have lost runs to the mayor's goons as well, because you can get back attacked by those fights. Not just random encounters, but like story encounters that you have to take, you can get back attacked by. And hopefully it doesn't happen. I'm going to save for the lottery anyway, so it should be fine. So if I do get back attacked and die, I will be fine. So yeah, we're going to find out from Grand Papillon that actually this is what's going on, that the mayor's a baddie. And he's looking after the kids. So the mask that Grand Papillon wears is actually the hair clip that the little girl had in her hair. So that's why he uses it, because it's like he's protecting her. So she throws him his mask, and he becomes the Grand Papillon. Because he also has a star. He has like this kind of like belief of wanting to become a hero and be like a star. Because he's also big into wrestling. As you do when you're a vampire in 1914. So I'm going to make a save here, and then hopefully I don't miss the thing a second time. Yeah. Cool, Bathin. Bathin is a crest that has, but it has like Holy Edge, which is an elemental an elemental buff to your physical attacks. You can have holy physical attacks. And that's why we want to use it. Okay then, so we're going to fight, I think it's 5 goons here, not 6. It can be 6 in the following fights. I think it's 5 for this one. Can't remember anymore. Okay. There they are. Perfect turn order, or action order. There we go. That should be the fight. It could be that easy, or you could lose it, you know? That's actually really nice as well, because that means that I don't have to use another tent. I would like to tent after this fight usually, but instead of doing it now, I can actually do it. I did it earlier, and I don't actually need to use another one because Karen's MP doesn't need to be that high. So because she was the one who attacked, I'm actually fine for the next dungeon, which is very, very nice. Where am I going? That's completely the wrong way. I was thinking about the next menu. I need to actually get the next character in my party before I do the menu. What's nice about this game is outside of like a couple of characters, well, outside of one character, every member in this party does get used at some point. I should note that last encounter was Geppetto's last fight. So thank you very much, Geppetto. Big round of applause to Geppetto. Thank you. A golf clap for Geppetto. Yeah, he didn't do much, to be honest. We're going to be learning about party member changing because we have our 5th party member, and we can only have up to 4 in a party. So Geppetto is going to be ousted for Joachim. Joachim is the name of our wrestling vampire, and he is pretty cool. So he's very, very powerful, very physically powerful. His shtick is changing form based on fight count. But here we go. So crest change. You're going to take off both of those, give you Bathin, take off both of those for you because you're not being used anymore, and then you need Agarez equipment. Take that off from you, and then you need to have that for that, and you need to have the Bodhi bracelet. Ring custom, hit area 1, ring type tech. There we go. So now Joachim's been put to the top, and now Yuri's in the second slot. And Yuri will basically be in the second slot for pretty much the entirety of the rest of the game, apart from like one bit. But yeah, that's why I keep thinking he should be in the second slot. Okay, not an awful one here. Rock Rot we'll get rid of. Let's get rid of C first. Yeah, get rid of them. Okay, that's good enough. Now, the good thing about being in the second slot is that when Yuri transforms into Barbaria, because of the size of his hitbox, he will immediately. That's not good. I pressed everything wrong. He will combo with the people next to him, so both of them will be part of the combo, and that's really nice. So let's get these two because they're going to be comboing as well. Enemies can combo as well, as you can see, so we want to stop that as much as possible. Let's get the Bat Thug. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay then, so that is that fight. That was another story mandatory one. I'm going to run through this dungeon now, so we've got a little bit of time, Aish. If you wanted to crack out anything, now is a good time.
Absolutely. If you're a little bit mean-spirited, you could sometimes say if you're speedrunning a JRPG, it's a bit like looking at an Excel sheet for like a couple of hours. However, this game obviously is not, because Bowie has to do a lot of frame-perfect inputs kind of throughout the whole of the 6-hour run. So Plexa donated $5 to ask you, Bowie, what's the frame window on those perfects?
Gosh, if I could tell you. Some of them are, I mean, the tighter ones are as close as 2-3 frames. Like the regular attack for Yuri, I think, is like 3 or 4. Not so bad right now. I will increase it to be 5, but it's not that bad. But yeah, they are all within that kind of like low, tight window, like between 2 and 5 for most attacks. There is a frame perfect ring that I have somewhere. Yeah, I have like when you're using seals to boost your stats. I'll explain that later when I get seals. They are frame perfect to get the perfect, so pretty good. Right, so normally people at this point when I'm doing a run in the chat would be like, "What a funny walk!" You try having quads as big as that, We have a nice funny term for people who have like biceps that are too big, so their arms are out, called carpets, because they're carrying carpets under their arms. Don't know why, but yeah, weird names. I'm gonna do a safety save here again. As I say, like this run's not gonna be close to my PB really. This is why the estimate's so big, is because like I need to be safe in a lot of areas. This next fight, if I get the turn order perfect, I will go for it, and if I miss a single perfect, I will die. Because in order to defeat this fight, we're going to fight Veronica herself first. We're going to have a one-on-one, and we're just going to boot her, because I put Joachim down to 1 attack animation. His first attack is always a kick. We're just going to go and boot Veronica 3 times. If any of them are not perfect, she won't die. And if I don't heal in between, I die. So I can only take 2 hits. So basically, if she gets 2 goes early, I have to heal no matter what. And that's... Honestly, it's safer for the next fight, but it's slower for this fight. So it's just, I have to do what I want, but I'll have to see how I feel, but yeah. What do we got here? She's got 2 turns afterwards, so I have to heal. Okay. Yeah, I need to heal here. I need to, because she's yeah, I'm gonna get my turn back really annoyingly, but yeah. So because she had 2 turns, if I was to attack, she would have get 2 turns and I would have died. But because I healed, I got a turn back. So it's kind of awkward in that regard, because I'm still gonna take 2 hits. But I still have to be ring perfect. But this is why I save, so I can risk it and get my confidence in my rings back up. There she goes. Cheers. Okay, so now we're going to go straight into our next fight, Moyassault. That's how I'm pronouncing it. I apologize, Le Grand, if that's at all wrong. I'm not sure if it's Moyassault, but that's how I'm saying it. Or Merceau, I don't know. But yeah, so what I'm going to start off by doing is not... Well, that'll have to do. I want Blanca to go first, just because, but it's kind of fine. Energy charge. So that's going to be 125 rather than 180. It's okay. We're going to boot Gregor. I'm then going to use Rock Rot on the Centipede. These need to be perfect again to get the kills. If Gregor survives, he uses Rage on Moyassault, so I don't really want that to happen. The thing with Moyassault is that he has Paralyze. Now, when Joachim joined the party, he had a Bodhi bracelet on him, and that protects against Paralyze. So I shifted that Bodhi bracelet from Joachim to Yuri, because Yuri's my damage with energy charge, so he's the one I don't want to see get paralyzed. And I'm using Rock Rot because Moyassault is wind element, so Earth is extra damage. We're just going to boot Moyassault. Nice crit, dude. Here we go. There's the paralyze on the perfect target as well. He doesn't get paralyzed. That's nice. What are we doing here? You've got 2 of those left. I'm going to defend, just in case. There we go. Surge, Rock Rot. Moyassault's got 666 HP. The annoying thing about this is that everyone is weak right now, so targeting's a bit odd. I think Blanca might... that was on Blanca, wasn't it? Blanca's fine. Yeah, this is really weird now. Everyone can die from a hit. So we need to just kind of finish this fight off now. Yeah, he should be dead after this attack. Not after Karin's, but after Yuri's. Nice. That's not good. Karin is going to go crazy. She is paralyzed anyway. She needs the experience though, so Pure Leaf. If you lose, I haven't really talked about the final strat. You have HP and MP, but you also have SP, and SP is sanity points. And when you run out of sanity points, you go insane, and you count as if you're berserked. You can't control the character, but it also counts as if you're dead. You don't get any experience at the end. So that's why I need to keep her alive so she gets the experience. Experience and level ups matter in this first half. Oh dear, that was an unfortunate fight, but we got it. Thank you for that. That was yeah, the misses. That's 2 misses already. That's really scary that they're happening. Hopefully I got them out of the way early, because when I do bigger and bigger setups, having a miss is even more time loss. Like that one, there's a lot of damage sources that are okay here, so it's kind of fine. But at the end of the game, when Yuri is our damage, if he misses, I have to just set up all over again, and it just takes a long time. So, but that's done. After saving the mayor from being beaten up by Veronica and her demons, they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry. We won't do anything ever again." So they're actually going to. I mean, of course we can trust them. It's fine. You know, the guy's wearing a pinstripe suit and wears a fedora. It's absolutely fine. No, nothing sketchy there. But we're going to go back to Granny Lot and say that you're fine. Your pub is all good. And then Joachim's going to join us on our adventures. He wants to get stronger and become a hero, and also learn more wrestling moves. But we're also going to get a really cool little side thing puzzle in this game called the Solomon's Key. Solomon's Key is a thing that you can use your crests with. Crests can be upgraded to gain more skills, and crests will basically go into certain locations on the Solomon's Key. So you need to kind of find the right crests, put them into the right positions, and then you get bonuses for all of them. And that's why I've gone out on my way in certain screens to pick up extra crests. I picked up a crest called Amy and a crest called Crocell. Well, the Crocell one's a bit different, but the Amy crest I went out on my way to go and get, because that's one of the ones I'm going to upgrade. Which is very, very important, in fact, because the upgrades are for damage skills, but also for a buffing skill that I really want. So we're going to make our way to the UK! Yay! Welcome to England. Absolutely glorious, beautiful. There it is. Stunning. Yeah. Welcome to the UK. This is historically accurate, I can tell you. That's about it. The only thing that's not accurate about the UK here is that in this pub is this guy's wearing a waistcoat and has a dicky bow. I don't think pubs aren't that upmarket. It's usually just, some guy with a vest being like, "Oh, come in, yeah, do you want a pint?" More like that guy. The guy on the right's more likely to be the bartender than the guy on the left. But yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna be resting for the night, and we just bump into a character. There was a guy on the left you may have seen, like a big blue outfit. His name's Kato, Special Agent Kato. He's a member of let's say the Japanese army. He was a character in Shadow Hearts 1. He was like in love with a certain character in the first game, and unfortunately she passed away in the first game, and he kind of like went up the ranks in the army instead, kind of thing. So he's got a wonderful cape and a chin that doesn't quit. So he's pretty cool. So whilst we're going to go have a chat, Karen and Geppetto are going to go straight to the bar and have a cracking evening, I'm sure. So we're going to go have a chat with Kato. Yuri and Kato have history because, again, in the first game we were in China at the time when all the stuff went down. You know, they're just kind of catching up and being like what's going on and all that kind of stuff. I should note that those two characters, Karen and Geppetto, have like little addendums to their name where it's like sloshed Karen and Geppetto hangover tomorrow when they're having their little chat there, which is quite cute. This is the kind of thing I like about this game, is it goes out of its way to be a bit silly and not take itself seriously in moments when it can afford to do so. You know, the story does, you know, it's a JRPG, it's a bit over the top in any kind of like anime way, I guess, but like it is, you know, pretty hard hitting in many aspects. It's a very, very good storyline, I think, the first two games. The way the narratives interact with each other as well is very interesting. But it doesn't shy away from being silly. In fact, Yuri in the first game, before you actually learn his name, he's just called the Rude Hero, and he just sits there and just cusses everyone out all the time. And he like, you know, tries to like tease people a lot, and then, you know, then you learn his name, and he is actually a very kind of like deep and caring person, but he just has that usual facade of, you know, trying to be a bit of a bro. So overnight we have a chat with Jean, and, you know, she's talking about happiness and, you know, talking about his lost girlfriend and all the kind of things about what the curse means and, you know, what he's trying to deal with emotionally. Because the thing is like he's gonna die, right? The curse is going to kill him. Are you not afraid of your own mortality? All those kind of deep questions. Jean is like his guide through that, and the graveyard does play a stronger line than just picking up elemental stuff. There's doors to the right and left, and they take you to the elemental demons. But behind the tree is a door that's locked. And the further we go through the story, more doors will unlock through, and you'll be able to go further and further into Yuri's soul and find more and more memories and unlock more and more feelings and all that kind of stuff. Which is pretty cool. Even when it's not raining, it's still grey as hell, so it's still very obviously in the UK right now, so lovely. This is the way that Joachim gains his special abilities. So rather than finding music or finding dresses or beating up wolves, he finds his master, the Great Gamma, and goes into a wrestling ring and has to try and win against this new skill in order to learn it. Yuri's going to need a doctor over here. The manliest man to ever man. Ho! So this move here has a chance to one-shot us, and I want it to happen. I'm not going to use Joachim for the rest of the game, so I want him to die. So Grand Slam is, I want to say it's a 50-50 to either knock you out of the ring or just hit you into a wall. Yay! I have not had that happen in a run for the last 6 or 7 runs, so let's go. If you do survive, the next one will kill you anyway, so it's just a loss of like 20 seconds. So we didn't lose 20 seconds. There was no time save, just no time loss is all. So Joachim also has a unique way of getting weapons. Well, he has a unique option of getting weapons. To the left there is a locker. If I was to check that locker, he would pick it up and take it with him. It's like, oh wow, a wonderful locker full of sweat and grime. That's manly, I'll take that. Yeah, no, he's weird. But you can also buy his weapons as well. So I'm going to grab one of those, and then Bear Claw, Whetstone. There we go. I'm going to try and get as many discounts as possible. That's important. And also, there's also a point card system. So whenever you make sales or like buy stuff, I want to say like 1%. Yeah, 1% of your cost will become a point. So if you spend $1,000, you get 1 point, I think. Or is it 100? Am I wrong? It's 10%. It's 10%. 10% of what you spend becomes a point. And every time you get to a certain amount, you kind of unlock the next tier of discount. So you go from 10% discount to a 20% discount. And the rings get harder and harder to hit when you're doing your discount. I'm going to make a save here. I should have done it on the world map, but I'm going to make a save here as well. Because, again, if I get back attacked, I might be in danger. That's not what I'm doing. Save. Yeah, so I picked up another lottery ticket in Southampton. This is important. I'm going to be getting certain lottery tickets, so I need to play the lottery a certain amount of times. This is a change I've recently made in the run and the route in general. Is I found a lottery player in this dungeon that actually has a third key. And it's going to be our first showcase of the third key and what the third key does. The third key is an item that when you use it, you will attack, but you'll do it 3 times. So you'll get 3 actions in one. And this is going to be used to like have Yuri buff up and prepare himself for a big attack, and then use a third key and just get 3 attacks in one. So rather than having to buff, attack, we buff third key and just get 3 in one. And it basically just trivializes certain bosses. The reason I want to get it now, and I'm going to use it immediately, is because an upcoming boss fight is really crap. So if I could just end it, that's a lot better. We used to rely on getting a poison proc, and then the poison tick dealing damage to defeat the enemy faster. Now I just look at him, and then he dies. So that's a lot better. I think it's better anyway. There was a lot of kind of discussing like which enemies we wanted to use third keys on, because we only get, I think we get a total of like 3 or 4 third keys and then 2 fifth keys. You can imagine what a fifth key does, and that's pretty fun. But okay, I'm gonna skirt this wall. There's another ring soul in the corner there, so I want to make sure I don't get caught by him. So I'm going to make my way through this dungeon. This one has a little bit of a gimmick. I need to grab a lantern that's down this elevator, and the lantern will allow me to see in the dark. Now, before I continue, I'm going to backtrack a little bit to get our first seal. Seals are items that increase our raw stats. And again, because of the way the Judgment Ring works, we can augment how many stats we get. If you use a seal in the menu from like outside of battle, just in the menu, let's say I'm going to get the Seal of Speed, right? So the Seal of Speed would increase my agility by 1 if I use it from the menu. If I use it in combat and get a normal hit area, I'll get +2. If I get a strike area, it's +3. And then I can augment with another buff later on in the game to make it +4 if I wanted. But I'm not going to do any of that buffing where I can. I don't need to get the +4, I just need +3. So I'm going to run back here, get my Seal of Speed, and I'm going to try and use it when I have enough turn orders in random encounters. If I see like 3 players are getting a go, I'll use a seal and then flee. And even if I fail once, I'll just use a seal and flee because I need to have as many chances to flee as possible. So whilst I'm doing that, Aishma, I'll throw it back over to you for any messages you might have.
Absolutely. We have $20 from our very own Legrand Grand in the background there. Corrupt mayors, musclemen carrying carpets, good dogs, gay erotic magazines. I have to say, this game gives a pretty accurate representation of France. Though we need more French representation. Putting this towards French for Star Wars Jedi Knight. Now, let me just quickly update you on that bit roll going on for the language choice of that very game. We have German in the lead by a mile over both English, French, and Spanish. French being in the 3rd place. And it has about $90 to its name at the moment. You need about 5 times that amount to go ahead and beat German. So, you know, if the French want a little bit more representation of their language on stream here, you know what to do. Go ahead, donate, subscribe, cheer. We will tally everything up and put it towards it.
Thank you. Cheers, Legrand. Yeah, pretty accurate, yeah. Nice and diverse area, yeah. So I just missed that Seal of Speed by 1 frame. So I got +2 rather than +3. That is going to be a problem. Not a major problem, but it's just going to be time loss. I'm not going to die or anything or lose the run or anything like that. In a world record attempt, I'd probably reset. I know it's a bit weird. It's like an hour or so into the run, but like I would genuinely not want to take that because of a specific enemy set that we have to deal with where we want Blanca to outturn them consistently, and +2 is just so much more inconsistent at outturning. The +3 itself is a little bit sketchy at times, but so +2 is just not what I want. But for the purposes of a marathon run like this, it's going to be fine. You get to enjoy me just lamenting and despairing at my life when I get to that particular part. Because there's nothing quite like Schadenfreude, right? Fantastic. Thankfully, there's not much AoE from that enemy. So yeah, in terms of weird enemy designs, how about an upside-down man with a scorpion tail coming out of his like neck? It's pretty good, right? This game's got some weird designs. I think one of the most like egregious one is kind of like there's an orphanage in that's a great start to this conversation. There's an orphanage in Shadow Hearts 1 with like all the monsters are transformed orphans. It's, like nuts. 1 second here. That should be right. This one's a slow ring, so I don't save for it, 'cause it should be fine, like, pretty confident. But there's my third key, and I will be happy with that one. But yeah, you'll see a bunch of weird designs as we go through this run. This game is just really, really unique in many ways. I mean, I talk about the aesthetics a lot, but the music as well. Insanely good soundtrack for both the first and second game. And even for Kudelka as well. But there's a song in particular in this game called Ladder to Heaven. I'll point that out when it comes up because it is an absolute slammer. So if everyone wants to post their best cat jams or whatever kind of meme-mote you have, you can go ham with that. So upcoming is the next boss. One of the members of the Transformers. We've got Grimlock. Me King. No one got that reference, it seems. Right, you are currently the Golden Bat. That's not bad. I don't really like it, though. And you need Salos and Furfur. Can't equip Salos just yet. Agarez off for Salos. Let's do that instead. Okay, and then equipment. Let's take the studded belt off of you. Put the studded belt onto you. The belt, and then body bracelet, Leonardo's bear. That should be fine. And weapons. Don't forget the weapons. I've definitely forgotten the weapons before, and that's not good. And let's save. Again, I'm doing more saving than I would ever need to. I'm doing this because I just don't want to take any risks today. Or many risks. I'll take some risks. I also think the sound design in this game is amazing in terms of like the sound effects, like the belts and the clasps on Yuri's satchel, like jingle and like make noise when he runs and all that kind of stuff. And the door sound effects. Ooh, don't get me started on door sound effects. That's good stuff. Okay, so Gale onto Yuri. This increases his movement speed or his action speed. And the reason this is important is because Grimlock, he likes to also boost his action speed. So by boosting my own, I can be in tandem with him and not lose turns to him. Nice. Energy charge. There we go. So he'll use Gale as well. Now that if Joachim is Golden Bat, I attack with him. If he's not Golden Bat, he can't use his crest when he's the Golden Bat. He can't use his crest magic. So rather than using Bathin to give Yuri a holy elemental edge, I attack instead. The gimmick I was mentioning earlier with Joachim is that he transforms based on encounter count. So every encounter you take, he like moves forward. Nice crit. He moves forward on on an algorithm, and that algorithm. I'm actually going to, with that crit. I probably should have healed the Golden Bat. Grimlock has this has this tendency to go after the same character a lot sometimes, so he might just kill Joachim. Let's find out. Oh, okay. Thank you, Grimlock. But yeah, so when Joachim's moving up the algorithm, he'll sometimes kind of hit a point and he'll transform into Golden Bat, the Grand Papillon. He might even become invisible. For flip's sake. Are you kidding me, dude? That is so many. That is insane. I've had so many dodges so far. That's 3, I think, now. I normally see 3 in a run. So to see 3 in, like, the first hour. Nice, dude. Yeah, cool game. Okay. Breathe. I'm not going to... Do I get that back? I don't think I do. I don't. Okay. Watch him attack Yuri again. I know it. I didn't see it on that one, but... Okay, cool. That's fine. Oh dear. So as much as I have to be amazing on rings, the game can still just say no by like having misses like that. It is rather unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of a bad feel when that happens. So you can be as amazing as you want and then just lose it, and it's... There we go. Grimlock's down. Yay. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's Grimlock. Bit mean. Okay, so if you have a look, in the corner there's a little chest there, and people sometimes miss that one. But you can go and grab that now. It's just hiding behind that rock. And this is a seal of strength. Ooh. And that's going to increase your... Hey. Whales. Now, I do want to be the Golden Bat now. If you get Golden Bat super early, you can sometimes come out of Golden Bat for this fight. Luckily, he's still Golden Bat, so... Being Golden Bat for Grimlock means I got one more encounter than I wanted or needed, so that is showing that I've got more encounters, which is not good. But that's what it is. So, yeah, we're now in Wales. This is where Roger Bacon is, the old weird guy that Yuri wants to speak with to find out more about the curse that he is under, thanks to the mistletoe. And I'm going to fight Lenny. And Lenny is the character that I'm going to be using the third key on, because Grimlock's fine, really, but Lenny is really annoying. Lenny has paralyze, so I just can't be bothered to deal with him running around paralyzing my party. So if I have to do more than one attack, it takes even longer. But if I use the third key, doesn't matter if someone gets paralyzed fairly early, he's going to die. I want to try and also get the Seal of Strength off in this fight. So I want to... Oh yeah, I haven't got Focalor on, have I? No. Gale, Salos, Furfur. I should have Focalor, because I should have Focalor on still. I took Agores off. Or Agares, whatever you want to say. I want to make sure I've got this all right. Hailbeak, yeah, cool. That's not good. This one does need a perfect to die. Damn. Frame off, dude. So, he got paralyzed by the last hit. Now, this is a thing that sucks. In this game, the only hit that matters for a status ailment is the last one. So if you get instant death, and you miss hit, you die. Which is awful. Truly awful. I can kill this Claude Commander, I think. Yes. Okay, Seal of Strength, Barbarian. Oh, he didn't use Paralyze there, folks. That's good. Energy Charge. Okay, so the Energy Charge and Rage does need to be perfect here to make this really, really simple. If I don't get the... you need it to be perfect without the Strength up. With the Strength +3, one of them can be non-perfect and it should be okay. The other option is that I need to get all the hits need to be perfect. So the way that it's going to work is I'm going to third key and it's going to spin 3 times. Cool. He should be dead. Whew. There we go. Lenny down. And that's how we will defeat most of the really scary bosses in this game. Or the ones that are really annoying, we'll be doing it that way. So when we have the keys, as long as we have the key for it. There are a lot of bosses that will actually require doing stuff, but otherwise we'll just do that. That wasn't so bad. It was a bad paralysis. I missed my Hailbeak by 1 frame. It's annoying. Me in 1 frames. I actually missed the first ever 5-3x by a frame, which is a good feel. I basically had to get a perfect rage, and I got 1 frame off perfect, so I couldn't. I dealt, like, in the end of the day, I dealt 8,000 damage to the final boss rather than the 10,000 I needed to win. So that was a shame. Okay, so we've been introduced to this is Lawrence, or T.E. Lawrence of Arabia. And he basically tells us that they are not the true Sapientis Gladio. They are a fake Sapientis Gladio who are using the name to kind of like gain influence within Europe and then, you know, be able to go about their general duty. He's telling us to go to Italy, down to Florence, and that's where we're going to be going next, because that's where the Sapientis Gladio HQ, the evil one, is currently is in Italy. So there's someone who used to be a member of I'm just going to call it SG. Used to be a member of SG. And we're going to ask her more about it. So, yeah. Going to have a lovely cutscene that I'm going to skip. Where she used to be a dancer. And she has like a hall of divination. As you can see when we leave, I think it's called Divinazione, I think it's called. Like the name on over the top of it. Because obviously we're in Italy, so not divination. Divinazione. Yeah, beautiful. So this is Lucia, our next character. She hasn't joined our party yet, but she is going to be joining our party soon. She is insanely good, and the reason why we are so busted. But she's not going to join the party instantly. We do keep her out of the party on purpose for a long time. And she'll join towards the end of the first disc. Bat's gold. Bat's gold. Oh, Divinazione. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, over here, there's a little chest with the Bat's gold. I forgot this in practice earlier in the week, and I don't want to forget that now. That is an item that forces Joachim's forms into Golden Bat. So, right. I want the chainmail vest and... No, two of those, rather. One of those. Oh, okay, I can't get that. Okay, sure. Glass, tusk, puppet, rusty stinger. There we go. Should be able to get everything now. 1, 2, 1. Oh, there, and a wool coat. Sorry. Got the wool coat. Okay, we're now going to leave Florence, and we're going to have to endure this cutscene where Rooney is going to tell us a little something about the pedometer. Every game has a pedometer. Basically, when you take steps in areas where you can accrue aggro for encounters, any dungeon basically, you gain steps, and you can exchange those steps for items. The ultimate armor for Karen is at 10,000 steps, the micro skirt, which is her best armor. And yeah, you need 10k steps to get that. There is also an item which is the step tripler. Every time you walk, you get 3 steps. Pretty cool. Just a small thing. We don't use it. I'm not going to use it at all. But it's there. And it exists. So yeah, we're now down. This scene is like, I think that one's where Lenny and Nikolai from SG are in a bar talking about how annoying Yuri is, because they're salty as hell. I don't know. But. Okay, so tents and equipment. You're going to be chainmail vest, leather cloak, silk shawl. That is important. The leather cloak is important because it takes off what Karen has, and she can use that to get Lucia's equipment later. When Lucia does join, I'll take Lucia's equipment from her. And it's still an upgrade for Karen. We haven't bought any armor pretty much until this point, so that's our first armor upgrade. And that's why it's scary in the early game, because you don't have any armor, so you can just get bodied by stuff. But now that we have like, we're going to start getting more and more upgrades. We tend to usually do like weapon upgrade, armor upgrade, weapon upgrade, armor upgrade, like in tandem. Because they normally come in like separate waves sometimes, so you can kind of do it as best you can. And the money route again is very specific, so I won't always buy every upgrade. There is one point where I actually took out armor for 2 characters because it was too much money and I just couldn't afford it. So yeah. So first off, we want to go to Man Mariana Island right now to go and get some herbs. This is not actually as innocent as it seems. Carla, who used to be part of SG, is actually wary of us because no one asks about SG and her being in it unless they're trying to track her down, like for bad reasons. So she's like, all right, I don't trust you. So she sends us to this location with Lucia, who's going to try and like trap us and try and kill us. But we're going to prove obviously that we're really awesome. So the perfects here are important. Like, I wouldn't get these kills with perfect. And if I was doing the regular ring, if you remember, I made everyone's ring tech ring or technical ring. If I was on a standard ring, even the perfect wouldn't kill. Like, this is only possible because we're on tech ring. Which is one of those things where this is just a lot of the damage routing is just so tight. Down to like things like tech ringing and getting the like the stat bonuses being what they are. There is a seal of wisdom which increases magic power, and if I don't get a +3, I have to kind of like be aware of that and change some things a bit later on, like change what I do with other buffs a bit later. So it's kind of important that I get things right, especially considering that seals are about a 1-frame window basically. So it's Could be 2. I'm going to call it 1 because it sounds more and more impressive. Especially when I get it. Oh, okay. You got anything, Aish, that you kind of want to reach out to the audience at home about whilst I finish off this dungeon? You got like
Sure.
Say like 30 seconds to a minute.
As we speak, potential antibody treatments and vaccines are being developed to cure Alzheimer's and dementia. And speaking of that, a researcher at Uppsala University, funded by Alzheimer Fonden, has discovered an antibody that has the potential to become the first disease-modifying drug against Alzheimer's. This could be the first step towards a cure, so we are actually at the cusp here to maybe cure Alzheimer's forever. So obviously, as things go in the world, we need more money to make that happen. So please, please, please go ahead, find those donation links underneath the stream, donate to Alzheimer Fonden, or subscribe with your Amazon Prime subscription. Cheer Bowie on with his run here, though that Yuri doesn't miss as much of his perfects because he definitely has had that happen a couple times already. And yeah, keep on donating. Put your money towards awesome incentives that are coming up for a lot of the runs, like the Golden Sun incentive that we have coming up in a couple of hours tomorrow morning, or the Star Wars Jedi Knight where you can change the language, all this awesome stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good cause. So if you'd like to support, it'd be awesome if you did. Yeah, I just need to get through this right-hand door. How is Joachim right now? Yeah, he's Joachim. He's fine. He's not the Golden Bat anymore, so he's going to use Crow's Cell and give me Aqua Edge. I didn't check my HP when I went into that menu. We're all good. Don't give me the encounter. Yay. Right, cool. So this next one, this is an infamous cutscene. This enemy is an enemy, and you can probably tell the language used to kind of describe it. It's not as sinister as it sounds. It's just, you'll see what I mean. This is Andre. He's pretty cool. Right, Gale, Yuri. There's a very large cat of a very particular color. So he is fire element. So because I'm in Barbaria and Barbaria is fire element, I actually need to get rid of the fire element or override it in order to deal more damage. So this is where the Aqua Edge comes in from Joachim. The annoying thing is he has a move here called Fake Ring, and it's on Yuri. Okay. That should be okay. Aqua Edge, Barbaria. So that overrides the fire element, makes him water, so I can deal more damage. And I can now rage. The thing is that I have Fake Ring on. Fake Ring creates one fake area. And I can distinguish the two because one's darker and one's lighter, but it forces my hand in terms of how I'm going to attack. Cool. It could be either of those two, so that's why it's a bit weird. I'm going to boot with Joachim because, again, the Golden Bat is not here, and I'm going to use a Phoenix Tail with you. Yes. So some areas have no strike area because it doesn't matter, so that was kind of nice. Energy charge. So this is Cash Steal. It's a very fast move. He steals money from us, which does not help our money route at all. But it does allow us. It does allow, Andre to get a quicker turn. So it's going to be a 3-action fight because Andre is a loser. But going to do a Blaze or something. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Goodbye, Andre. Thankfully, Andre doesn't explode, just fades out. Because we didn't kill Andre. Don't hurt the kitty. Just knock it out. Just put it back behind bars, because it's very aggressive, obviously. So that was the trap that Lucia had set. Fight the big pink cat. But no. Actually, it turns out we're not horrible people. So just explaining that when you said SG, we were like, oh god, you're here for Carlo and with bad intentions. But no. We just need to find out where they're hiding so we can stop them. Because basically what happened is, when we got to Roger Bacon's house in Wales, SG had kidnapped him. I should have clarified that earlier, I didn't. They had kidnapped him, so we're trying to rescue Roger. And we're going to go to their HQ to see if he's there. Any guesses whether he is or not? Okay, so that was Carla in her prime when she was a dancer. And talking about her days in Sapientis Gladio, SG. Lucia's going to join us now, I believe. However, she's not going to be used, as I said. She does come with a bunch of good stuff. She has, obviously, accessories and equipment and crests that she brings with her. So she has 2 special abilities. Tarot card and aromatherapy. So the divination side of things, and also massages, because why not? But aromatherapy, you can combine 2 types of oil, and you get different buffs and specials. And 2 of these in particular are absolutely nuts. And we're going to be using those 2 only. So she won't come in until I have access to both of them, basically. I should have access to one fairly quickly, but the other one, I just don't need them until I have both of them, basically. And it is a situational choice. I'll just choose one or the other. Neither one is better than the other, really. I don't need to save. Word said before disaster struck. I should be fine. I should save, though, really. So this is the Italian branch HQ for Sapientis Gladio, and this is like a little puzzle dungeon. So there's a lot of cool things we can do here. And this is where sound effects just go through the roof in terms of quality. The doors just sound great in here. But what we're going to do is we're going to go check this book, and then we're going to be able to get up to the 2nd floor. And then we got to do a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm just going to be like finding some things. But yeah, there's not too much to say about this dungeon. I guess this could be a good time to kind of talk about Penny Blood, really. I was mentioning it earlier that like this game came out in 2004. I think From the New World was 2006, 2007, that kind of time. And we haven't had a Shadow Hearts game since. Obviously, as I said, a Ruse Core kind of like went out. When I say went under, they stopped making games. And this game series couldn't really continue. But the designers have always wanted to make something, like it again, and are currently making Penny Blood. And that got kickstarted last year, and it was very successful. And it's very exciting to have, Shadow Hearts fans suddenly like energized that there's going to be another game like this. And like seeing all of the designs coming out is super fun. But I think what's really exciting is that these games kind of slowly shifted in their tone a little bit. Shadow Hearts 1 is like super horror. Like the beginning of the game, you see like faces getting punched in and like arms being cut off, and then Yuri just like puts his arm back on because he can. And it's really, really like much more gore horror kind of thing. I think like Resident Evil kind of levels of just woof. Like the first village you go to is a village full of cannibals, and it's like when you go there first, it's all really nice and neat. Then when you go to sleep, and at night it becomes like full of like bones and like flesh everywhere. It's really scary and really cool. And then this game, obviously, as you can see, I didn't mean to go back there twice. I was mashing. This game's a little bit like more grounded in certain areas. Not all the areas, but it's still really weird. Like enemy designs are weird and creepy, and it's very kind of going with a realistic, quite somber tone. But it also has moments of like goofery, for lack of a better description, like silliness, like, like the stud cards and all of the silly jokes and all that kind of stuff. And From the New World kind of went the other way with that, where they went more goofy with like elements of that horror kind of coming through. And Machida Matsuzo was kind of saying that he wanted to kind of make something properly like that Shadow Hearts feel, and he's going to be kind of leaning into that a lot more with Penny Blood, so it's going to be a lot more like Shadow Hearts 1, that much more mature feel, and really kind of grim gothic horror style is going to be coming back, and I think that is what's most exciting, is that we're going to get that original game, but with an upgraded engine, new mechanics that's a lot more in line with what Shadow Hearts Covenant here has done. With things like ring customization and all that kind of stuff, and like comboing systems too. So, if you're a fan of Shadow Hearts and you haven't heard of Penny Blood before me talking about it now, I do recommend you check it out. Like obviously the Kickstarter's done now, but like backer kits are still kind of going open to kind of help it being made. And I think it's a pretty cool project. Speaking of really cool projects, I'm pretty sure Aishma, you can talk to us a little bit about a very cool project that's very important and very relevant to right now. Can you?
Ultima Fontaine is a pretty cool project.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
And thanks to contributions from private individuals, like our viewers and companies, Ultima Fontaine was able to distribute almost $3 million last year to research projects. However, this might sound like a lot of money, $3 million. This was enough to grant around 19% of projects applied for, so only about a fifth. meaning that we would need actually about $15 million each year to get all of these projects funded, which, to put it in perspective, you know, with the amount of money that we are funding right here, right now, we probably need about 150 of these marathons per year, which sounds kind of awesome, but I think it would put a lot of stress on all of us here. So please go ahead and donate toward the cause here so we can help, you know, make more of these research projects get funded. And, you know, as I said earlier, we are kind of on the cusp of finding a cure for Alzheimer's, so just a little bit more of a push here, and we might be able to see some results of that very, very soon in the future.
Very much indeed, yes indeed. Make sure to support. I'm doing a big menu here, just going to get rid of all of my stuff. I want to get wool coat, studded belt, silk shawl. I'm going to do the next and final upgrade to Barbarian. I'm going to do the entire run. Some people level Barbarian all the way up to level 10, but I'm only going to go up to level 6. It's more than enough to get through the entire game. I think there might be a damage roll on a couple of bosses if you don't go to level 10, but like, it's more than manageable with like just covering. But we get Magma, which is the last ability for Barbaria, and we get a few extra stats by our 6th level up. I'm now also going to do a quick exit of the menu, go back into it for the Solomon's Key, and I'm going to upgrade the crests I'm going to upgrade. So we're going to go put Amy in the top here, Beleth just below, Bathin to the right, Aim below that, and Horus to the left, and everything gets upgraded. And I've just earned Entrance and Evil Ray. Entrance is sick. If you liked Energy Charge, well, let me tell you about its wonderful sister, Entrance. Entrance is the magical version of Energy Charge, so we can triple our magic damage as well. The reason that it's not as busted as Energy Charge is because there's a specific accessory that I'll talk about later that the magic side doesn't have access to, but the physical side does. But in terms of being able to deal big damage, Entrance is just insane. This is Janus, or as I like to call him, the ball bag, just because of his legs being like sausage meat. Just I don't know. He's going to go first. Fantastic. Oh, that's lovely. That's not good. Right. I'm going to rage Yuri with Blanca. This speeds up Blanca's recovery or turn rate recovery. That's fine. I don't need a perfect here. That's completely okay. You're going to entrance Blanca. Entrance is a very quick recovery skill, one of the fastest buffs to recover in the game. That's why it's very good. Then you're going to surge Blanca. So I've raged, I've surged, which is magic rage, basically. So it's a magic damage plus 43%. So now I've got rage and surge, and then entrance and energy charge on Yuri and Blanca. Because Yuri is not enough to do this fight quickly. Not this time, anyway. So, we're going to go and use Evil Ray that I just got from upgrading my crests. Because Janus here is light elemental. So, blows up. And perfect. There's Blanca. I don't need to worry about another turn from Yuri, so I can just heal up Blanca, heal up Yuri to make sure he doesn't die. And then just attack with Blanca, and then it's all over. Cool. No big blaze. That's good. And then Evil Ray. Cool. Good fight. Even didn't need the final 2 hits. It's just so much damage. So yeah, Energy Charge, Entrance, Surge, and Rage, they're going to be our big damage dealers for the majority of the time. And I'll be trying to balance that as much as I can throughout. And I'll be jumping between physical and magical attacks whenever I can, but physical will be the main one. But magic will be thrown in here and there when I just can't get a kill with physical alone. I want to augment my damage a little bit. There are certain enemies in the game that are immune to magic and some that are immune, well, one that's immune to physical, which is very annoying. I did come up with a brand new strat for it, and my PB did it. And it's really good, but I have absolutely no guarantee that I will be able to get it again because it's very beholden to very specific turn orders. So if I can get it, then great, but yeah. Essentially, if I have time to use Lucia specifically. Lucia is an interesting character. I won't talk about it now because it's just too much information overload in such a small space of time. But just know she's sick. So I'm going to leave Florence. I'm going to go back to Wales. We went to the SG Italian branch HQ. Lo and behold, Roger Bacon was not there. Now, Yuri's a bit of a silly guy. He likes to kind of play with people, and Lenny is an idiot. So Lenny was like, ha, 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 you'll never know where we took Roger. And Yuri's like, well, I don't care. You don't have to tell me. And then Lenny's like, oh, come on. I have information that you need. And Yuri's like, nah, I don't mind. So Lenny goes, all right, I'll tell you. And it turns out that he's in a place called St. Marguerite Island. But until we do that, we need to kind of grab a few things. We need to go and get a specific item that they were saying that SG were like, we need this item or we won't give Roger Bacon back to you. We need the item as well. We want that, really, but we're not going to go without any bartering material. So we're going to go back to Wales and go down into the Nîmes ruins, which have had a wonderful makeover since the first game. And deep in the Nîmes ruins, we will find the Emigre manuscript. As you can see it was in Japanese text on the actual book, but it was Emigure, which is wonderful. Nice that it actually does line up perfectly, which is great. So it's basically a book that basically plays around with souls and can bring people back from the dead and that kind of stuff. So it's powerful, and Sapientis Gladio want that. Now this is a pretty cool puzzle dungeon. I've done a few bits of movement optimization in here, just like random small stuff. This encounter is not early or late. This is a story encounter. I can flee from it, but after I run away, there's just a text box where they talk about, oh man, there's so many monsters in here. And yeah, so with that, I'm going to be running through the dungeon a little bit more. If we have any donations or any messages, then you can feel free to read one. I'm going to be cracking on. I will say I'm going to grab a chest because I've revived a couple of times. So I'm going to restock my Talismans of Luck. Go ahead, mate.
We have a $10 anonymous donation saying, thank you to ESA and Bowie for doing a Shadowheart's Covenant run. Great game. Absolutely is.
It really is. I know I say it's the best game on PS2. I'm not lying. Well, it's my opinion, of course, but it's such a unique piece within the genre, And I think those kind of moments just make it stand out as kind of a memorable game. So always nice to see fellow fans of Shadow Hearts. Thank you. Okay, so this is yellow light, blue light. Basically, you need to change the color of the main blocks, and then they will attract themselves to a color of the same type. So if I was to spin it back to blue, that block would then go left. Not too difficult. It's the only difficulty in these kind of puzzles is when you're trying to get all the stuff around the side. The actual solutions to the puzzles themselves in this game are usually quite easy, but grabbing everything takes more time, takes more thought. Which I guess is good, so it's not one of those things where you can get through reliably without having to be too nuts on the puzzles. But again, if you wanted to get everything, that's where you want to try and force yourself to think.
Just coming back to the greatest game in the PlayStation 2 discussion for just a moment here. When I played this back in the day, I think it was a really bold choice that this actually follows up on the bad ending of the first Shadow Hearts game. And if you've played that and you come up with all these emotions into this one, there's a scene later on that hits really, really hard. I think you can kind of think what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, we can do an impromptu donation incentive.
To watch that?
Yeah. 250 quid, I'll watch it.
All right. There you go, everyone. If we reach, let's say, $42,750, something like that, we can go ahead and watch that cutscene later on in the run. It will break your heart. You will weep your face out, but it is so worth it.
It really is good, yeah. I love it. And the thing about that cutscene as well is in the Japanese version and the director's cut version, it's in full CGI and not in the in-game engine. So it's even better in Japanese. Unfortunately, I don't have that version, so I can't show you that version, but it's still a good scene no matter what, but yeah. So I used to do a lot more movement in this screen. I used to run to the purple, from the blue to purple, back to blue, and then back to purple again to get round. But rather, you can just mash on the purple button until you get this round, because I realized that one of them's on a 2 cycle, and one of them's on a 3 cycle. So eventually, they'd end up on the same, facing down and up eventually, and that just saves, 30 seconds of movement and maybe 1 to 2 encounters. I don't know why. I don't know why no one ever saw that early on. Maybe it could be that Nero. Hi again, Nero. That Nero's been doing it for years, but I never did it, and I just did it one day and was like, "Huh, no one does this." Why not? But yeah. A reminder, if I may, as well, that that this is being restreamed in a variety of languages, and I would like to shout out specifically the Japanese restream, just because it's being commentated by my friends from the Japanese community, Nero and Mid. So again, thank you for doing that. And they're awesome runners. I'd recommend you watch them too. Nero's been kind of really pushing hard. It was really funny because when I got my PB, he recently started grinding again. So I was like, "It's on, buddy." We're both pushing for the first 5-3x time. So the world record was a 5:44 or a 5:45, and I got a 5:41 in the lead up to this event. And now we're both pushing for a 5:39 or faster, of course. But the race is on.
Well, it puts all these perfect misses into perspective, I would say.
Yeah. And all these extra saves I'm making just to be safe, like. My rings have been getting better. I've been getting better into them. I'm still making the odd error here and there. I don't really know why, to be honest. It's very, very not. I don't feel any different, but you know. I just know what can go wrong if I make errors. So I think it's kind of just don't let it go wrong. I don't really think that this is necessarily a marathon unsafe run. It's just you need to take a bit more care with it. It's not like, you know, a game where if you just game over, it's just retry, which is a lovely feature. So Neem Ruins is like a bit of a weird place. It is kind of a magical, mystical place. In that cutscene, Karin starts hearing the souls of her like deceased grandmother, and starts going a little bit nuts. Yuri slaps her out of it quite literally. Says, "Get a hold of yourself." And she kind of like comes to and is like, "This place is really weird. We need to go," kind of thing. So this next puzzle. It looks tricky, but we're going to press blue. We're going to press green. And if you can believe it or not, we're going to press blue again. No red. Don't need it. So that's that one done. This next one is difficult. No. Well, it's not. Only if you don't know what it is. So it's just yellow, which moves the 2 in the front down. And then the green moves the 2 at the back up. You just do that again. It's really weird. It's a very, very simple puzzle. There is a stair. You can see a set of stairs in the foreground. That's to get a crest. I think it's not the Marak's crest. There's a crest there. That's a hard puzzle. That one I don't know how to get it right, but it takes more than 3 actions at least. There is a lot going on there. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm first of all going to sell the feather bracelet that I got from Lucia, because that's a good bit of money there. 1.5. And I'm going to buy all my weapons that I need. I'm going to buy some tents too, because I need some tents. Gauntlet, Whetstone Plus, Blessed Saber, Red Mailbox. There we go. It's a lot of money, as you can see. So that's why you need to do that. So I could have found a red mailbox. I should have picked it up, really. But it saves money, but I don't need to. Just checking my notes there, sorry. I'm not checking my phone. What's happening on twitter.com? No. Okay, yeah, so now that's the end of the dungeon, really. The next screen doesn't have any encounters, but it's a bit of movement stuff. There was considered a route that we could have taken to be really fast, but so strangely, these platforms don't appear unless you touch the gold block that they're attached to. So you can actually run from the north, like down to this section, but you actually can't go up because you haven't pressed the gold block above it. So yeah, it shows you a thing and you have to remember where to go, but I can get ahead of some of them, so use this just to skip that. Go on to this one. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. And then this one I'm going to be safe on because it's a bit of a weird one. You run up to the block, you run to the pillar, run to the corner and down. There we go. Oh, cool. So this next fight requires me to get no misses. I don't need to get a ring perfect fight, but I just can't miss anything. So Joachim is the golden bat, so I don't need to worry about the golden bat. Let's take Amy off of him because I need entrance on Blanca, so I am entrance is going to be there. And then weapons. You have the Leonardo's bear. You need the Whetstone Plus and the face guard. There we go. I'm going to then save. Just in case. If I do make an error here, I probably would reset because I want the Seal of Wisdom. If I don't miss a ring, I get a Seal of Wisdom, which increases magic damage, and I need that for Blanca. So if I do miss, I probably would just reset. So I don't often miss, but you never know. You know, why I could just be out of sync one day. This is a hard fight. I had a Leonardo's bear equipped to Yuri. That bear protects you from instant death. That is the perfect start. Well, not perfect. It's okay, but the character turn order is perfect. The enemy turn order should have been between Blanca and Yuri, because then the enemy will combo with the boss, the big boss, Grail Gazer, will combo with his ads, and I would be able to hit both Grail Gazer and the ad with this AoE. I can't hit both of them, so I don't get any extra damage on Grail Gazer, but it's fine. Golden Bat. If this crits, please crit, please crit, please crit. No. Okay. If you get a crit, this kills. A perfect would kill. Not good, but that's okay. There's the thing. Please attack Yuri. Never mind. So Yuri is the only one protected by instant death, just because. Only the ads use instant death, I should specify. So it's just they're the only danger. They need to go. I'm going to energy charge because I can now. Because the Golden Bat is ready to take out the ad, so that's fine. On 40. Ice Cool. Oh, Hail Breeze, come on. Not on Karen. Bloody Nora, dude. Anyone else but Karen. So obviously, as you could tell, Hail Breeze is water, and Karen is obviously fire element, so she dies quickly to it, which is not what I want to see. Don't be on Karen again. Or Blanca. That's good. Attack. I'm going to Rage Barbaria here. I'm not gonna use Rage now, because Rage is a one and done. You can't change Rage when that happens, because I'm going to Arc Cure here for safety. Just because then no one dies. And then I'm going to attack. Oh no, energy charge ran out, so I can energy charge again. So again, buffs like Rage, Entrance, they're all really, really fast. So because of Rage, he gets his turn again, so he can now Entrance Karen. And Karen is a magic damage dealer here. I gave her Horrors earlier, which has Red Blaze, which is the tier 2 fire spell. It goes Red Rave, Red Blaze, Red Cradle. And Blaze is really powerful, so because Karen's fire element and she's pretty powerful as well, we just give it to we give it to her instead. So. I didn't miss. Didn't miss. It's fine, but yeah. Just do it safely. Don't go for the perfect. Don't need to. Cool. Grail Gazer down. Okay. There you go. The ring no miss bonus. Seal of Wisdom. It was very quick. You may not have seen it, but it was there. Trust me. And then after that, we get the Emigre manuscript. Okay. So remember to tent before we do anything here, boy. There it is. This is not a cutscene. I know it looks like one. I always press start here, but it just goes to pause rather than skip. Then we do get a cutscene like almost immediately afterwards. So there are loads of screens like that where it fakes you out, where you think it's going to be a proper cutscene. I don't know why they just needed to do that, but they did. Okay. So here's where I made a bit of a change in the route as well, where I'm actually going to take out some armor, because I don't really need it. It doesn't make enough of a difference, and it just costs a lot, so yeah. Whilst I do this, Aishma, is there anything you'd like to read to the audience?
Absolutely. We have Carter putting $25 towards The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 100% glitchless file name incentive with the choice of Ripe Fart. And the comment reads, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Thank you very, very much for 25. I know, again, we're getting closer to that, 750. What was I going to do with my life? Nothing. I think that's it. Hope so. If that's not it, then we're in trouble. So, yeah, we're in Cannes now, and we're going to grab a couple of things. There is a lottery ticket here that is much faster to get than any other lottery ticket we really get, because it's literally just on the way. I'm going to get up to 3 lottery tickets. There is an item that I really, really want. And you'll see why when I get it. You'll see why when I get it. Oh, I'll talk about it later, of course, but yeah. We need to go to St. Marguerite Island now, and there's a boat that we can take. This guy gives us permission to use the boat. This is Nelson, the stevedore. He's got a wonderful goatee and a cracking sense of style. Looks surprisingly like that barfly guy in the UK. Thank you for the waterway key. We can now get into St. Marguerite Island using the boat to get to the back and then kind of enter from the secret entrance, or like the less guarded entrance at least. Are there any fans of Metal Gear Solid here? Fans at all? None? Okay. No fans of Metal Gear Solid?
Probably all hiding underneath cardboard boxes somewhere.
Probably, yeah. That makes sense. Leather cap, timber, fluorette, whetstone, bear claw. Sell those puppies. Alright, we're going to buy a mirror bracelet, and then we're going to buy 1 desert cloak. I can't afford more than 1 desert cloak, really. I mean, I could maybe buy a second one, but I don't need it. This song, by the way, is Town of Twilight. It's an amazing track and is the Europe village theme. You'll see what I mean when I say that later, but anyway, time to take the boat to the island. So we have the waterway key, and we're going to go and open that door. But before we go to open that door, there's going to be a cutscene. I wonder what can happen in that cutscene. It's not like we're going to get the key stolen immediately. Come on, Yuri, open the door. Why are you screaming like that? The key! So Blanca, being a good wolf, is going to make his way through the hole as well and chase down and get the key back for us. So this is a segment for Blanca, basically, which I like to call, I lovingly call Blanca Cell, or Metal Gear Blanca, where he's going to do like a bunch of, what's the word? Stealth. He's doing a stealth section. It's Beleth and Amy, I'm pretty sure I want to take off for cameo. There it is. And then equipment, I want to put the desert cloak on, and then, yeah, that's good. I'm also going to save here. I'm going to save here for a reason, because if anything happens and I have to load, like, this Seal of Wisdom doesn't need to be 3, but I really want it to be +3. It's also a really hard one. I find certain areas of the Judgment Ring are particularly difficult for me to get. But we'll see if I can get it. Seal of Wisdom. Close. It's fine. It's honestly fine. What I need to do is, like, if I get that 3, I can give the next Seal of Wisdom to Karen and make her stronger. But because of that 2, there's going to be some damage rolls in a later dungeon that Blanca can't get. So I'm going to need to give him the second Seal of Wisdom as well. So we have a slightly weaker Karen at the ability of Blanca to be able to do his job. Because Blanca is the fastest character in the game. He's really speedy. So he goes first a lot. So the idea is that when I have to take fights, he goes first, blows the enemy up, and then we just leave. So he needs to have good wisdom for that. I'm going to grab that lottery ticket later. So in case you thought it wasn't weird recently, it's going to get really weird right now. Because the segment for Blanca's espionage isn't going to start until after this bit. Oh yeah, bingo. So we're going to get captured by Sapientis Gladio. There's like a mist in here that kind of paralyzes everyone. You may remember Veronica, the dominatrix who works for Sapientis Gladio. She captures us, and then basically she will pick one of our characters for torture. The mechanic of this segment is that the character that you choose can get an early weapon if you answer the questions correctly in order to get them. I'm going to pick Karin, and now this is not for any other reason other than it's fastest. Karin's voice lines are quicker than others. From what I've checked. I haven't checked another one, but like either Geppetto, Joachim, Yuri, Karin, or Lucia can go into this thing, and you get their weapon for them if you answer a certain way. However, I'm not going to answer the way to get the weapon. I'm going to answer in different ways to get another early third key, because I need a third key for the next boss, because it's another hard boss that I want to just blow up. Funnily enough, it's Lenny again. So, yeah. Yeah, so Metal Gear Solid vibes, I guess. I don't know, but everyone always talks about it in my stream whenever I'm doing this segment. But yeah, this is just a bit of weirdness. But yeah, Veronica is like kind of getting off on this, I guess. But we're going to answer... There's like 3 options, 3 questions, 3 options. And if you want the weapon, you answer 1, 1, 1. The top option every time, 1, 1, 1. But I'm going to answer 2, 3, 1. And this gets me the third key. Or, well... That's 1, but I need to just basically get 1, 2, and 3 in different order. 2, 3, 1 is the fastest option for Karin. That's why I wanted to do 2, 3, 1. But 1, 3, 2 is fine. Yeah, it's like a much quicker voice line, so it just ends quicker. Like Yuri gives it the beans. He really goes ham with the voice lines. Shout out to Joe Capoletti. This is a segment I can't skip. I'm sorry. It is very weird. But it is really weird, obviously, because like Geppetto is a weird guy. And you can imagine what happens when Geppetto's in here. Yeah, so like doing 2 last is super slow. This is why I wanted to do 2, 3, 1. Because instead of electrocuting you for a long time, she just whips you with the whip, and then that's the end of the cutscene. So yeah, that's really slow because of 1, 3, 2 rather than 2, 3, 1. Inoptimal. My apologies. Okay, now that's out of the way. That's like a bit where like Nikolai is in like his office in St. Marguerite's, and he's talking about what they need to get done in their plans, all that kind of stuff. Coming up next is Philippe. I'm gonna use this just in case because Philippe is a yeah, he's horrible. Philippe deals a lot of damage to us. He has Mental Break, which reduces our MP, and we need MP. So I picked up Cameo and equipped that earlier. Cameo has access to the Tier 2 Earth spell. Philippe is going to take a lot of damage from that, obviously. And I need that for the next boss. The next boss for Blanca alone is going to be Wind Element, so Earth is going to deal a lot of damage. So Rockstorm. We'll give Philippe 2 turns, because Philippe is very fast. Damage rolls... 116. Okay, so Philippe has 452 HP. 16, 17, 18 is what I'm going to roughly see a lot of. If I see 18s, I'm on pace to kill him in 3 hits, but if I get less than 118 more than once, I will not kill him. So I need to be careful here. No, okay, cool. I can't kill him unless I hit 120, but I don't think that's happening. 38 HP, 49. I'm going to heal. This is to be safe. I'm not taking a risk here. You don't game over for this fight, you just leave the wolf bout and you can crack on again. But like, he crit me, so that was absolutely the right decision. Yeah. Good damage roll, please. No. 116's across the board. He's got 4 HP left. Oh, actually, there is a caveat I should have mentioned to this particular thing. When you use the normal ring, and you attack, let's say you hit the first 2 hit areas or strike areas, but you miss the third, you'll still get your action. You'll just do the first 2 attacks. But if you're using Tech Ring and you hit the first 2 and miss the third, you'd get nothing. So that is like an extra risk for the Tech Ring. If you don't hit everything, you get nothing. So there's even more pressure like to actually hit your rings. Aru. Hold on a second. Aru. Okay, so now Blanca's going to go into his Metal Gear Solid vibes. If you could spam Blanca Z, that'd be great. Not that that's active here, but I do have a Blanca Z emote, which is great. Big fan. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be standing up on our hind legs here, just to evade stuff. If you're spotted by the guards, you have to engage in combat. Now, if I do engage in combat, it's like a 30 second to a minute long time loss, which is nuts. If you run on these, they make a noise and they turn around and see you, so you've got to be careful. This is perhaps the hardest skip in this entire segment. I've got to get around this corner really quickly, but I have to wait for the opportunity, so it's like... Got it. Whew. Yeah, that's nice. It looked pretty easy, but the guy was turning around as I was touching that door, so... Obviously, these guards are very good. They're not inept. They're not inept at all. They're not going to see the tail poking out the side of the wall. No, don't worry. Cool. Now, this next one is RNG, sadly. There are 6 locations you can check, and there are only 5 chances we get to find a ring of keys that will allow us to get through the door or allow us to unlock our friends. So there are 6 locations. I will not be checking the cell on the right, but I'll check everything else. 3, 4, and I'll check the drawer as well. Please. Okay, so I get a fight. If you get the keys, you don't have to do a fight. Good, they're together. That's nice. Wasn't so bad. That was the quicker time loss, just because they were together. If they end up like away from each other, you can't kill them with one attack. The thing about that is that because it's a slow spell, the enemies have a chance to get 2 turns. So you have to watch 2 animations, and if you don't get a perfect, they don't die. So you might have to end up watching a lot of animations and potentially even game over. He's gonna turn around immediately, and then look left. Then we can go. Almost there. We're going to have a fight against Oscar, which is a big 2-headed wolf dog. Not quite a Cerberus, but still pretty dangerous. I need to equip a particular accessory. Did I equip it? I didn't. Good me for remembering. The shell bracelet protects against poison. This game is very good at giving you protection for what's coming up, or gives you like a hint about what's coming up by giving you protection for it pretty early. So yeah, Oscar dropped the shell bracelet. Sorry, Philippe dropped the shell bracelet, and Oscar uses poison. And if you get poisoned, you will probably die, because I believe he has a particular type called deadly poison, which is a double stack poison, and it's very, very nasty. So yeah. Now, this fight needs to be ring perfect for an item. I want to get the chainmail belt. If I don't get it, I can just use a backup, but it's not as strong. So hopefully I get it, but we'll see. $139. He's got 400 HP, so that's more than enough damage. Attack, please. Slash. This is slow. It's a slow animation, as you can see. Okay, here we go. Yay! There we go. Perfect fight. He dies, I get my chainmail belt, Yuri gets the maximum attack. Whew, there we go. That's the segment for Blanca done. So he's had his solid snake moment. I think he did a pretty good job. Improvised. Okay. Rescue our teammates, and then the chest on the left contains either the weapon for your character or what I believe is the 3rd key. If it's not the 3rd key, I've been bamboozled by doing the 1-3-2 rather than the 2-3-1. but I'm pretty sure it's just as long as everything's a different option, you get a third key. If it's not, I'll cry. Third key. Okay. Before we crack on, I'm going to use another tent. I'm going to change the crests, because you need to have Amy back on. And then equipment. Chainmail belts. There we go. I should have saved, I think. I guess I can force an encounter if I need to. So there's a segment where Blanca's going to be solo for a little bit just to go and pick up an item, and you can get an encounter in there. And if you die, it is game over. So it's really hard to run away when you're just alone, you know. But yeah. So then now we've got to what we've got to do is we got to make a skeleton key to get to the cell where Roger Bacon is inside here. And there's a guy in there called Dexterous Lock. He can make us a skeleton key as long as we get the right items. So we need to go and grab 3 items: adhesive, a pen, and then a bent wire. And that will allow us to make a skeleton key. But I'm going to grab this Seal of Strength as well. This is again going to be used on Yuri to get an hopefully attack +3 or strength +3. I should mention that these are important because stats in this game are very low. You cap out at 99. So, you know, +3 is a big chunk of stats when you only have 20 and you're getting +3 to it. It's pretty nuts. Zodiac Bracelet. Let's go. So I always thought that was a Terra extract. I'm pretty sure it is a Terra extract if something goes wrong in the Blanca single segment. But the Zodiac Bracelet has petrification defense, and I want that for the next boss. But I bought a Mirror Bracelet already. I bought it because I wasn't sure about that being a Zodiac Bracelet or not. Because if you make an error, I think it goes down to a Terra extract. So I've definitely found an extract in that chest. But it has been a Zodiac Bracelet the last few times I've checked it. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I will figure it out, but yeah. If I don't get an encounter on the way here, I'm going to save just in case. I know that's a silly reason to save, but it's just... I'm nervous about it. Don't want to lose a run at any silly point. I do have a save point like here in this part of the game as well, to be fair. I do actually. I do have that. I don't think I need to save. I made a bunch of safety saves or like practice saves, and some of them are in like good locations. Great. You shouldn't die here. Only if I healed Blanca up, so he should be fine. But and he ran away. But I have like failed to flee 3 times here and died before, so it can happen. Right then, bent wire. That's all 3 items. I'm gonna run back and go see Locke. And get my get my skeleton key rather, my bent key, my skeleton key, and I'm going to be running and preparing for the boss fights. You got like 30-40 seconds, I think.
All right. Keep in mind, people, that if we reach $42,750 raised during the course of this run, we will watch a heartbreaking cutscene together. So get your t-shirts ready, get your donations in, and let's go ahead and meet that incentive. Yeah. And in the meantime, let me remind you that Alzheimer's is a degenerative brain disease, slowly robbing the affected of their memory, personality, and ultimately their life. And it can be affected by people as early as in their 30s. That is kind of heartbreaking to know, especially since if you compare it to the fate of a certain character in this game at the end of it, if you choose a certain ending, kind of sounds like that, doesn't it?
It's not good.
No.
Not good. Yeah, it's and also I'm in my 30s. That hits home, you know. People as young as me being, you know, having to go through that is pretty scary. So it's a very important cause, and you know, very, very thankful for everything. So I should note as well that that incentive is not one that you can like go to. You can't put your money towards it. I just did a spot incentive earlier that if the total reaches 42,750, we can just watch that cutscene. So yeah,
I think it's about 3 hours or so.
At this point, yeah, about that, yeah. I'm going to save here just in case.
So basically what we're saying is about $1 a minute from now on, and we will reach it.
Yeah. Okay, so there is Roger Bacon in his cell. In order to save him, we need to go through 3 trash fights. Hopefully we get good formations. That is not a good formation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, go after you first. What I'm wanting to do here is target them specifically to take out their turn order, so that I basically don't have to deal with them. I don't want the enemy to get a turn. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to target D, because D is in the way of Joachim's turn in case anything goes wrong. So get rid of enemies as I need to. So Joachim will go after the other solo dude as well. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go back to Karen and do her first and go Red Blaze, yeah. Nice. These enemies are fire, so they're actually strong against fire. You need to hit perfect to kill them. Rock Storm, I believe, doesn't need to be a perfect. That's okay, but that one there does. Yeah, that's the first one of 3. These can all be back attacks, by the way. I've had 2 of them be back attacks before. I got like back attack, good encounter, back attack. It's not good. Another bad setup. Oh dear. So when characters or enemies get their turn, at the end of it, they don't like end up where they are. They basically get warped around the screen and the map based on where they just finish their turn and just warp around. You can have your characters warp into you and get a combo when they finish their turn. Like Blanca could just warp next to Yuri and then be part of this combo as well, which is really, really fun when it happens, because you can just like get. In this scenario, if I had got that, I would have been able to clear this. But an enemy here is going to get a go, because I can't kill them both. It can also save your bacon when you make an error as well. F. The best setup is when you can either get like all 6 of them in the center and you just blow them up immediately. But there's a nice like 1-2-2-1 where you can hit 5 of them and leave 1 alive, and that gives you 2 free actions to heal up for the next boss fight. Because I need to get some MP going here. That's not bad. Rock Storm over there, and okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm going to use a Mana Leaf on Blanca. Cheers. Red Blaze on those. Oh dear, I didn't equip the Mirror Bracelet. Oh well, it's fine. It just means that if I get petrified, I have to revive, but...
So I'm the
last of the Steel Claws. Yes, Lenny, you're the last one. Okay, Rage, Yuri. Just don't petrify Yuri, that's all I have to ask. Anyone else? Of course. The only one who would have been killed by the physical attack. Everyone else is fine, but whatever. My rage is out. That's all good. I'm going to entrance Blanca. Nice. Try this on. That'll be another one there, and then I can go into Gale Spin to deal some damage. No, not you. Yeah. Third key. Here we go. Nice. So yeah, you see he didn't die. That's because, yeah, he's a big boy. This is a pretty hard fight. In terms of HP. If the extra crit would have happened, or the extra perfect, that would have been closer. But, yeah. Thankfully, because of the third key going off and the entranced Gale Spin, we should be okay in terms of like finishing this up soonish. Blanca. The only person who doesn't need to survive this is Joachim. This is Joachim's last fight. So we'll be all fine afterwards. I'm going to arc Cure here because 2 characters are close to dying to auto attacks. And maybe Deadly 3? Maybe. I've also forgotten to give Yuri his like strike area expands. I should probably give him those. Gale spin. That should be the fight. There we go. Cool. He's down. Okay. Yeah, that would have been easy if I didn't have that. If I had the mirror bracelet on, but we're all good. We made it through. Okay, so we rescue Roger Bacon, and he, hey, Roger, wake up! And he's like, what is my name? So we tell him your name is Roger, and he goes, no, that isn't right. It's Roger, because I don't know why. I guess you can change his name to whatever you want to call him, which is a bit mean. But right, I need to get rid of Amy. I haven't made that. I've made that error before. Just for consistency's sake, I'm gonna do this just because I know it's on, and I've like done it. That's just my head as I'm now up to date in my kind of like mental notes. So yeah, we've saved Roger Bacon, and he's going to let us go. He basically has like an airship that he has in his like house, and he's going to let us use it. And we can use this to get over to the east side of Europe, over towards Russia. We're going to go to Petrograd. Obviously, this is set in 1914 during the First World War, during the time of Tsar Nicholas II. You may know a little bit about that history. You might do. You might not. But it does. Obviously, what you're about to see is not real. It is fiction. So don't worry. Although it would be pretty interesting if that was what actually happened. But well, you know, we'll be dealing with the likes of Rasputin and Anastasia. Hello, Roger. We have to speak to him first. I don't know why you have to, but he tells you that there's a secret like lever in this bookshelf. And then we can go downstairs. And then we're going to go to Petrograd. So yeah. Now this game, as you've noticed, hasn't really had many cutscenes that can't be skipped, but there are some unskippable cutscenes in this game, and they're actually very handy. I have to say, I'm a fan of unskippable cutscenes if they're done in a very particular way. So this game has 2 unskippable cutscenes, technically 3, but I'll say 2 for the sake of it. 2 unskippable cutscenes that are like between like 1 and 2 minutes long. I think 2 minutes long. But there's only 2 of them. And they make it really nice so that as a runner doing a 6-hour run, I can take a break and not have to worry. It's very easy to kind of, you know, the first game has no unskippable cutscenes. You have to skip you have to kind of like mash through everything. So yeah, you have to mash everything, which makes it very, very difficult to do a 5-6 hour run of that game. But this one, you can just be like, all right, I'll sit down. I kind of wish more games did that like majority of your cutscenes were skippable, but there's like one halfway through the game that's like a pretty important plot point that they just want to make sure you see. You know, not like 15 minutes long, but just like, yeah, a minute or 2. Just like a small one. It's like setting up a moment. I think it's pretty cool. If you're listening, devs, any devs, and want to give it a try, I think it would really help out speedrunners. So this is Anastasia. Now, she's great. She's got a very, very nice theme. She's a magician, but if you were to give her an archetype, what kind of, you know, archetypal magician would you think that Anastasia is? Any guesses at all? That might be a bit of a hint as to what kind of mage she is.
Red mage, surely, right?
Red mage?
I think so.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
It's the hair, obviously.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Fiery red hair, red mage. To cut a bad joke short, she's a blue mage. You can take photos of enemies and you gain their abilities. You've got to take pictures of them first. Very inquisitive young mind is Anastasia. So yeah, she is a blue mage. And I'm not sure what gave it away, but yeah. She is very cool. She's really precocious, and she kind of teases Yuri a lot. There's a really, really funny bit when you're going through like you're going through the waterways in Petrograd, and like Yuri's trying to read Russian and just struggling and failing. And then she's just like having a crack at him for being so crap with languages.
Somebody just suggested that she is a muscle wizard. However, I would think that it's rather Joachim.
Yeah, a muscle wizard. Punch mage. Shout outs to Greffrey for that term. Yeah, she is cool. I like her a lot. She does get used in the speedrun. I said that last fight was Joachim's last fight. That's because she's coming in. She's coming into the party. As I've been using Blanca for magic here and there. I've been using Karen for magic here and there. But Anastasia is stronger with magic. So the enemy HP is going to start scaling away from us, as you saw from that previous fight. God Hand required a little bit more damage. Even a third key couldn't one-shot him. And up to this point, you know, energy charge and rage has just been like handling everything. You know, just it's been completely fine. But the enemy HP is going to start scaling away. So we need to start increasing the amount of damage we're doing with magic as well to augment and support and supplement, I should say, Yuri's damage effectively. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, and then basically Karen and Blanca will become supports for the most part. So Surge and Trance coming out wherever possible. Okay, so we're going to entrance Karen here. I can't use Anastasia yet because I haven't set her up. She comes with her own crests. She's not on Tech Ring either, so that kind of sucks. Please get this kill. So close to killing. Poison. I need to equip those strike expands, dude. That's gonna really get me if I don't change that before disc 2 because of secret hidden setups that you're not ready for yet. You're not ready for them. I say secret. They're probably one of those things that people know about, but just I'm gonna use them.
Oh,
I'm so glad you're safe. Yeah, one thing I always say, right, is as I say always say, one thing I want to talk about with this, and specifically Penny Blood, and I really hope that this is a thing in Penny Blood, is that Penny Blood goes for a global, like, diverse voice cast. Because the thing about this game is that it's set in, you know, it's like an alternate version of reality. It's, you know, we're in Europe right now, and so to have, you know, Lucia, an Italian woman speaking with a very, you know, strong American accent is, you know, and Karen, the German woman, being like, "Oh my God, guys, come on!" It's a bit weird. So I would really like to see them really double down on that kind of like actual sense of being in these countries and meeting these people by having that voice and that sound, you know, combine it. It was one of those things where back in the day during the PS2 era, like anything other than a dub done in America, especially for JRPGs, was very rare. It just didn't happen all that often. So it's not. I'm not like hating on this dub or anything. I love this dub. It's good fun. But it's like, you know, it is still weird to hear, like, you know, the princess of Russia, to see her father and go, "Daddy," is just it spins me out a little bit, I have to say. It is an endearing voice dub, though. I do like it, but it'd be really cool if Penny Blood doubles down on kind of that sense of like a global cast, you know, having different characters from different regions and different countries and bringing their own culture in, because they've done that in terms of design. They have like a little wolf child, and the wolf looks just like Blanca, bless. But you know, he's a young man from Ukraine, so it'd be awesome to have, you know, like a Ukrainian voice actor come in and do that, you know, to kind of really hit that thing, because, you know, his like physical design, there was like a bunch of like traditional Ukrainian designs when the Kickstarter was happening. And obviously we all voted on the design we liked the best, but, you know, when you're trying to design a character like that with so much traditional culture built into the aesthetic design, to have it in the like personality as well, coming from the voice, I think would be really, really important. That's my soapbox anyway. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of fans of who are interested in Penny Blood being like, nah, just give us the American. But if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. All good. Aishma, anything you want to say, mate?
We have $10 from Larry saying, "Bowie,
hello.
Equip the strike expands."
Oh, yeah, cheers. Thank you very much.
Money goes towards the Golden Sun, the Lost Age, any true any percent upgrade, and we are about $600 raised out of 1,000 needed for that. You still have quite a bit of time to get that incentive met, but please go ahead and donate towards it. We do want to see that upgrade, and we also want to see the cutscene that we will watch if you reach $42,750 raised during this run. You have about 3 more hours or so to go ahead and reach that. I do believe that we will make it, but you know, please go ahead and keep those donations coming.
Do it, and if you want, if we hit 43,000, I'll one-shot the final boss.
Ooh,
like literally as in one action. I will do one action and win the final fight.
I mean, you heard it here, chat. Get Des money in because we do want to see that, right? I mean, who doesn't want to see a JRPG final boss being one shot in a single action?
There would be a caveat to it. I'll say that though. I'd have to like load a save, but
Are you going to cheat? Are you actually going to use glitches?
I'm not going to cheat. Glitches is cheating, bruv. Steel Rasp, Espada. That's everything I'm buying now. Yeah, glitches are cheating. No glitches. No glitches. Just for the sake of clarity, that's satire. Just because there's probably someone out there who's going to be like, yeah! Straight to YouTube with you, my friend. Dear oh dear. There aren't actually any major glitches in this game that I know of, funnily enough. None that I can think of. So I'm going to get my third lottery ticket. I keep wondering, I was thinking in my head, like, where the hell's the third lottery ticket? And then I enter this room and yeah, it's right here. That's my third lottery ticket. Stutter, please. I only need 3 because I only get 3 attempts as an upcoming ring with the lottery. And if I don't get it, I have to reload a save. Now, this is where Nero and I differ on this. So Nero Takanoko, one of the Japanese runners, he doesn't save before that particular ring that I'm talking about. He does not save for the mind's eye, whereas I do. This is in like PB attempts. I'm pretty sure he saves during a marathon, but yeah, he doesn't save during a PB attempt, and it's about 2.5 hours into the run. So like, when just throw away, oh, the run died because I didn't get it first try. It's like, okay. That's a bit of a shame, but that's how it goes sometimes. Let's get rid of all of that. You need to take off auras. You need to have auras and Ose. There we go. Ring custom for you. You're going to become ring tech. You're ring tech now as well. And I think equipment is weapons for everyone. Phantom Claw, Espada. I want to have the bandit earrings on you, and I'll give you the Zodiac bracelet as well for the Lamals. There we go. That's everything. Cool. And we're going to fight Victor. Victor is a bit of a crap boss. He's like a mini boss, really. He's not actually a boss. He's got one ad, which we can one-shot. Entrance, Anna. And then we've got Victor, who's got a bit more HP. Red Blaze. But yeah, he's pretty simple still as well. Okay, the ad's not dying. Never mind. Oh, jeez, that's not good. Cool. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to surge. Actually, no, I'm going to rage. I'm going to rage Yuri. Yeah. Now, Victor has a move called Seal, which prevents. It's like silence. It stops you from using any of your special abilities. Good. Anastasia does not get sealed. She has a bell bracelet on that protects against seal, so she's fine. That's the only person who's protected, so that was a wonderful demonstration. Thank you so much. Right, Surge now on Anna. I should probably heal Anna because she's low, but I'm going to take a risk and just go into Barb area, energy charge. Just don't kill Anna. Cool. We now need to use Ose, Hail Breeze. So sometimes, I apologize for this, but I refer to the spells I cast as the crest that gives them, which is really annoying for you, I'm sure. Like, I don't mean to do that, but I do it, so I'm sorry. If I say I need to use Ose, I mean Hail Breeze. Doesn't need to be a perfect, it's just a heal, so it just keeps everyone up. Nice. You've already used Entrance. Liquid Hot Magma. Okay. Victor's Fire, obviously. Nice. There he is. He's down. Nice and easy. There is like a bit of luck you can get as well when he decides to what's the word? Think of the word. He combos with the first guy. So when you if he goes first, he might combo with his ad, and then the hail, the red blaze you use to kill the ad will hit Victor too, and actually do a little bit of extra damage, and you actually finish the fight faster because of it. So. But yeah, that's Victor down. We're now going to meet Rasputin. So at the very beginning, Anna was chasing Rasputin because he is a bit of a bastard. So we need to make sure that he's stopped. In this cutscene, Yuri squares off against him, and Rasputin uses his dark wizard powers to knock back Yuri and intensify the curse within him. And Yuri's like, damn, I can't beat him. He's too powerful. We need to find a way to, defeat Rasputin. And Roger Bacon tells us of Bishop Jovis, a man who is in a nearby place called Goremi Valley, who can, is like a pretty powerful man in the mystic arts and can basically help us out, nice and simply. So yeah, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at a cheeky tent. I'm looking at a save just in case. Again, I'm gonna do this a lot. I don't often do this, but that's life. And then we're gonna go to Goremi Valley. So in Goremi Valley, I'm going to pick up 1 plastron and 3 blue capes. I need to remind myself of that. It's not 3 plastrons. It's a lot more money that way. I also equipped the bandit earrings onto Karen. What the bandit earrings do is they increase trophy money, so dropped money, but then decrease your chance of getting items. So it's a 20% cash flow increase. Because the currency in this game is just called cash. It's great. But yeah, it's going to help. It's going to help ease my money problems. There is one more menu that is really tight, so I need to make sure that I'm good there. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to stop by the shop here and get my stuff. Do I need to sell anything first? I don't think so. Oh no, I do. I'm talking straight out. Right, the Western belt can go, studded belt can go, headgear can go, silk shawl. Excellent. The headgear was a rare drop, and I don't expect to ever get it or use it, so I'm just going to sell it. And then, oh sure, so some tents as well would be nice. And then, where are they? There you go. Cool. Thank you very much, Pierre. Now, there's a little cool thing you can do here. This is part of the Solomon's Key side quest stuff, where you need to do all of these challenges. These are like challenge fights, right? Where you have things like, you must win in a certain amount of turns. You must win whilst poisoned. You must win while blind, and you can't see the judgment ring. And if you clear them all, and then get every single crest, and then put every single crest into Solomon's Key, you will then fight King Solomon as like a big super boss. I really should unlock that at some point and make it a good incentive, but I just cannot be bothered to do any of the... I can't be bothered to do all of these tests, because some of them are really obnoxious. That's fine. I'll do it at some point. I've done it once, but yeah, I need to go in. I don't have that save file anymore for some reason. Okay, so big old reveal, by the way, when we came to Goremi Valley. Sapientis Gladio, the group who've been chasing us, are not the true Sapientis Gladio. They are a group who have used that name to gain influence. This is the true Sages of the Sword, and Bishop Jovis is the head of the true Sapientis Gladio. So we're going to meet Bishop Jovis, and he's going to be like, right, you with the aura, because he can tell those kinds of things. He's going to help us unlock a demon that at the beginning of the game was sealed. So I was talking about the demon of Domremy at the very, very beginning. That inside the church was that demon that was protecting Domremy, and it turned out to be Yuri. The demon that he transforms into, or fuses into, is Armen. And ever since the Mistletoe's curse, Yuri has lost his dominion over Armen. What we're going to go and do now is we're going to take Karen and Yuri through Yuri's soul and rekindle our connection to Armen, and then the power of Armen will allow us to take down Rasputin. So Karen is going to be able to venture into Yuri's soul thanks to the mystical powers of Bishop Jovis. Because of course, why not? And this section is annoying, really annoying, because for some reason the enemies are just so fast and just always outturn you, and so I need to be very clear on my healing. That's why I saved earlier, just in case. So yeah. As a reminder, if we can get to a total of 42,750, we get to watch the Oath cutscene, which is very good if you know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, I promise you it's very, very lovely. Trust me. You'll have to trust me. You know. Or you could watch it on YouTube and be like, oh, I don't need to watch that anymore. But then you wouldn't be helping a lovely cause such as Alzheimer fondant. So, swings and roundabouts. And again, yeah, if we get to 43,000, I'd be like, yeah, why not? After I finish my run, I'll load a save and then one action the final boss. For the lols. As long as there's time. I should specify that. As long as there's time, you know. Gotta make sure there's time. So yeah, Karen's meeting Jean here and be like, oh, who's this? And it's like, oh, she's a dead child from Dom Remy, who's now my spirit guide. Don't ask. It's all messed up, but, you know. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say about what happened to your village. Because technically, Karen was part of that. Obviously, the German army was stationed there. So, yeah. Right, into this door here, which is where Armin lies. Behind this door is what's called the Mirror Castle, which is a kind of like a spirit reconstruction of I don't know how to pronounce this castle, but Tiforge or Tiforge Castle. I'm not sure where it is, but yeah, that's like a real castle, I think. The Tiforge Castle or Tiforge Castle. Someone Google it and let me know. Oh great, I got surrounded. Fantastic. Check my notes. Over there. Bright crime is light. Yuri is dark, so he dies from that. What's really annoying is the enemies also get one shot, so it's very frustrating when you get outturned for no reason. That didn't kill. My word. Karen, please. Thank you. That would have killed. She hit for 84. The enemies have 85 HP. So, yeah, it's really unfortunate that she got such a bad damage roll. I should have 199 and 209 HP at this point. Experience is very clean in this run. It's very consistent. All the experience we get from bosses is all we need to get through the game. We end up at the end of the game around level 44, 45. So it's not so bad. But yeah, it's very consistent, which is nice. No grinding to be done.
Just about in here for a moment. We are at about $42,600 raised for Alzheimer fondant. And if you guys go ahead and put all your money towards the Golden Sun any % upgrade incentive with another $400, we'll not only reach 43,000 and one-shot the final boss in this one, we'll also have met that incentive for the Golden Sun upgrade. So, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone. Let's go ahead and do it.
No, yeah, do it. But I mean, no, as in, I don't have the best setup here. That's not good. Okay, let's do Feuerwerk then, or Feuerwerk. Oh, good. So yeah, the Yuri went first. So I'm fighting my doppelganger here. The Yuri went first. Enemy Yuri will always combo to enemy Karen. At which point, if I use Entrance and Magma, I kill them both. But the enemy Karen went before Yuri, so I couldn't stop the combo happening. Which is a bit of a shame. Wow, she actually got the kill on him. This is not ideal. Paladin of Luck, Yuri. I also forgot to equip Halphus on Karen as well, but that's fine. Enemy Yuri deals a lot of damage. Okay, this is scary. Kind of scary, actually. Okay, cool. Got the kill. I wasn't sure if that was going to kill, but it did. Okay, so fighting those doppelgangers, we'll then get a full heal, so we're kind of okay now. Yeah, that was a bit scary. I was taking a lot of damage there. I think it's because I completely forgot a menu as a whole. I did the shot, but didn't actually do the menu. I didn't equip my Plastron and Blue Cape. That's why I took a lot of damage. I was going to say 101 damage. That's too much. I should go and do that.
A little bit earlier, we were talking about a gross mispronunciation of one of Karen's abilities, which is the Heuerwelk, which you said was going to be the Feuerwerk, probably.
Yeah.
During the fight, you saw the Doppelganger Karen using a ability called
Geuspenst,
which
yeah.
my German mind goes to, it's probably going to be Gespenst, which would translate as ghost, which doesn't make it any better, but just reading that word is really, really awkward.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is weird. And there's, I mean, I'm not sure if Bullenvogel is correct as well, but yeah.
That is the one I was never able to figure out, like, ever. I just have no idea what they were going for with that one.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Weird one. Is it called that in the German version? Is it even called Heuerwerk in the German, or Heuerwelk in the German version, or is it actually called Feuerwerk?
I am pretty sure. No, I'm pretty sure it was Heuerwelk as well, but I definitely read that because I don't think the game actually got translated properly to German, so we only got the English one as well, unless I'm also misremembering that, but I'm pretty sure it was English.
Fair enough. Didn't know that. But there you go. It is weird. Oh my god, I got a surround. That's my first surround of the entire run. Holy hell. It only took almost 3 hours. Let's go. It's looking a bit... I mean, 243, I should be done with Armin, like, sub 240 if I'm on, like, if I'm wanting to do, like, a properly good paced run. That's an early encounter game. Thanks. That was a very early one. This is, honestly, I'm scared of this dungeon because, again, all enemies go first. They shouldn't. Like, Yuri should outturn, but he doesn't sometimes. And it's always, literally, every one of them. Either Yuri will outturn them all or get outturned by them all. Thank you. And every single fight I do, I will heal because, again, like, I just can't guarantee that I'm not going to get caught out again. It's rather frustrating dungeon. It's not like it's difficult. It's just it can just put you on your toes quite often. I've lost a run here before as well. Back attack from like 4 of the ghost thugs, and then get comboed, and then fail flee, get comboed again. 3 encounters. Okay. Thank you, Yuri, for outturning. Thank you for fleeing. Good. Nice. Now, I should not get any more encounters until Armin. I've got one more mandatory fight in one more set of doppelgangers. The dungeon is basically a mirror of itself. You go from one side of it, brilliant. Go from one side of it to the mirror version and then back. So, yeah. And another outturn. Not good. This is just time loss. Like I shouldn't be in danger of dying, but like it's just taking a load of time out of my day. Don't do it, game. Whew, Jesus. Bloody hell. That, if I had failed that, it was game over. Okay, so here's hoping for the good turn order on the second set of doppelgangers. No. Entrance Barbaria. So this is nice. I'm going to Entrance Barbaria because I'm going to use Magma, and that will kill them both. So now enemy Yuri is going to combo to Karen like that, and then I can Magma and kill them both. Nice. That's how good that's how simple the fight should have been on the first set of thingies. I did equip the Plastron Blue Cape. Yes, because I equipped Halphus too. Yeah, I remember. I remember. Okay, so we're going to be approaching Armen. Armen's a cool fight. I mentioned earlier the song name Ladder to Heaven. This is an absolute, to use the phrase the kids use nowadays, an absolute banger. So if you like good music, this is definitely, this is huge. This is honestly one of the best tracks in the game in terms of like combat tracks. The Astaroth theme's really good. Again, they're not standard like sounding tracks. They're not really, but they are just really good. So yeah, this is an amazing song. I will be fusing during the beginning of it, so it might sound a bit weird, but an absolute slammer. I need to stop like jamming to it because I end up like missing my timing. Okay, Armen, let's do this. Perhaps there's a bit of silence just whilst I do this. My HP looking. I'm gonna heal this just to play super safe here. I don't want to do this, but like, better to play safe. Always better to be safe than sorry. If I got a crit, I would have been fine, but yeah, I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, the rage not being perfect meant I didn't get that kill. That would have killed if the rage was perfect. But it's okay. We finish it here. GG's. Down he goes. Oh, okay, so that's Armen. Again, only doing it with 2 characters can feel kind of scary, but he hasn't got as much HP as you think because of you know, the fact that it's only the 2 of you. It's a lot harder if you don't have energy charge, I'll say that. There you go. In we go. This is a lovely scene as well, actually, this one here. So this is Cardinal Albert Simon, the man in the top hat, who's like the big baddie of the first game. And interestingly enough, Yuri and Cardinal Albert Simon kind of like square off their differences there. Like Yuri understands what he was trying to do. The way he was going about it was just really, really not okay. So that's why Yuri had to stop him. But yeah, like they have a very candid conversation about, you know, what happened and what's going on, and you know what they went through together. Because yeah, I mean Yuri had to summon the power of Armen to beat Cardinal Albert Simon in the first game as well. Yeah, at least you could. Right. So the power of doing that, Bishop Jovis forcing another person into your soul kind of took a toll on the bishop, and unfortunately, he's not doing too hot. We're trying to see how he's getting on. If I recall correctly, it's been a while since I've seen that particular cutscene. He doesn't make it. But yeah, we're going to make our way back to, now that we've got everything sorted, Tsar Nicholas II is back. He was away for a while, and Rasputin was doing his slimy, grimy things. He's now back and is like, whoa, what's going on here? We're back in Petrograd. Now, before I go any further, here is where the game is going to take a big old change towards the physical. I am going to leave Petrograd for now, and I'm going to come back after doing a quick start off for a side quest. Now, every character has a way to get their abilities. They also have a unique way of getting their ultimate weapons and ultimate armor. So there is an ultimate weapon side quest that I'm going to start. I'm not going to finish it, but I'm going to start it. And that is the side quest for Karin. And that's called the Fort of Regrets. When we come back to St. Marguerite Island, Dexterous Locke says, oh, there's a bunch of ghosts here. And underground, beneath St. Marguerite's, he's hearing the sounds of ghosts. So we go back into this room, move a few thingamabobs, and we locate some stairs that will take us down to the Fort of Regrets. This is a location where there are ghosts who haven't passed on, beyond being ghosts and to the next life or whatever. They haven't passed on because they have regrets in life. There are things they haven't done, or they feel there's something unfulfilled, or something holding them back, something keeping them here. And we're going to basically do a bunch of clearing these because we get some good items and good rewards for the basic stuff. The first two, brilliantly, if you remember, I failed a lottery. That one was on accident, but if I did get it first try, I would have failed on purpose as well. When you fail the lottery, you get what's called a tissue as a complimentary loss. Well, weirdly enough, one of the ghosts here can't pass on because they didn't quite make it to the toilet. And they never got a chance to wipe. So, Darcy, who didn't make it, here's some tissues, and Darcy's like, oh, sweet relief. All right, cheers, Darcy. We genuinely needed those tissues. Now, this one here, this is, what is his name, Ernest? Ewan? Not Ewan, Ewan's the page. He basically wants us to go and deliver the engagement ring that he was going to give to his beloved before he died. He was out on, he was out serving his country, I guess. On deployment, is that the term? And yeah, he didn't make it back and never got a chance to propose to the woman he loved. So we're going to go to Le Havre and meet with this person and say, that this man loved you and wanted to give you this ring. The twist to this, however, is that there might have been a bit more time between him dying and now. So Irene, at this point, is too old to even remember that there was a person who she was once with who was going to marry her. But we did still give her the engagement ring, and it's been passed on. He just he needed the ring to go to her. That's all he needed. So that is enough to let him pass. Now that's the first bit of the Fort of Regrets done. I'm going to make a save though, because this bit is where if I fail this, the run's basically over. I'm going to play the lottery. Well, there's someone in the second set of the Fort of Regrets who's a massive lottery fan. And they only need to play it 3 more times. So if I fail 3 times, they disappear forever, and I cannot get the item that I need to get from them, which is the Mind's Eye. The Mind's Eye is an accessory that you can equip onto any character. It will remove the strike and hit area from the Judgment Ring. It's invisible, I can't see it, but it doubles the damage you deal. After all the buffs, everything's been laid on top, everything getting put into that massive formula is then doubled completely. So the buff stacking at this point becomes insane. We stack the rage, we stack the energy charge, we then double all of it with the Mind's Eye. But I only get 3 chances, and it's a 3-frame window, so here we go. Too late. Too late. The frame off. Too late. Way too late. That was weird. That one felt really weird. Here we go. Got it? No, way too late. Okay, that was weird. That one felt weird too. They felt a lot closer than that, but there you go. So she would disappear now, and then I have to reload. I wanted to get that trick first time. If there was anything I wanted to get first try, it was that. So that was a bit of a shame, but it is very hard. As I say, it's a 3-frame window. You can get the outside edges and the very center of that red section, and that's the only 3 frames you can find. I wait for the 3rd spin as well because it allows me to get a feel for the spins. This is one of the hardest rings in the Shadow Heart series, I think. There are some nuts, disgusting rings from the New World. That game is mega hard compared to this game. This is probably the easiest game to speedrun in the entire series. But this ring in particular is just nuts. Too early. 1 frame too early. One frame too late. Way too early. Way too early. Not ideal. I will, I don't have a save file that's after this when I've got it, so I do have to get this. I shouldn't take too long with it though, but I was practicing this earlier and just get it. It's really weird. Like I'll do practice and be like, okay, I need to nail this. Just get it first try like 4 or 5 times in a row and go, oh, okay. I'm fine with it. And then when it comes to doing a run, it just... My apologies, but we'll get there. Surge. Surge the sailor, not Ernest. That should be it. No, 1 frame late again, dude. Ah, please. That's it. That's it. Cool. Cheers. Sorry about that. It was a bit of a shame that I didn't get that first, or even second try, but I've taken longer to get it. That's about 2 minutes. It's roughly a minute time loss if you have to reload, because I'm having to run down to the dungeon again, so. But we got there. We got there.
I mean, to be fair, just to put it into perspective, like we had this Stepmania showcase a little bit earlier in the marathon, we remember, and you know, it's obviously a rhythm game. You know, we have to be in the beat, you know, have to be in the mindset to get everything right. This speedrun is kind of like that, you know, with having to hit all these judgment rings like all the time over a slower period, but it is 6 hours, so you need a lot of mental fortitude to, you know, be able to take these misses and still keep on going, because you know you want to finish that speedrun, right?
Yeah.
So what we're seeing right here from Bowie is just phenomenal, because even though he took those misses right now, he will keep on trucking, and he will obviously, you know, make it to the end, no questions asked. So, you know, a bit of a round of applause for Bowie here.
Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Yeah, it is hard. The consistency is one of the hardest bits about it. I had a bit of a rocky start, and I'm kind of comfortable now. It is one of those things where in this run I will always have like 1 5-minute period where I just completely just shag all the rings over. It's just really bad. Just for some reason I just have a mental breakdown with it, or not a mental breakdown, but like I just break all my rings. Just suddenly just are off kilter by like 3 or 4 frames everywhere, and I don't know why. And I just need to right the ship really, really quickly, and it's fine to keep cracking on, but it'll happen. So yeah, perhaps that was mine. Who can tell? But yeah, the mind's eye is a thing we can't ignore. There is another one to get, but it's much longer to get it. Like if you fail that like 3 or 4 times, then you know it's faster to get the other one. But the other one just takes so much longer than this one. But yeah, so now we have it. I am not going to be doing any fighting in this next dungeon, but this is the Petrograd Waterway, or the sewers. I think Waterway sounds a little bit more classy, but Prince Yusupov's going to help us get into the castle and stop Rasputin from killing Tsar Nicholas II. And this is where Anastasia starts having a crack at Yuri for not knowing any Russian, because like Yuri's having a real go at Russian, saying it's a really silly language, and what the hell does that mean, and what are all these symbols? It's not a symbol, Yuri. It's a letter.
Speaking of symbols, time for a donation?
Yeah, hit me.
We have Okama with $10 saying, I've seen a theory that Karen's Bullenvogel is meant to be Brennvogel, which would be burning bird in English. A phoenix comes to mind, which I can see, like, if you think about probably the katakana, which the game was programmed, it would probably be something like Brennvogel, Furanguru, sorry. And if you would take an English person trying to translate a katakana-ized German word and make it like a proper English thing, I can kind of see how that would work, to be honest. So yeah. I guess it could be okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the thing is, her final move is Phoenix. So it's not, but it's one of those things I can see that for sure. And that does link into the fact that she does have a Phoenix move in the game. So yeah, Burning Bird into what would then become Phoenix. Good theory.
I mean, the other thing is just, you know, Bullenvogel, if you take it apart, like Bulle is just bull in English, and Vogel with a V instead of an F at the start is Vogel, so it would just be a bull bird, which also doesn't make a lot of sense. Does anybody know, like, lore on birds or something like that? Can help us out here.
Thing is, like, the move as well, like, firework at least makes a little bit of sense, right? Because she throws something and it explodes. That's like a firework, and I don't know why Goish Bents, but whatever. But So something like Bullet and Fog is like it's like a line AoE that kind of just like blows up as it goes through, just like it's explosions like moving along a line. Not sure if that helps at all. So yeah, this underground waterway is really tricky in terms of enemies because they're fast, they are annoying, and they are powerful. I should probably equip the dog and the princess. The dog and the princess. That's not what I wanted to do, but I'll take it. Okay, what have you got on you now? Mine's no, not that. The bell bracelet on you. Do you have your face card? You have your face card. I didn't mean to hit recommended. It put the mind's eye on on Anastasia. There we go. So that's not an A. I don't know. I mean, yeah, she does at least give the phonetics for it. So that's kind of that's very kind of Anastasia to give us phonetics. Yeah, I mean, this is again just running through, so there's not really too much to say about this dungeon. But yeah, as I say, like the mind's eye, it removes the hit and strike area from the ring. You cannot see it. This is why making Yuri's attack 1 is actually really good. First off, it's faster on the ring, as I said, and the animation is faster. It's just one punch. However, it also means that it's very consistent in where the strike area is. I know exactly where the strike area is every single time. So it's not going anywhere. And that means that when I'm using the mind's eye, I know where to stop the dial. So honestly, the mind's eye is not, it doesn't mean anything in terms of difficulty. It's not hard to hit the strike area still because I know where it is. And also, funnily enough, the Judgment Ring has like little like flourishes and like nice little design things around the edges. And there's a nice little kind of like triangular looking notch exactly where the strike area is. So it's kind of easy to hit in that regard. What I am going to do, though, as a kind of attempt, is or a thing I'm going to try and do, it's the way that I approach this game and the way I kind of feel it out, is I will be listening to the sound of the Judgment Ring as well. If you listen to the dial going around, you can kind of hear it kind of go in like a very light way. And I'll use that as a sound cue as well to kind of help my button press as I go. And that'll become more and more relevant as we continue. But yeah. So there's one more thing to do then in order to get out of here, and then we're going to be fighting. If you remember, maybe if you were here back when I was in Rhondda Mines, when I was on my way to Wales, I used a Seal of Speed on Blanca. I only got an agility +2, and I said that that's going to suck later on. Well, here is where it's going to suck. That doesn't help, but it's going to suck a lot because the next segment I have to do 3 mandatory fights. And the enemies are incredibly fast. So having agility 3 means that Blanca's got a much better chance of outturning them and then blowing a couple of them up. Instead of, you know, now with only +2 agility, it's still possible, but it's a little bit tighter getting that particular outturn. So that was not bad. They didn't use any AoE. That was really lovely. It was all just physical attacks. So we survived. That could have been a lot scarier. Could have been a lot scarier. So yeah, we need to take this amulet, and this amulet or the silver locket will get us out. What's basically locking this place is called the Gallery of the Dead, by the way. The sewers are called the Gallery of the Dead. And in order to kind of like wash away the evil presence down here, we need to return this silver locket to this casket, and the mood disappears and it unlocks the doors. I couldn't tell you why, but there you go. Doors are open. That's pretty nasty overall. Like, I got a lot of encounters and I got back attacks. So, RNG-wise, not the best, but that's life. Daddy. You can't skip this word. You have to hear it.
Daddy.
So yeah, Anastasia is reunited with her father, Tsar Nicholas II, and then all hell breaks loose as we find out that we realize that, you know, we say that Rasputin is a bastard. We have to stop him, and then we're going to go and stop him as best we can. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of setup here. I need to buy a few tents, and then I need to buy another Leo's bear. Crest change. No, it's equipment. You and I are going to get over the leather cap. We're going to get the Mind's Eye. We're also going to give you a Leo's Bear and then another Leo's Bear onto you. So I can go over your leather belt, Leo's Bear, and then that's fine. Cool. That should be everything. Don't give me an extra encounter, because that would suck. Because this screen is kind of weird, like it's locked into encounters. So if you get an early, before you reach that point, you can get another encounter. And because this screen is like encounter locked, you have to fight it. And that is really not good. Okay, so only one went. Okay. So there was 5 of them. There's 5 of them in every single fight. Only one of them outturned. The issue with that, though, is they have used special defense, which is a very slow animation. They could have just attacked. But instead, we're going to have to deal with this. Where's C is there? Ah, you're not the one who can do that. I forgot to do one crest. I knew there was crests. I have to move Ose over. It's not as bad as it seems, but not really time lost, really. Like, I don't know. Whatever. Periton. Oh, that's the wrong one. Whoops. Bosh. Red Blaze on E. Okay. Okay, sorry, I have to just focus on these rings every time. They're really scary. These needs to be perfect, basically. If I don't get them, they don't die. So. Got to be careful. Okay, crest change. Ose off. And then Ose on. There we go. All good. So the next boss that's coming up after I do these 3 is called Night Queen. Night Queen also has instant death, so that's why I equipped 2 Leo's Bears. I did that so that I would have a higher chance to evade the instant death chance. So it's 50-50 who's going to die and who's not. One of my supports is protected, and then Yuri's protected as well. Nice, dude. Nice. Blanca's getting some outturns. This is good. This is good. Red Blaze on C. Lovely. So 243 damage without any buffing, and before we were doing like 600 with the full buff. So like buffing now is going to put me into the thousands of damage already. Like just so much damage coming out. And you're first going to see this on the next boss, Night Queen, who does do a lot of damage, or does take a lot of damage here. Another one outturns. That's good. It's only been one every time. This has been really nice, actually, I have to say. I'm happy with this. Good. Good, 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 good. Hail Breeze. Okay, that's the end of those fights. Yes. There is a weird glitch you can get, actually, where it's not like a major glitch or anything, but you can just, like, if you open the menu without moving, you just get the encounter again immediately because you're still on the same spot. And it, like, loads that moment again, and you just get another encounter. Okay. Night Queen. Again, we get to listen to Ladder to Heaven again, so we're going to have a great time jamming and boogieing to the music. There we go. This next menu that I have to do is this is the one that I don't really remember all of it for, but Oh dear. I haven't bought any talismans of luck. That was my last one. Okay, well that's interesting. If someone dies, if someone dies, I can't revive them. So I need to hope that that we have good behavior from Night Queen. That was a really unfortunate first turn. It's very rare that Night Queen outturns Blanca as well. That was pretty filthy, I have to say. Anna. Right. Do not kill Karin or Anna. Please attack the men. Whew. So, Rage on Barbaria. Oh, no, you have it, actually. I'm going to Surge Anastasia. Yeah, that's good. The turn order is good for this. I can Surge Anastasia, so she gets her multiplicative buffs up. So she can now use Red Blaze on Night Queen. And then Blanca's going to get his go, and he can use Rage on Barbaria. Or Yuri. And he crit as well, dude. Oh man, that's so much damage. Okay, let's guard. Karin, I want to survive. Perfect. Oh, I'm such a genius, dude. Let's go. Entrance onto Anna, and that should be the fight. Cool fight. Okay, cool. It was a bit shaky at the start, but that went really nicely. Like, perfect targeting. The clutch defend from Karin, that was super nice for the instant death. So when you're guarding and blocking, you don't get hit by status ailments. Just one of those things. So that's super nice. Okay. There we go. That's Night Queen down. Night Queen, by the way, Night Queen was the demon transformation for Veronica. So we've taken out Lenny God Hand, and then Veronica, the other member of the evil Sapientis Gladio, was Veronica. She just transformed into that demon who we just killed. So there's that. There's only Nikolai and Rasputin left now. So okay, so I want to buy enough to get the bonus and then go from there. So Hellfang's Sharp Rasp. Give me the big discount, please. 1, 2, 3, big discount. And then we're going to get the upgrades. We can do the rest with that. So Jupiter Fan, 2 of those, and then I guess everything there. Yeah, and I need to buy these bloody talismans of luck, dude. There we go. We can only do it with a 30% discount, so that's why we need to get the 30% discount. Cool, that's everything. I hope so, anyway. Yes, it is correct. Right, Nikolai is hanging out with. By the way, at the end of that thing, when we kind of like defeat Night Queen, Yuri transforms into Armon and has like a kick-ass like fight scene with Rasputin, and Rasputin basically brings out from the ground this massive flying fortress called the Ida Flame or the Ida Flam, which is where we're going to be going to now. And yeah, it's pretty good. So right, I'm going to take everything off of you. We're going to take Halphus off of you. Now we have Lucia coming in finally at long last. So she's going to have Halphus, Bathin, and Bifrons. There we go. That's all that. We're then going to equip everyone with everything. Let's take these off of you. You're going to have Hellfang's combat suits, Jupiter Fan, Baptism Stole, Park Foil combat suits, Baptism Stole, Sharp Rasp. You've still got the Bandit earrings. Good. Party members. Lucia is in. Lucia is now 4 levels lower than us, so she's very, very weak. Specifically, this is an agility thing. This means that she's going to go last in the party. She is the slowest member in the party. I can now start talking about Lucia and her buffs and why we want to keep her weak. So she has two types, as I said, tarot cards, which are just you pick a blind card and you get a bonus. You could get the entire party wipes and you die. Or you can get like quadruple damage or 10 times damage, or your SP increase is by like 200% over its max. All kinds of weird stuff. But aromatherapy is where we're going to be focusing. Aromatherapy, you combine 2 oils, and from that turn that Lucia has until her next turn, you get buffs and special effects. The 2 that I'm going to be using are Moon and Ocean, and Moon and Night Oil. These are going to be considered Strike Oil and Crit Oil. Moon and Night gives us a guaranteed crit as long as we're in that buff window. That's pretty good. The other one is Strike Oil. And the thing about Strike Oil is that when you're within that buff zone for Strike Oil, when Moon and Ocean is active, every single time you hit a strike area and get perfects, the outcome of that perfect is bolstered by a further 50% to its base. So for example, when I get a perfect for energy charge right now, it's 180% buff, almost triple damage. When I'm under the effects of Strike Oil, that becomes 275%, which is almost 4 times damage, just being underneath that window. Rage goes from 43% to 67%, and then the physical attack that I'm doing, the actual attack that I'm landing, is also bolstered by a further 50%. It is absolutely nuts how much damage you can get whilst under the effect of Strike Oil. And Strike Oil, if I get perfect setups on everything, so I use Strike Oil, perfect charge, perfect rage, perfect attack, I will one-shot bosses. End of conversation. But every single one needs to be absolutely perfect. The reason for this is the way that the buffs multiply together. Rage and energy charge are multiplicative with each other. So if I don't get the rage perfect, it's 67%. Sorry, if it's perfect, it's 67%. If I don't get it perfect, it's going to be 30%, which actually ends up being literally half damage because of the way they multiply together. So they all have to be perfect, or I just don't get the kills. So that's why I hope I don't have a meltdown on my rings during specific fights that require these one-hit setups. I'll do my best. I can't guarantee anything, but all I can do is my best. That's why Lucia is nuts. And the party I have now is the party for the rest of the game. This will be my setup. I'm going to, where necessary, use Strike Oil, and where necessary, use Crit Oil. See, the good thing about Crit is a 1.5 times damage ratio from a normal hit. So it's another way of doing it without putting as much pressure on the perfects. The thing with the perfects is as well is that I have to set up so everyone goes into her turn order. So it takes a bit more time to set up strike, but the outcome is better. If I don't require a strike or all perfects, I'll just go for crit, get the perfect, get the crit damage, and that'll be enough. So I have to situationally choose whether I'm going to use crit or strike oil. If that all made sense. Any questions, throw them at Aishma. I'm sure he can relay them to me, and I'll do my best to answer. But, yeah. So now I'm just going to be running through the Eye to Flame, which is a little bit of a maze. So I will throw it back. Aisha, if there's anything you want to say or need to mention or bring up or remind people of as I'm going through this dungeon,
sure.
Hit me.
I've talked a lot about what Alzheimer's is, how we are trying to prevent and or cure it. So how about we actually go one step further and have one of the researchers actually, researching Alzheimer's, have us time a spotlight and see what she says. Speed and accuracy is crucial. To develop novel treatments, we need to know if a candidate drug is producing the desired effect in the brain. We use the generous grant from Alzheimer Foundation to develop methods to image the Alzheimer brain. Comparison of images before and after treatment enables us to see if a candidate drug is promising and should be studied further, or if it is better to switch track and pick another candidate. The grant from Alzheimer Foundation is essential for us in our effort to develop methods that enable effective investigation of novel drug candidates in the Alzheimer brain. And that is from Stina Sivanen, Senior Lecturer / Associate Professor at Uppsala University in Sweden. And if you remember, researchers in Uppsala actually, had this breakthrough that they have discovered an antibody that has the potential to become the first disease-modifying drug against Alzheimer's itself. So we may be at the cusp of being able to cure this disease, which has, killed a lot of people over the years and is a huge drain on the economy worldwide.
Okay, so having a bit of, not major trouble, but like just, it's a bit scary getting these encounters and like not getting away in time and to just taking hits. I just don't want to lose any units. I don't really need to units. Characters I don't really need to lose. Losing characters in fights is pretty scary just because you have to spend so much time to revive them, but also if it's a regular encounter and you're trying to flee, you get one last chance to flee. And that becomes even harder and harder and harder as you lose more characters. There's two halves to this dungeon. The first half is this maze, which is not too hard. There are basically big tracks and little tracks that you can see. As I was running through on the dungeon, on the minimap on the top right, there was top left, top right, top left. There are big tracks, and then when you're running through those, there's also small ones, and they're basically like side, like corridors that you can go down. I'm going to save again just in case, So there are those side tracks to go down. There's like items hidden around there, and that's usually where it's really hard to follow and like know where you are. But if you follow all of the big roads, you'll pretty much get there. Not too much of an issue. Because they just kind of go out to the sides and back in, and one goes straight up the center. But in terms of like in the actuality, if you think about it, if you're trying to build like a straight line map, it's literally a diamond with one up the center. The actuality of the maps are slightly different because they are, but oh, fantastic. Good thing I saved. Direct press. Yeah, fantastic. This is a this is a painful move. Dang, dude. But there is also, I shouldn't really mention this because it happens here every now and then. There are like different kinds of AI for enemies where they'll go after different characters based on certain things. Like some get enraged when they see low HP characters. Some people will just go after the character that has the least max HP or the least current HP. And that means that like Lucia, being the weakest, will always have the least HP. So she will just get solo focused in certain fights, and just having to manage her HP is a whole thing. So yeah, being able to understand certain tendencies for certain bosses and fights does help in terms of not losing fights. And knowing the best options for healing, your best like checkouts, if you will. Yeah, I've got to basically, I guess, wave my hand over some glowing panels and open up some doors. The big ones are the yellow doors. The yellow doors are the kind of like the heart, take you to the heart of the Eye de Flamme. But there's two halves, of course. So we'll do the left half and the right half. I have picked up a third key. I picked up a third key in the Mirror Castle, but just before I fought Armon. And I'm going to pick up a third key here. I'm not going to use a third key just yet. I'm going to wait for a bit. The third key, every third key I pick up and every fifth key I pick up gets used. Can we stop with this around? Every third key and fifth key I pick up does get used, but I have to space them out a little bit. But fantastic. Okay, nice. Well, so the thing about direct press is it deals half max damage, or half max HP, or just halves your damage, your HP in general. It is powerful for that reason. Like the more HP you have, the more dangerous it feels. And if you're kind of going into this fairly low, it can, someone gets direct pressed and bring them low with everyone else. Can we, please? Wow. This is interesting. That's definitely a lot of back attacks. So I think it's my third now in this dungeon alone. Help me, Nero. Help me. Okay. So I'm going to open this blue door. I'm going to heal as well, actually, because Karen and Lucia aren't looking too hot right now. I'm going to go grab the third key here, which is just off to the side. Thankfully, it's not too far out of the way, and it does speed up fights immensely. So I will use both of these third keys soon-ish. Sooner than you think. They're almost back-to-back, really. Back-to-back bosses, yeah. They're back-to-back bosses, but not on the next boss. The one after and the one after that, but yeah. Whilst I finish up this dungeon, I can see a glowing greens thing to my side, so it seems like it's Aishma's time to entertain you all.
Let's check out what that is. It is $15 from Asti81 saying, it's always a pleasure to see ESA being on its track. Good luck to all the runners, and let's hope that there won't be any glitches. And those $50 go towards the Golden Sun, the Lost Age 80% true 80% upgrade. And with that, we are also only a little over $100 away from getting that cutscene incentive for this run, man. Don't worry, you don't have to put your money towards a specific incentive. Just reaching the total amount of $42,750 will see us watch that cutscene in about 2 hours from now, roundabout-ish. So
yeah, about, well, 2.5, I think, at this point.
2.5, okay. So please go on ahead and donate towards that, because we do want to watch the cutscene. If we go a little step further even and reach that 43,000 mark, Bowie will go ahead and one-shot the final boss. And I mean, what don't you love about one-shotting the final boss in a JRPG speedrun? I mean, literally killing God, I suppose, you know, with one hit, you know, One Punch Man style. Let's do it.
Right then. Okay, so this next fight is horrid. It genuinely is horrid. I'm not a fan of it. It's a 2-part fight. I'm going to save. I should also do paralysis protection, really. Yeah, the Bodhi bracelet should be on Yuri. There it is. Leo's bear, Bodhi. Cool. So, yeah. The next fight is 2 Mother Filaria. So the little worms that you might see in some of the things, they've been called Filaria. You've got Giga and Mega Filaria. They're all weak to different elements, but the Mother Filaria are 2 giant worms. I have to fight 2 sets of 2 giant worms, even though only 2 of them show up on the map. And they have a lot of HP, so I do need to do a bunch of energy charge shenanigans, and I have a very specific order of setup that allows me to get do it in 1 energy charge and do it in 1 aromatherapy each time. So I don't have to do double stack setups both times, which is pretty handy. So I deal about 220 odd damage. They have like 780 or 800 HP around that kind of area. So yeah, what I'm going to start by doing is Galing Yuri. The first one literally only needs an energy charge to kill, because I've got the 2 attack plus 3s on my Seals of Strength. Yuri's going to be a big chunky boy, so I can do that with 1 energy charge. After I do the energy charge, I will then be able to use I'll use aromatherapy and do Strike Oil. Within that window, I will then use Rage on Yuri, so that Yuri gets his big buff of 60-odd%. As long as she doesn't die. Good. We're going to defend to make sure this happens. Aromatherapy Moon Ocean. This means that I'm going to get the attack will be huge. The buff's already huge. The buff's not full, but then the rage that comes out afterwards is also going to be huge. So Mother Filaria. Very nice. And then rage on Barbarian. That's really annoying, actually. Blanca's turn is really far back. Blanca can normally get in there for a heal in between. And if you don't get a kill on this hit, he just follows up and kills it. So there we go. Only 1 energy charge, 1 aromatherapy. That's part 1 of 2. So I need to do another fight like that. That actually went really well. Apart from the fact that I didn't heal Karin. If they kill her, that's kind of a shame. Because I won't be able to get the rage buff, so I'll have to follow up the attacks with someone else underneath the buff that Lucia provides. But if someone else gets targeted, we're all good. Ideally, Blanca gets targeted by the Mother Filaria, because he goes first, uses Gale, and Yuri can get fast turns. So Gale's a weird buff. I said that buffs are really, really fast-paced and get you back your turn. Gale's the only exception. It is an action speed move, an action speed up move. So it actually does slow you down with the bonus of giving someone else a ton of extra move speed. And only if you use it on yourself is it a positive gain. So let's guard. Can you attack Karin now? She's under guard. Okay. Moon Ocean. So even though the energy charge isn't the biggest, because of Moon Ocean, it'll offset the damage that I'm missing from the 60% from the 55% from energy charge, and I'll still get the kill. So one attack. Well, the one that's that's the one that's not comboing. There we go. And then because of the bonus, we can rage Barbaria, and Barbaria can finish. Nice. Just don't kill Karen, otherwise I have to wait a bit. Nice. Cool. Nice, 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 nice. Good fights. That's probably the best they've gone, in all honesty. Unfortunately, like the whole split as a whole was a bit slow because of all the back attacks, but like that segment went pretty nicely. Okay, so we're coming up to the end of Disc 1. At the end of Disc 1, we're going to have an unskippable cutscene, the first one, and I will use that time to quickly take a break. So I've got a second Seal of Speed as well. And I'm going to use that on Yuri, because Yuri needs a bit more speed, because he is quite slow. I'm going to get a third Seal of Speed as well, and that will go back onto Blanca, but Yuri does need a bit of speed as well, so it's just one of those things. Okay, so Asmodeus is the name of the demon that we're going to fight here. Is there anything I need to do? I think it's not. Yeah, we're good. So Asmodeus is basically Rasputin gets his power. He's been channeling the power of Asmodeus, a very powerful demon, and we're going to one-shot him, hopefully. So this is where I was talking about the strike oil setup. So here we go. I'm going to have to focus on this one. So give me a mo. Evil Crest reduces magic damage by 10%. Sorry, 30% rather. But I'm not using special attack, so it's fine. Speed. Yuri.
Here.
Here we go. So I used the seal because it's a really fast recharge, and Yuri's back in his turn. We're now within the strike oil setup, so here we go. Here he goes. Oh.
That can miss, right?
Hmm?
That strike can miss,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I've had that. I've had that. I've been perfect before, and the enemy just dodged. So that's happened. Can happen. The Ida Flame falls apart, and we make our way back to the beginning of Disc 1, Apoina Tower, which is where the whole game started. Where this is the room where the mistletoe was, and Nikolai is trying to open essentially what is Pandora's box. It's a gate, but within that is, all the evil in the world and a little bit of hope, but mostly evil. So we need to try and stop Nikolai now that we've defeated Rasputin. Yeah, there you go. That is Astaroth. Asmodeus. I will now be preparing to fight Astaroth, which is where, the demon that Nikolai is currently getting. Trying to take control of because he thinks he's cool. However, Nikolai is a bit of a wiener, so it doesn't really work out for him, but you'll see how it goes. Right then, Apoina Tower. I'm going to be running up this for a little bit, so if you have anything you want to read, you got some time? Maybe like a donation or two, or a read or two to you?
We can definitely do that. We have $10 from Shadowbiz saying, "Hey Bowie, wishing you some good luck from the Americas. You're doing great, brother. Keep on going. Cheers, mate. Put this towards the Golden Sun incentive." And I guess we'll just have to go ahead and do that retroactively because the donation actually wasn't put toward that incentive itself. But I guess we can fix that as long as you guys keep telling us where to put it. Also, people keep in mind that we are raising money for Alzheimerfonden, the national Swedish fundraising organization focusing on Alzheimer's diseases and other dementia-related diseases. And if you want to help us do that, you can find links to donate below the stream. And also keep in mind that all your donations, cheers, bits, and everything else will be tallied up and put toward our total at the end of the marathon.
It's going well on my end, don't worry. Okay, so these guys are nice and slow, so it's not really enjoyable, but there you go. Oh yeah, that enemy has got its head comes off as well. It's like a, I don't know, some kind of chained, like bagged body, and it like its head come off and it like throws its own head at you. It's great, really cool. I don't know, I'm really excited for kind of when I was mentioning Penny Blood a bit earlier, but I'm really excited for that game to see just kind of what crazy stuff that Matsuzo-san comes up with. It's gonna be really fun. So a pointer tower is really quick in the beginning of the game, because when we run up here, well, remember we did like the ring customization tutorial. We ran up this corridor here, and then we had a warp all the way to the top. But that warp is, of course, turned off, so we actually have to make our way through a pointer tower proper. And the puzzles are, again, the immediate answer, quite straightforward. But when it comes to getting everything on the side, there's a little bit more to it than that. So there's no warp there, but this door is open. And to continue making our way around. So that strat that you saw there as well previously for Asmodeus, that was our strike oil setup, and that is going to be our main damage dealing setup for certain bosses that require it, but I will do an easier crit setup for most bosses. But that's the thing. Buff, 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 annihilate. There are variants to this. Of course, there are some fights that won't play like that. They have ads. I have to play around the ads. I have to give myself buffs, like even more buffs, like elemental buffs, in order to kind of like get enough damage out from even being fully buffed as well. So there's like all the kinds of things I'm going to be throwing in there, just as like little bits of spice around the edges of this basic strat, which is just this. And again, the difficulty of this strat is not in what you're doing. It's just two, 3 buffs and then an attack. Simple, right? But the actual difficulty in this is being able to execute it every time. You know, if any of those perfects in that previous fight didn't land, I wouldn't have got the one shot. I would have dealt just, it's not even close to being enough damage. That's the thing. Even the attack, like, 'cause if you think about the attack at the end and the difference between a hit and a strike, even that is like 2/3 difference. So, or you go down to 2/3 of damage. You lose like 1,000 for not getting the hit strike, and you lose like 1,500 total damage if you don't land any of the other buff perfects. So there's a lot of pressure on the rings to be perfect every time you do them. You're never not under pressure during this run, which is why I'm kind of like, you may see me like breathing quite succinctly. And where am I going? Might have to do the actual puzzle. Might help. This is a really, you think it's quite difficult, but you literally just get the 2 back weights and put them both on the left-hand side, the murderer and arsonist's weight. Job done. There are 2 more weights like below that you can also grab, but don't need them, obviously. This next one, God crikey, we'll almost do that. This here is our kind of final puzzle where you've got these cages that will go up and down based on the position of the lever that is controlling them. There is like a crest you can get in here, which has Cure Plus, which is pretty nice. Like a stronger healing move. You got Cure, Arc, Cure. I never mentioned it earlier, but Arc variants are the like AoE moves. So when it comes to healing, right? If I have Rage or Surge, Arc Rage would buff everyone in the party. Arc Surge buffs everyone in the party. Arc Cure heals everyone in the party, etc., etc. That is important because I did talk about, I grabbed a chest on that. Before I fought the Night Queen, there was that like spiral staircase I went up where there were those birds that were really fast, right? I picked up a crest on that screen called Ippos. I will use Ippos in one fight because I need to use Arc Gale to give everyone action speed up for one fight in particular. Because the difference between not having that and having that is quite crazy in just how well the fight goes. And it's such a minor pickup. It's only really bad if you get the extra encounter. So, not too bad. I see it, Aishma, and I send it to you.
We have $5 from Anonymous with no comment, but they are putting it towards the true 80% upgrade for our Golden Sun run a little bit later. So let me just do a quick refresh on how we are actually looking on that donation incentive. We are nearly at $650 raised out of 1,000, so about 350 more, and we will get that true 80% category upgrade of our Golden Sun run. Also, people, do remember we only need about $66 more to watch a very, very good but also very sad cutscene in this game right now, which will happen in about 2 hours if I am right, roundabout. And it's only $66, guys. We can absolutely go ahead and raise that money. And if we even reach the 43,000 mark, Bowie will go ahead and one-shot the final boss. And really, who doesn't want to see that? So please, please keep those donations coming.
Yeah, and remember, you don't need to kind of put it towards anything in your donation message if you want to get those particular things, like the cutscene and the one-shot. I will just do that when we hit those milestones. Just a nice little mini incentive for you if you want to see the final boss get one hit, basically. Or like one action. I should specify one action. I do one thing and it ends. But yeah, so I'm coming to the end of this now. Also, thank you very much for all of the donations that have come through so far. Obviously, it's a really, really good cause fighting, you know, dementia-related diseases. So many people suffer from it, you know, daily, yearly. Yeah, you're doing a good thing. I'm going to use a quick. You know what? I'm actually going to use my Seal of Wisdom on Karen. I said I wouldn't, but that was good. Where was that earlier?
Just to quickly butt in what Bowie just said, the World Health Organization classifies dementia as one of the world's greatest health problems. Just over 47 million people are affected. It is estimated that the number of dementia diseases in the world will have tripled by 2050, which might seem still a little bit away, but you know, if I tell you that the 1990s were more than 30 years away at this point, you wouldn't believe me either. So you know, we are fast approaching on that. So
speaking of fast approaching, my unskippable cutscene's coming up, so I'm gonna run to the loo. Yeah. Please remember, there's a great line when it comes up. I'd please like you to. I want to see. I'm not looking at chat, but when I see, I want the chat to be filled with perfect balls. So I'll see you in just a bit. Sorry.
Well, it's been a long time.
Rasputin is dead now.
Yes, I know. But what of it? He was never your true enemy anyway.
Nikolai, what are you trying to accomplish? What are you after?
This vault is filled to overflowing with the hatred, malice, and despair of the countless souls who have perished here. What if all that malice were to be suddenly released?
Yeah, what if?
It would creep into the hearts of people all over the world. All their petty, paltry vices would become magnified, warped into bitterness, anger, and envy. Don't you see? Men will slaughter each other like cattle to get ahead. Yes, the 21st century will be a time of unprecedented conflict and bloodshed.
How can you?
Very easily. Do you think you can stop me, Yuri?
Yeah.
Get ready, chat.
What I want to do is to crush you. The man who beat Cardinal Albert Simon, who endured the mistletoe's curse, who refused to bend before Rasputin. If I can't destroy you, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
Here it comes.
Here it is. Yeah. Behold, perfect balls of negative energy.
Behold! Aren't they beautiful? Perfect balls of negative energy.
Perfect balls.
Godslayer, Pandora's box has been reopened. These unfettered bundles of malice will infect the world forever.
And then this is the Astaroth battle theme, and it's so sick. I believe it's like I think it has like some kind of connection to like a Malay song. I think. I can't remember the origin, but it's an amazing track. Bastard, come on!
Bastard, come on!
Okay, so this fight is also quite trivial, but not because of Strike Oil. I'm going to be using a third key. Cheers, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So Bright Crest is the holy version of cresting. It does a special defense down. That is actually important, and you need to be rather careful with that one. I'm probably... Oh, wow, she actually almost died, dude. Jesus. I don't need to use aromatherapy here because I'm using a third key, so... Nice fight. Oh dear. Sorry, Astaroth. You're a bit crap. So that is the end of Disc 1. And I'm going to have to show you my best disc swapping technique. Here we go. Okay, split. 349 Disc 1. Not the strongest, I won't lie, but that's marathons for you. Yeah, I get it. I will save here. I don't often save here, but I'm going to save here. As I say, plenty of marathon safety saves, just to be sure. Let's go. Disc 2. So shout outs to Disc Gaming.
With this disc swap, right? We now finished...
One sec, sorry. Okay, cool. Yes, go ahead.
We basically finished the first half of the game now. So we were in Europe the whole time on Disc 1, so to speak. Now we are on Disc 2. We are now in Japan, Asia. So
Correct.
I've heard there are samurais here, right? And we will get another character pretty soon.
Nah, no samurais, dude. Why would there be a samurai in Japan? It's 1914.
Still, you know, some people cling on to that.
Yeah,
And I've heard he's the best character in the game, right? So you're absolutely going to use him, right?
I have to apologize in advance for this one. This is the one character we don't use. And it's not because he's bad. Like, genuinely, like, we're going to be meeting a brand new guy. His name's Karando. He is awesome. He really is awesome. He's very cool. He's very strong. It's just, he's not Yuri. That's literally what it is. He's just not Yuri, unfortunately.
So, okay, I have 3 things to say to that. First of all, we have a anonymous $100 donation saying, Shadow Hearts is my favorite video game series of all time, and the charity is near and dear to my heart, wishing for a cure. And they put that money towards the 280% upgrade for Golden Sun. And with this donation, we have also reached our soft incentive for watching the cutscene later on in the run. So we will get to see that and get our hearts broken. And you know, since obviously we're not going to use the best character in the game, the Samurai Kurando, I take great offense with that. And I will immediately end my hosting shift for this run.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I'm sorry, dude. I apologize. But thank you so much indeed for joining me. And thank you again for that $100 donation. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you for meeting that. I know it's a soft incentive. I'll do it anyway. Add some time to the run, but hey, it's fun.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but no, and also thank you again for joining me. It's a pleasure to hear your voice. So.
My pleasure. Now, in all seriousness, it is the end of my hosting shift. It was also my last volunteer shift for this marathon. Obviously, I will be back next time around. However, don't fret. I will hand you over to the ever-lovely Nordic Soy, the most butterest voice in all of hosting.
The butterest voice.
So don't fret, he will be here in just a moment. Good luck on the run. And keep those donations coming, everyone. We still need about $220 to meet that one-shot the final boss incentive for this very run. You still have a bit of time to get that met. So please keep the donations coming. Keep Nordic Soy's voice on the marathon. And I will see you around.
Cheers, Ash. Appreciate it. Yeah. So we do use Kurando for 3 fights, or 4 fights, I guess. Yeah, we use him very, very briefly, but he won't actually ever like intentionally join the party. He's very powerful, very fast, and very tanky, but he just you know, you'll notice he has no MP, so he doesn't do anything. He just attacks. I should have actually not done that and just waited. So the speed of these fights, oh dear. The speed of these fights is beholden to me not missing rings, but also those enemies can be together as a clump of 3, and then you can kill them all in one hit. But the Rock Storm needs to be perfect, so that's not good with me missing. I'm not even going to try for perfect on Corando. I don't need it. As long as one of the first 2 is perfect, we're fine. Yeah, but even then, I can just hit all 3 normally, and then we're fine. But I do just like getting perfects because this game, I can show it very briefly just to show you, but like it'll be a bit of time lost to show you. But there is a score system in this game where you can see your ring percentages, like how many rings you've missed, how many rings you've perfected, and all that kind of stuff. So you can actually see how this is. On average right now, my percentage rate for perfects is between 86 and 88% perfect. So we'll see how good it's looking right now. I'm going to show you as for the hell of it. 98% hits and 80% perfect. So I'm not at my highest percentage rate perfect percentage rate right now, but I don't need to be that high. Being 88% perfect is just great, but the most important thing is I need to maintain, I think it's 45% perfect for a very specific thing that is mattering for Disc 2 in particular. But we'll see what happens when I get this fight done. So need to attack him alone. Yeah. Cool. Boom. There we go. So yeah, if the enemies are all spread out, you have to fight them all individually. But when they're together, you can just use Rock Storm, which is lovely. So there you go. Funnily enough, Corando's sword is wrong here. That's not the sword he currently has equipped. That is a sword you find later on in the game. And I don't know why, just for that one cutscene, he has the wrong sword equipped. But he does. That one had like a brown blade, and it's got obviously like the forked guard. But the actual kind of guard that he has is like a normal kind of just basic katana, really. So I'm going to pick up the Dandy's kimono, a nice cheeky bit of armor. And I need to confirm just how many I'm buying of this. Well, I think it's one... Other Filaria. Where is it? Where's it gone? Yeah, it's one. It is one kimono and 2 Hakama. Yeah, thought so. So I don't need to buy any weapons right now. Well, I need to buy 1 set of weapons. I've actually managed to get a slight bit of optimization. I need to go in here anyway to get this Seal of Speed. I for some reason forgot that there's a shop to the left here. We used to go to meet the brothers in Yokohama streets, but that's actually a really, really slow thing to do. 5 of those bad boys, 1 Tiger Claw, 1 of those, or 2 of those and 1 of those. No need for discount. I don't need to do discounts for the rest of the game, so... I'm not going to menu yet, because I need to get 1 more item, and then I'll menu it all together in one go. But yeah, I'm going to be going to the Yokohama streets next. This is the Yokohama, like, warehouses. But in the streets, we need to go. We do like a cutscene, then we should just leave. But we normally have to run all the way to the other end of the streets, then have a cutscene with the brothers who sell you the items. But that shop there is just there, and you don't get a cutscene from the brothers. You don't have to run through the streets. It saves. I mean, how much time? Maybe like 15 seconds. It feels like it can feel like that, but it's maybe not that much. It's maybe like closer to 10, but it's time save, so I'll take it. What I'll do is I'll do this next big menu and I'll start explaining the ship, and then I will check in to see if the lovely Nordic is with me. But I'll just quickly do this first because I just need to get this done. So we're going to be going to the battleship Mikasa. This is a really horrible area, I'm not going to lie to you. Kind of sucks. First off, I'm going to pick up this crest here. This is Vapula. Vapula has a move called Red Cradle, the tier 3 fire spell, and I will be using that throughout the run from here on out. So what I'm going to do, let's get my equipment going. You're going to have a pair of Hakama pants, Dandy's kimono, Tiger Fang, Galahad's sword, Hakama pants, not you, Dandy's kimono, and Silver Rasp. You also have a colourful comb, and then you need the Warlock earrings as well. That should be everything. Oh, and actually Vapula to Blanca. Pretty sure it's Vapula to Blanca. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes. I forgot that. This is important. Yeah, boss as well. Ipos is my Arc Gale. It's important to get that going. So yeah, I'm just gonna explain this. This is a 2-part dungeon again, but it's a 2-part in tandem dungeon. I will split up my 2 parties. I'm gonna have Karando's team and Yuri's team. Yuri's team is going to go downstairs, and he's going to do like puzzle solving on the bottom, and then there's going to be Karando's team puzzle solving on the top. And then basically we're going to get 2 key cards, and we're going to be placing these into different terminals to open doors on both the different floors to get through and get to the other end of the dungeon and fight Lieutenant Colonel Tarada. Blanca will be with Karando. Now this is where it's scary, because Karando and Blanca are both really, really fast. If Blanca was with Yuri, it wouldn't be so bad, but because Blanca is really fast, only Yuri has any speed on this team. So it's rather worrisome because Yuri's team is very fragile. If Yuri doesn't outturn, or if he does outturn and he flees, he tries to flee and fails, I'm probably going to get like 5 or 6 attacks on Yuri's team. And again, half of his team are like Joachim and Anna, and they're pretty squish. So yeah. Goes into keyhole 2. Let's swap over to the other team. And then, so basically what I'm going to be doing is grabbing some key cards, placing these in and around as I go. So I'd like to say hello to Nordic if you're there.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing very well. How are you doing, Bowie?
I'm not too bad, thanks. I know that you're remote. Obviously, it's a shame you couldn't be here. I do miss you, sir, and hopefully we'll see each other again soon.
Oh, we will. We will indeed. It was a shame that I managed to come down with some kind of crud just before the event and had to cancel.
Always happens, but you are here in spirit, and we do have your silky smooth voice. So
yes, the disembodied voice of Nordic is roaming through the halls.
Yeah. Is this your? How many shifts have you done now? Is this your first shift, or have you been cracking on?
This is my first shift on the microphone.
Right.
I was supposed to have one earlier this week, but my voice was just a bit too raspy and a bit too messed up. So, no, I'm here now, and I'll be here for one more shift near the end of the event. And I've had a few other things going on that I can do offsite.
Fair enough.
So,
excellent. Well, again, it's always a pleasure to have you involved, sir.
And likewise, always a pleasure to be here. Essentially on your couch and doing your donation reading. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of this run and making some more money for charity. We hit that 42,750 mark. We're getting closer to that 43,000 mark. Just got a few little things coming in soon. So
yeah, of course. Remember, as I said, it was a soft donation, so it's not actually like you can put your money towards it, but just when totals are reached, I'm going to play a cutscene later on that's like super heartbreaking. And then at 43,000, I will, after I finish the run, I will show you how to one-shot the final boss for the lols. Okay, Yuri, please flee. Thank you. That's terrifying, dude. Just Yuri and then six enemy turns. But yeah, if you at home want to hear Nordic Soy's buttery smooth voice, you can make that happen. I mean, I'll make it happen anyway. I'm going to just sit here and talk with them. But like, you know, you can make it happen and hear your donation and your words coming out of his mouth. Sounds a bit weird, like saying it like that, doesn't it? But yeah, that's how it goes. Okay, swap to Yuri's team before I get another encounter. I'm going to quickly grab the key out of this one, because that was number 3, and there's only one door that requires that particular keycard moment. So the button I pressed on Yuri's team inside that cabin opened up this door, and this allows me to then pull another lever that will open another door that I can get through. Eventually, it's just opening and closing doors. Some of them are like doors that we have to open and close, and just like swap between them. And some of them are, you know, I didn't get an encounter. Are you kidding me? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Am I in? Oh, bro, I'm in. God, that's excellent. 1. There we go. So yeah, I need to basically bring Karando's team back through. So. This is almost done. I know it feels quite long, because you have to run through the entire thing essentially twice, because the floors are basically like they're exactly the same floor layout. There's like an extra room on the bottom floor where Yuri is. So that's about it. But I want to get the encounters with this team specifically, because again, Karando and Blanca are the ones who are faster. So I'll always have usually have 2 opportunities to sod off like that, which is very, very lovely. This is why I try and make sure that when I'm doing my movement, I optimize it so I can get as much movement on Yuri's team as possible, but always swap to Karando's for the encounter, whilst also not stopping what I'm actually trying to achieve with each individual movement. So door 2 needs to open, and that's on the bottom floor. So I'm going to take the security key card out because I need that. I can't leave it behind. So yeah, the door that I pulled on the left side of the top half, where Karando was, opens this door to the left here, which allows Yuri to get through this. And then I can open up door 4 for Karando. Don't give me an encounter, because the Karando is going to be moving next. Thank you. Door 4, I can swap to Karando, and hopefully I get my next encounter on Karando's team once again. 1. So yeah, door 4 opens the top side for him. He can run across the west side and then go downstairs, and then we can set up for the next boss. I probably would do a save here, but I don't think it's like mega bad. Although it's probably, yeah, I'll do a save just in case. It's one of those games where like I don't even feel at this point scared of doing anything. This is actually perfect, this encounter, because I can use my Stealer Speed on Blanca again. Whew. Let's go. Yes. Yeah, they're hard, they are. The speed and wisdom one are really important, but they're on really awkward angles. The strength one, and genuinely, I don't think I've missed it in a run for months. I just get +3 on the Seals of Strength. Don't know why, it's just in a really kind of comfortable spot for me. It's like exactly where Yuri's attack spot is, so it's like, I just press it and it's fine. Okay, so that opens the door for Yuri to get in here. I didn't get another encounter again. Oh no, I did. What am I talking about? I literally just fled it. Sorry. Memory like a sieve. Okay. Okay, so Yuri's team. We can come through the door that just got opened by Karando and co. I had to speak to that private dude on the left there, because you need to speak to him. He tells you how to get through this door, but the party needs to know that in order for the actual... I couldn't just run both my parties down here and then finish up. They had to learn about how to open the door. Now, Blanca is not in the team right now. It reverts to my previous team, but Blanca already left as part of the story to go and, like, you know, meet up with Karando and the people he's staying with. There's like a gentleman and then like a young lady who Karando's staying with that Blanca went to go and see. So Blanca is actually still out of the party, so I need to put him back in. And then the reason we do that is because he has Red Cradle. Now, when I was talking about enemy AI and how they have different behaviors every now and then, you're already in the thing. Party members, that's what I wanted to do. Save. Now, the reason I want to do this is that the enemy has 4 adds. Red Cradle is big enough to hit all 4 adds and kill them. If any of the adds are alive when Lieutenant Colonel Torada gets his first move, he will guard. He won't combo, he'll guard. He'll just guard, just block. So I won't be able to kill him. So this is why we give the 2 Seals of Speed to Blanca, so he's fast enough that when it comes to this fight, he outturns everything and one-shots all the adds. But I need a perfect. Cool. Whew. So, Torada will not guard, which is good. So that's why that's important to kind of have the speed on Blanca, the Red Cradle on Blanca, and then not be bad at the ring. So, as long as both of my buffs are perfect, again, I don't need to use aromatherapy here. Okay. Aromatherapy. So this is where I want to use the crit oil. Because I didn't get the perfect buff, I didn't get a buff at all. I'll use crit oil and get the guaranteed 50% damage bonus, and then for 3rd key, and that's just a simple backup. I don't need to use the aromatherapy if I get the rage. The best bit about those fights is that the crit has like a nice kind of like splash sound effect. It just kind of goes psh, and it just feels so much better to land a crit. But there you go. That's Lieutenant Colonel Torada down. Now, I said that the battleship Mikasa is a really annoying bit. This is the next bit that I'm going to do is perhaps the worst part of the game for the speedrun. It has a narrative place, but I genuinely personally feel like it should have been a side quest that you can find out about what happens here, you know? I don't think you need to know this as part of the narrative, but you do this, so... that little cutscene was like the Japanese government. They're working on some experiments in the background that involves Kato, it involves Nikolai, it involves everything. But Kato's working on some experiments here. This character is called Ouka. She looks surprisingly similar to someone in Shadow Hearts 1. I may have mentioned about Kato's past. He fell in love with a woman called Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima. She died in the events at Shanghai in Shadow Hearts 1. But why is she here somehow? Well, Kato has been working on the idea of resurrection and transferring the soul from one body to another. And this is like a training segment to show you what Kato's been doing and how he's been like training these characters who are collectively known as the mutant apes. So you've got Ouka, Hien, and Raiden. And they're a party of 3, and they do what they do. And yeah, this is like just to see their training. They all have special abilities as well, but this is just like combat training right now. And that's the thing. I don't know why the combat training was necessary to learn about. But they put it in there, so 4 perfects is enough to take down Hien. So again, that tech ring has to be on to get that perfect. You can't kill it in 4 hits without perfect tech ring. So there we go. Nice stuff there. So why is this bit bad, and why does this thing feel so weird? It's because we're gonna suddenly play Perfect Dark for a little bit, or kind of play Perfect Dark. This is a shooting range, and it's gonna tell us how to press buttons. Triangle. How about let's go square? Oh, it's a cross. It's a cross. Cheeky. All right, gonna double down. Square. Oh. And the last one will be circle. So it tells you all 4 buttons. That's how you press buttons. Bang. Now, whilst I run through this, I'm going to randomly get shown symbols that I need to shoot. Those 4 are all standard targets. However, in this room, there will be a random amount of Katos will spawn, where literally a Kato will spawn. Don't shoot the Katos. The more Katos you get, the slower this is, because the idea is you don't shoot Kato. You only shoot the targets. So if I could get less Katos, that'd be great. This is riveting gameplay. Oh, wow. Jesus. Okay. Come on. I need to shoot like 20 or 30 targets. Like, what is the point in this? Like, honestly, if you're going to do something like this in Penny Blood, please make it a side quest. I don't need to know about this. It's a bit of fun, I guess. It's a bit silly, but like, it's just so weirdly placed in the narrative. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Jesus, that's a lot of Katos. On average, you get like 5. I'm on 7, 8, 9. Okay. There we go. Great. 145. You can get as low as like a low 130 out of that, so... I don't know. It's a bit silly. Depending on how long the Katos take to disappear and stuff and how many you get in a row, it can just cause all sorts of nonsense. There will be another variant on this where we get... we go into... the reason I say Perfect Dark is because we go into a first-person mode for another variant on this, which is a little bit more fast-paced, and you don't get any Katos in that one, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is like, I think this is, I'm trying to remember the name of this location. It's the Hojo Laboratories, but Hojo something laboratory. We will come here later with the party, because again, what's going on here is, you know, Kato is experimenting on things and trying to figure out soul transferal, right? Again, Ouka and Hien and Raiden are soul transferred beings. They are, so they have like cool special powers. But that's not all Kato's working on. I should mention that Kato at the end of, when I fought Astaroth, you know, the unskippable cutscene when Nikolai was like, check out these perfect balls. after I beat Astaroth, Kato shows up and is like, yoink, and takes a defeated Nikolai with him to Japan. He's experimenting on Nikolai, trying to find out how to get soul transferal to get Astaroth out of Nikolai. That's essentially what is going on here. Jesus, I almost pressed triangle there. Riveting gameplay. Give me a cross. Oh, yeah. So when you thought, oh, I'm gonna just tune in for this JRPG speedrun, you thought we'd be playing a first-person shooter. Ah! Missed. Sorry, that was a weird noise. Thanks. Okay, we're done here. Excellent. 350. Fantastic. Okay, I did heal Uka. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm going to fight the other one. So I said I fought there was Hien, Raiden, and Uka. So I've just fought Hien. I'm going to then fight Raiden now. The last one of these is also a Kato. The last one is guaranteed to be a Kato. So, Kato. Very impressive, Uka. Okay, I'm just going to check again because I'm an idiot. There we go. Yeah, 650. Cool. So Raiden's a little bit harder than Hien to fight. Hien's like squishy but fast, right? Raiden's a big tanky boy. Rather than doing 4 physical attacks, I'm going to do 2 physical attacks and 2 anti-armor bombs. So they all need to be perfect as well in order to get a kill. If I get a crit, it kind of makes up for any perfect losses I get. But yeah. Boom. Attack again. I have to say, there's something about Oka's physical attack, like her normal attack, that it is quite tight, but I'm pretty solid at it for some reason. I don't know why. The others, I can't hit an anti-armor bomb to save my life. I'm terrible. So that's actually weaker than a perfect physical attack if you don't get the perfect anti-armor. How's our HP looking? You should never have to heal against Raiden and Hien. Unless you're me and you're bad. There we go. Boom. Nice. Yeah, it's like 60 damage difference. It's ridiculous. Cool. Sorry, Raiden. So now that we fought them, they're going to join our team, and we're going to do like a combined bit of combat against a giant robot. Do we like big robots? Big robots are pretty cool. Any big robot fans? Big robots. I hear Le Grand Grand. Big fan of Xenoblade X. Scale fan. Let's get a quick heal in here. Oh, hello. Heal. There we go. Ring custom. Right, so I want to put everyone else onto physical defense down, hit area 1, tech ring 1, hit area 2, tech ring. The reason I do hit area 2 is it's less time in the judgment ring. The 1 hit area is all the way on the back half of the ring, whereas that one that ends like at 6 o'clock roughly, or like 6, 7 o'clock. So it's a bit faster on the ring. But the physical defense down is important for Raiden because Raiden goes first. And this enemy is completely like vulnerable to this status ailment. So if I get a perfect, he gets 43% physical defense down, and so I'm just going to mash away. Nice. If you do get a regular and you kind of that will overwrite the 43% with a 30%. So it's actually very important for all of Hien's to be perfect. So this fight's looking pretty good. I got a crit from Hien as well. This should be a 3-turn fight, guaranteed. Like, so everyone here, he should die after this, basically. Not after Hien, but like after this round of damage. If you get 2 crits, he dies there as well, which is great, but... There's my crit. Fantastic. Nice and late. Okay, that robot's done, and the worst bit ever is done. It is. I call it the worst bit ever. It's just a bit weird, you know. It's not. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of a day diversion, but it's just so weirdly placed in the overall narrative. Again, I get why they want to tell you it, but I think it's so that's like auxiliary information that can help understand a little bit more if you're after that information. Yokohama streets. So now that I'm here, I'm actually going to do even more. I've been talking about how I'm buff stacking, right? I've got the rage, the 43% or 67 in strike. I've got the energy charge, which is doubling, like tripling or quadrupling my damage. I've got the mind's eye, and that doubles everything that goes on at the end. What I got in between these moments was an item or an accessory called the Demon Earrings. The Demon Earrings will further increase my damage by 20%, but I take more damage as a result. So this is going to be one of those things where Yuri's just going to be super powerful, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Even though that he's still quite tanky, though. I'm also going to be throwing certain seals at him, because I'm going to be doing more strike setups. And with strike, as you noticed, I wasn't attacking at the very beginning or buffing at the beginning. I had to put all of my characters within Lucia's window. To do that with Yuri, to make sure that he gets both his energy charge and his attack within that window, I have to use a seal. So I use a seal with Yuri to ensure that he is fast enough to get inside that particular window. So I will be using seals on him, and specifically I will be getting seals of vitality, which are his defense. So even though he has a little bit more damage incoming, I will buff up his defense as much as possible to mitigate the extra damage coming in because of the Demon Earrings. Also, who likes really sick screen transitions? Because this is some Vagrant Story stuff right here. So we're just going to run to the left, and I really, really like that. It's very simple stuff how they've done that, but it's just for this time you come in. The tree just brings you through. So I'm going to be fighting Tsukuyomi, which is interesting because I was saying that Kurando had no MP, so he could only attack, right? Wrong! Kurando does have Demon Morph, so he can do what Yuri does, but just not as well. Please attack, not Yuri. Perfect. Seal of Vitality, Yuri. Oh yeah! Whew. Okay, and then we're going to defend as well with you. This is going to be going for the strike or setup, the one shot. So again, I'm going to be focusing on my rings. Apologies. It's a little bit more quiet whilst I do this one, and then I can throw it over to Nordic Soy for some messages or for some reads afterwards. The hard part's over. Honestly, the rage. I have a weird thing with rage, not IRL, but in the game, where like I just sometimes miss it by a frame. Yeah. GG. It's such a dumb setup, dude. There we go. Tsukuyomi down. I can't do this for every boss. Don't worry. Not every boss is that dumb. But yeah. Nordic Soy, if you have anything you want to read or mention or chat about, let me know.
Sure. I'd like to remind people what we're raising money for, and that is for Alzheimer's Fund. And I've got a few things to read out about it. It's not certain exactly what causes Alzheimer's disease, but one of the main things that they think are these plaques that disturb the neurons and their signal pathways. So they have come up with some drug treatments that can hopefully eliminate that plaque and slow down the progression of the disease. There's several ongoing clinical trials around the world for some candidate drugs, and these hopeful treatments would not have been possible without the increased awareness and financial support for Alzheimer's research in the past few years. And all of your donations, so far the $42,789 that we've risen, goes towards those types of programs. And in fact, speaking of those plaque-reducing drugs, one of them just got pushed through the US FDA. So, congratulations to all of the researchers and everybody involved in trying to cure this absolutely horrific disease.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, so this dungeon's very, very simple. It's quite cool, though. We're in the spirit realm, essentially. We're in purgatory. Somewhat reminiscent, I guess, of Senbon Tori, with all the Tori gates going up and down. So yeah, we need to grab we grab the calming charm, and then we can use that to come to the right-hand side and get a dispelling charm to go back to the left. This is also going to be where I pick up my first 5th key. 5th keys are like 3rd keys, but rather than 3 attacks, we can do 5 attacks, and you can imagine how ridiculously powerful that is. One of the 5th keys is going to be used. I'm not going to spoil where it's going to be used, but I'm going to use them on some bosses, and it's going to be really, really funny just to watch them fall over. It's just the power of all these buffs stacking. Like the fact that so much of them are multiplicative is just ridiculous. I would like something like this in Pennyblood. I'm not going to lie. So Machida-san, if you are listening, keep the 3rd keys. Keep keep good buffing strats. I like them. But yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. It's going to be really exciting as a Shadow Hearts fan to watch Pennyblood's development as it goes. Because again, as part of like Kickstarters go, you normally get an insight into what the devs are working on, how they're doing it. They usually give you monthly updates about how the project is going and what they're working on, what they've achieved. And I think that's really, really cool for fans to get involved with, as long as you're kind of like aware of how Kickstarters work, that, you know, it's no guarantee that anything will actually reach a conclusion and you will get, you know, what you're putting your money towards, but it's like, it's cool to kind of be able to see that connection. And a bunch of stuff does come through, of course, but Pennyblood, good. Also, I think Amelia Dawson has to be one of the most the most British names ever, and I think she's amazing. So, if she's anything like Karen, which she seems to be, she'll be awesome. She's like a half android who like fires rockets from her wrists. She's sick. The character designs are really, really nice. I like them a lot. So. Okay, so just on the left, you'll see like a little bit appear, that little bit there. That's my way down for my first 5th key. Also, you may have noticed that there's a different battle theme here compared to in Europe, and a different boss theme here than versus in Europe. And the same is true of a bunch of things. Like the generic themes of things like towns, battles, bosses. And dungeons does change a little bit in Japan. Yeah, this boss is not too hard. Yeah, let's go for it. Why not? Again, I wouldn't. None of these saves I'm not even close to worried. But it's just one of those things where like a freak accident can just happen, and I'm not gonna like throw myself under the bus when I don't need to. Okay then, a red cradle on that one. That kill actually, if it's not perfect? It does. Good. Okay, so I want to get rid of both of the ads. I am not going to go for the boss or energy charge just yet. I'm going to go for the Para. This is important. I'm then going to go to Lucia, because she has Bathin, and I want Holy Edge on Barbaria, because this guy is dark. He also has a move called Mind Assault, and Mind Assault drains all MP from one ally. The person with the most MP will get targeted, so that's going to be Lucia. And now I can revive. I can then restore her MP. And now what can I do? Well, we all know what I can do now. We can moon an ocean. Yay! Get big buffs. Blow up the giant floating baby. Garen's a really weird enemy. Garen is like, yeah, Yuri likes to call Garen old baby head for some reason. But there you go. That's not good. There's my 1-frame miss on Rage. Don't miss this either. Thank you. This may not kill because of that Rage. That's okay. Gale Spike. Could be. That's fine. Okay, cool. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go Red Cradle then to deal some damage here. Just to try and fuse. The thing is, like energy charge, you can redo. You can just redo energy charge whenever you want. But buffs like Rage, you can't redo them because they are. When you put that buff on, you just kind of Like, you have it for 3 turns. Oh, it does work. Great. I guess the Holy Edge there is like a little cover, but nice. I also got 2 crests there, Glacial Bolus and the Oracle Earrings. They are both going to be coming in handy. I will be using them both later on. But there's old Babyhead dead, or defeated, not dead yet. Now I'm coming up to the bit where I will suddenly get like, you think it's crazy now, it's going to get even crazier. I will get like another big damage buff coming up soon. So a nice little scene there. I say nice scene. It's a horrible scene, in fact. That's kind of showing Nikolai being experimented on by Kato. And that said 1893 just there. That's a flashback for the old man, or the guy in the hat that just showed up a bit earlier. His name's Naniwa, and he knew Yuri's father, Jin Pachiro Hyuga, and that kind of is a cutscene of when Jin Pachiro was here 20 odd years ago, when Yuri was just born, because Yuri was, I think, or either that or his mother was like pregnant with Yuri, but it was like a while back kind of thing, and kind of going over that relationship they had and what was going on back there, because Jin Pachiro is an interesting character and very important to the overall story of Shadow Hearts. So I'm going to go to Nihon Bashi. With that, I'm going to do some running around and flexing some muscles. So, Nordic Soy, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Yeah, I got a couple things I can tell you.
Ooh.
First off, we've got a $5 anonymous donation that says, shoutouts to Bowie for showing off a great JRPG and holding down the morning. This run has been tight.
Yes,
Can't help but to agree. And that $5 went towards the Tetrio showcase that we have coming up. This was towards something called the 40 lines plus blitz plus multiplayer. It's a crazy battle type of thing. But basically, we're trying to unlock a multiplayer Tetris battle with a 4-column wide board instead of the usual 10 that gives you kind of infinite combos and crazy amounts of flashiness. It's really, really cool to see. When people go nuts with Tetrio, you really, really get to see it. So that takes us even closer to it. We're at $1,428.90 out of the $2,000 that we need to make that happen. And then we also got a $25 donation in from Zero Zen. No comment, but that went towards the Golden Sun Lost Age Any Percent True Any Percent upgrade. So thank you for that donation as well. With all of that, that brings us $166 away from that soft incentive of seeing you one-shot the final boss. So keep those donations coming in. I want to see that.
It is funny. It's really funny. I do like that strat, so hopefully we can see that one. Yeah, thank you so much for those donations. Cheers, Zero Zen. I appreciate that. Barbaria went first. That kind of sucks. I say Yuri went first, but Barbaria. I don't need to do double buffs here. I only need to do 1 buff, but if Karen goes first, she does rage, and then I can just attack rather than energy charge and then attack. I could have defended, but it's whatever. Kaboom. That's not a dead Joachim. Let's go. I'm going to defend with you. I'm going to defend with you. Sorry, Anastasia. I'm going to defend with you. It should be enough to win the fight. Yeah. Okay, cool. So these aren't bosses. They're just kind of like mini bosses that I have to fight. The next one is even more of a mini boss. Like quite literally, he is a mini boss. So I'm going to be fighting one of those in just a bit, an actual big one. Their names are Shoki, and they are big demons that are being like just being like let go all over the place. So the cutscene that had Nikolai in the hold, it was really weird. So like they were trying to soul transference to like a dog, and Astaroth's soul went into the dog, and then it kind of like just destroyed the dog, and then it kind of became this big demon thing like this, and it was like suddenly just creating demons all over the place, and it was, jeez. It's a bit grim. We're just gonna kill the Kikoshi. Oh, yeah. Give that a quick punch. Now then, I am going to do a big old shop here. I've made an error in this shop, so I'm going to be very, very clear that I don't buy the wrong thing. I had a run where I missed out on world record by 1 frame, but the reason I did that is because I had to do a backup strap because I didn't buy something else correctly. And so I had to do a backup 1-shot potential, and I missed it by 1 frame. So And it was because of this menu here, or this shopping trip, that I made that error. I didn't realize that I bought the wrong accessory. I need to buy 4 pocket watches. Below it is a mirror bracelet, and I bought mirror bracelets by accident. I pressed up and right, but it must have just put right first, and then not, and then so the up input didn't happen, which is really upsetting. So we need 5 of those. Let's say a few more. Tortoise Claw, Adamantine Rasp, Dragon Fang. Don't need that. 2 kendo. Is it 2 kendos? 2 kendos. Yeah, and then pocket watch. Should be fine. I don't need a discount here again. That should be everything. Should be everything. Yeah. Hope so. Okay. Tense. Equipment. You're going to go for the Aesthetic Stole, Kendo Armor, Tortoise Claw, and just in case, you never know, Dragon Sword, Adamantine Rasp, Aesthetic Stole. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't need to save here. This is fine. So, we're now going to fight off the big Shoki. This is actually going to be a boss. Beforehand, we have to do a bit of weird stuff. We're going to run up to Shoki, and rather than just fighting Shoki, Shoki's going to create 3 more little mini Shokis, Kikoshis. And then we're not allowed to fight these. Kato says, no, not you. I only need to show off the power of my mutant apes, so the mutant apes are going to do the fighting for you. So we have to do 3 encounters with the mutant apes first. I think this is why they showed you the bit before, to tell you who these people were. Nice surround, bro. Let's go. Nice. Good. These need to be perfect to get the kill again. So, boom. Interestingly enough, this is a really weird thing. Hien and Raiden are still set to technical ring, but Ouka has been set back to normal ring. I don't know why this is. She can still get the kill with a perfect. This is luckily you don't need the perfect on tech ring to get this to happen. But for some reason, Ouka has just gone back to normal ring. It's so weird, but it is a thing. Support fire. It makes it harder to hit for me. I don't know why. Okay. But yeah, I definitely want to see that 43,000 limit met. If we can get that, just $166 more towards the cause, I will one-shot the final boss for you. I'll kind of like do it. I'll do the final boss, and then I'll one-shot it afterwards. Just for your enjoyment. It is really funny why it works. There are some busted things in this game. Like you've seen some busted things, but there's some stuff that's just silly. It is just silly. There's no reason to be that silly, but it is.
Oh my.
Cool. Okay, cool. So I've got those down. That was actually really nice. Really good RNG. I got good formations, and I got 1 back attack, so that was super nice. Now we're going to fight the actual boss, Shoki. So I have a 5th key. This is going to be one of my 5th key usages. Not because this is an inherently hard boss, but just I took a 5th key out of another boss and just like, where should I put it? And this seems like a pretty good one. Tsukiyomi is one of those fights where, you know, I can do the one-shot setup. This one, if I miss the one-shot setup, is more dangerous because he's got instant death and got some things that I don't want to deal with. So I'd rather just do a basic setup and kill him and just be done with it. Just works out. So the Gale comes up, obviously, to give ourselves 156 bonus move action speed. So we can get our stuff back really quickly. He's very powerful. There's a lot of magic damage coming out. Meteor Fall is a big move. He's also got Bright Crest as well, which is pretty nasty. But yeah. It's a lot of damage. Rage. Now, I don't think I need to use aromatherapy, but I think it's a little bit tighter on my inputs if I don't do it. So I'm going to do Crit Oil. This is just for safety. I don't need to do this. It's quite a long animation. I want to say like 7-8 seconds. So it is a bit of time loss for me doing it, but I'm kind of fine with it. I honestly don't mind, just because it confirms that I get this. just because. Yeah, 12,000 damage. They're all crits as well. So yeah, there is Shoki. Now this is an important battle to mention. After I've done this, I'll send it over to you, Nordic. But so this fight is the last fight that matters for a specific accessory, and it's pronounced in a very specific way. I needed to have about a 40-45% perfect rate by this point, because Naniwa, when we speak to him now, will give us an accessory called the Extreme. And the Extreme is a better Mind's Eye. It is ×3 damage. However, we lose both the hit area and strike area and the dial. So I won't be able to see anything. And I just have to guess where the thing is. It shows up at the very beginning and it disappears when the dial starts spinning. But you need to have a certain amount of perfect rate to get the Extreme from Naniwa. So there it is. And that is huge. That triples our damage after everything else. So this actually means that it's a Hojo Research Lab, that's the one. This means, funnily enough, that if I miss one of my energy charge or rage in the strike oil setup, if I perfect the, I don't need, basically, if I get perfect on both of those, I don't need to perfect the Extreme. But if I miss one of them, I can just perfect the Extreme and get it that way. So that's why that boss fight and that section and that segment is like important to note. But at that point, I'll throw it over to you, Soy. Voice from the heavens, join me. Hello.
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 Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yes, we do have a donation in. I don't know if it's extreme or not, but
okay.
it's a $10 donation from Xananon. It says, no glitches. Glitches is cheating.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. That also went to our Tetrio showcase, and we are inching ever closer. We're at $1,438.90 out of the $2,000 that we need to make that happen. So keep those donations coming. You really want to see that 4-wide combo battle.
Thank you. Yeah, let's meet those donations. Actually, Nordic, can I get an update on how the Golden Sun any percent true any percent is looking?
Absolutely. Let me just get a refresh in on that.
Thank you.
And it looks like we are $766.69 out of the $1,000 that we need to make that happen. So what are we, about $233 and change?
Yeah.
So we can get there. We can absolutely get there.
Yeah, I would like to just kind of like bring attention to that one because again, Plexa is the guy who's going to be running Golden Sun. If you didn't already know, is like he is Golden Sun speedrunning, to put it simply. And that run is really impressive, and I think it's a nutty run. It's really silly, but it's the culmination of like a lot of work and just really weird stuff happening in the more recent years. Like that's a really good incentive that you don't want to miss. I think I forgot to get the warning device, but it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I'd recommend finishing that one off if you can. Obviously, there are others to go for and go for whatever you want, but my personal, if you do the whole like runner's choice, it's going there. So I think that should definitely get met. And if you manage to meet that, you'll also meet the whole like one-shotting the final boss. So like certain people who know Shadow Hearts know what I'm going to do. But those of you who haven't seen it, it's very funny. But hey. So I was talking about the bloody hell. Great. So I was talking about the warning device. The warning device is an accessory that I could have gone back into Nihon Bashi to get. And it's an accessory that removes back attacks. Which I just got. So, yeah. I wish I got that now. So, fantastic. It doesn't save any time. In fact, it's actually a time loss to go and get it. But if you get an encounter that is like that, you've already made up the time taken to go and get it. So, it's not a time save, but it's definitely a time loss mitigator. Which is a big thing I like to talk about recently, how RPGs are less about saving time and more about stopping and more about like mitigating your time loss. And that's where like the really consistent runners will come in. The really good runners just don't lose as much time as the newer runners. There's time saved to get for sure, but stop losing time too. got a bit of movement to go. So yeah. Earlier, Astaroth. Well, you can see like there was a bunch of explosions and stuff when we came in here. Astaroth basically couldn't be taken out of Nikolai, and basically Astaroth went berserk and is breaking out of everything and destroying stuff. And he's going to basically make his way away from here and start like building his power to, you know, infect the world with malice. Because that's just Astaroth's deal. He's a bit of a dick. Yeah. One thing I can talk about as well, actually, thinking about it, is that I guess like a little bit of the history of this run, because it hasn't always been like this, and it's been like refined a bunch of times. So the run started. I mean, I first picked this up like 6 or 7 years ago now. I've run it intermittently, like or sporadically here and there. Just every now and then I'll do like a bit of it, and I'll stop it, and I'll do a bit of it again. And it was about like 8 hours back in the day. It was very slow, let's say. But there still is a gentleman called Garrick, who kind of was the original Shadow Hearts 1 runner, and eventually we moved on to Shadow Hearts 2. And we worked together to kind of build the early routes, and then we're joined by a couple of wonderful runners. We had, 1 second, let me just get this right. Had LCC and Tide Ruglia kind of like started throwing out the strike oil setups, is Tide's like theory. LCC did a lot of work in terms of refining and cleaning up party strats and crest setups, and things like getting the Solomon's Key bonuses to like find certain bits to speed up fights really early on. Like getting early in trance is so good for the early fights, and that's why we can make them really fast. And then of course I mentioned them earlier, but the Japanese runners, Nero and Mid runs a lot of Shadow Hearts 1 as well. But Nero's been working a lot on Shadow Hearts 2, and has been doing some things differently than we have been doing over in the West. And like a few of the strats that I do here are kind of like adapted from his, and kind of like I've also adopted some of his strats as well. So it's definitely been a global effort to kind of get this run together, and it's really nice just to see Shadow Hearts fans. Just in general, there's like there's 6 of us, so you know, if you're a Shadow Hearts fan, say hi. Whilst I finish up this run up at the top, there's my second 5th key. I believe there's a donation that has just come in, Nordics. If you want to read that as I just prepare for this next boss fight.
Yeah, no problem. We've got $5 in from Ned Flynn, saying every little bit helps. We do like comfy JRPGs runs in this house. We absolutely do. And that went towards your Golden Sun True Any % upgrade. So every little bit helps.
Tesco, every little helps. Thank you very much indeed. Very kind. Okay, so I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm going to do the strike oil setup. I need to equip the Oracle earrings onto Karen as well. Bandit, Warlock, and where are they? Oracle's there. You've got Leo's Bear on still, and you need Leo's Bear as well. Take it off of you. You still have your Leo's Bear, don't you? Yeah. This guy has instant death, and if I lose Lucia to instant death, I lose my buff. So I need that. Lots of saving going on. Okay, so earlier I equipped the Extreme, and I'm going to be using that to get some big kills. I really want to get these. I put a lot of pressure on myself to get these, so here's hoping. I did a lot of practice of this. I did a solo run of a character, and I used the Extreme the entire time, so I used that as practice to learn how to hit this. Here's hoping I get it correct. Seal of the Vitality of the Urn. Nice! So, strike oil setup. The Extreme is powerful. It really is. You don't know quite how powerful until you see it. I'm going to do this just in case. I've got the other two to do the buffing. Excuse me. Do the buffing. Oh, also, yeah, that means the heal's massive as well because of the because of the strike oil. Massive heals, which I do like. Okay. Energy charge. Nice. Good. Right then, all it needs to be is the extreme. Super rotation. Good job, mate. Good move. Nice lariat. Hell yeah. Yeah. So he's got like 4,500 HP. So, yeah. Good. 1. It's 1 perfect. We've got to get a few more. Good job. Right then, so that's Hojo done. We're going to be doing a few more extreme stuff. I generally don't unequip the extreme. I'm going to unequip the extreme at certain points because there are particular fights that just need a little bit more precision, and I can't really risk missing. So I will take it off here and there. But generally, it's just extreme from here on out. All right then, Katsuragi, the Forest of Wind. It's a magical forest. Before we go, though, we need to go and catch up with the rest of our party who are all hanging out in Nihonbashi. So Anastasia, thankfully, has also taken a liking to teasing Joachim, so we have a little bit of time to not have to get bodied by her. Yuri doesn't get teased anymore, so can I get this, please? That should be easily done. So this is not actually that easy a ring. This is called a fickle ring, and it's a ring that basically will just randomly, sporadically change up the speed of the ring whenever it wants. And so, yeah, it can be really hard or it can be really easy, depending on what it decides to do. I want to do this first, isn't it? Yeah, it's you here first. So yeah, Anastasia went shopping, and Joachim's carrying all of the bags, not visibly, but, you know, they're just saying it, because it was too much to, add in a bag there, but, yeah. So we're going to go to the right to find, I believe, Corando and Blanca. The little girl. Blanca's feeling very at home here in Japan with this young lady. She calls him Snowball. It's like, you're a white wolf. I'm going to call you Snowball. And Blanca's all, my name's Blanca. I love you, Snowball. My name's Blanca, please. But, you know, kids are going to be kids. And then we're going to go and meet up with Lucia and Geppetto. And that'll be the team back together. We also, is it now or is it later? It's like a line where Roger Bacon just goes, "Oh!" And that's just all you hear before the cutscene skip comes through. We'll be kind of surprised at just how accurate that imitation was as well. I think it might be here. Next. So, yeah, we've had Roger Bacon has come all the way from Europe with his flying machine to bring us around. So we can now go back to Europe whenever we want. We're not going to go to Europe yet, though. We're going to carry on to the Forest of Wind. I'm going to go back through to Purgatory again, which means we've got a little bit of time of running around. So you know what that means, Nordic Soy. Let's hear it. Yeah, exactly.
No, what that means is we've got a $10 donation coming in from Nano41. Yep. It just says, "Hi, Extreme." So thank you so much for that. Again, that's going towards... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's very, very matter of fact. It's just Extreme.
Extreme.
Go ahead, sorry.
And that Extreme donation is going towards the Lost Age. Any 8% upgrade. So we're getting even closer. And you're getting even closer to that one-shot incentive. We're at 42,859. Inching ever so close. But keep those donations coming, everybody.
Okay, so Purgatory round 2. We've got I need to actually equip the warning device. This is why she's got nothing on her in her accessories, so we can give her the warning device. I'll probably equip her pocket watch now, actually. So the warning device, as I said, prevents back attacks. I do love that the first encounter after I could have got it was a back attack. It's pretty good. But yeah, this one's a bit different. Rather than collecting charms, you have to run through this upside-down Triforce and go through the center of each of these to activate the stars, and that will basically bring the candles will then be set on fire, or the fire will start on the candles. And when you do that, you can open up the gate. This is a very simple puzzle. You run into the edge center, then you do the middle triangle, then you run around the outside and finish it off. Not too much to worry about there. So it's not difficult, but like this is one of those ones where I'm, as a runner, if I'm doing my runs in like in the middle of a PB attempt, I'm looking for specific moments and specific distances to get through before I see my first encounter or my second encounter. So that one, I didn't even make it to the very, very center, which is not bad, to be honest. Making it to the very center is very slow. That was a super early encounter. I really should see 2 encounters by the time I start making my way back to the western side. So I'd go and get my first encounter, then run all the way around the triangle and be on my way back to before I start going like into the top left corner. So the fact that I'm not even done with the central triangle is a very fast 2 encounters. But generally, I mean, as I've said, like the encounter rate's not egregious. It just has moments where it likes to be a bit high. But I think the general average encounter rate of this game is not that painful, which is nice. It's not because I know that people don't like random encounters. Generally, they're seen as crap, or I just want to turn them all off or whatever. But I think they can be balanced pretty well as long as as long as combat is rewarding enough in a specific way. And as long as you kind of like find ways to either if you as a player can mitigate and play around it. Like a big thing I found is that I use Golden Sun actually as an example, and then Camelot games in general. Camelot Software Planning made a game called Beyond the Beyond, which is a mediocre at best game, which I greatly enjoy, but its encounter rate is atrocious. It's like almost Breath of Fire 2 levels of bad. It's really high rate, even in puzzle rooms. So when you're trying to deal with a puzzle and running back and forth trying to fix a puzzle, you still have this really high encounter rate, which doesn't help. But the combat is so randomly unique, and like no one understood it until like 3 years ago. Literally no one knew how the combat system worked until about 3 years ago when the Japanese community figured it out. Because it tells you roughly what you can try and do, but it doesn't give you any actual detail about how you go about that combat system. And the game is built, and the balance in that game is built around succeeding in that system. So being unable to do it, you deal no damage, you take massive damage, and you just die all the time, which makes it really bad. But in Golden Sun, they fixed that error and went, okay, well, we're going to have a varied encounter rate, but when we're in puzzle rooms, we're going to suppress it or turn it off completely, which is really good for like, being able to deal with puzzles when it's, separating that between actually making your way through dungeons. And I think those kinds of things are good. I'm pretty sure the Golden Sun speedrunners here behind me would, if they are there. I'm not sure if they are. Are you there? Yeah? They wouldn't disagree with that being good, because the encounter rate in Golden Sun can be atrocious at times. But it's bad. It's not bad. I agree. Right. Do I need to do anything? Am I misremembering? I think I am. Right. Okay, this is Yamagaran. And he's not nice. So Yamagaran is immune to magic. So we can't actually hit him with any magic attacks, which actually isn't an issue because, Yuri. But the thing is he has much more powerful magic, and specifically, more ads. Nice. That's good. So 0 damage to Yamagaran. Perfect. That's actually perfect. That is genuinely perfect. So Yamagaran got an early turn, but didn't actually do anything and just went to go and combo. Guarding, that's completely fine. I don't mind. I'm going to kill the Enku. I don't need to worry about my perfects anymore. For flip's sake, dude. Hail Breeze. I hope this kills. Fantastic. Good. Right, Warlock Earrings. Thank you very much. Crest Magic. Holy Edge onto Barbaria. Because again, the same thing as earlier. But if you get spread out enemies, you can't do this. Or if you miss, you can't do this. But I got away. So there's the Mind Assault once again. Thank you very much for the Mind Assault. I can then go into... Oh, well, she went first. That's bad. Oh, no, it went on to Karen. Oh, yes, Oracle Earrings. Of course. Wonderful. Easy. Oh, I forgot about that. The Oracle Earrings go on to Karen to prevent that. That's why they're there. I always wondered why we equipped the Oracle Earrings. Okay, there's the buff. Rage, Barbaria. And this needs to be perfect. Even with the Holy Edge, I'm pretty sure. Defend. Yeah. That was close. I did pull very early there, but it was close enough. So Yamagaran is actually a bit of a bastard because Yamagaran really loves targeting your weaknesses. Yamagaran knows what you're weak against and will always go after that weakness. But I did enough damage now that I could just combat. I could just defend my way through this because, yeah, he's got so little HP. There we go. Down. Honestly, that's a pretty good Yamagaran, all things considered. I've had that Yamagaran miss or like dodge the entire like setup. The 4,500 hit I did. I've seen that dodge, and that is painful. So that's pretty good. Genuinely very good. I had a lot of time save on that split, so it's always nice to get that fight going pretty well. This doesn't really like slow down. We're going to be going straight into some more fights. We're now into Inugami Village, which is where Kurando is from. And we're going to learn a few things about Kurando. If you have played the game, you'll know this, but like if you haven't and you may have looked at Kurando and noticed he does look a little bit familiar. Similar to Yuri, he's got very red eyes, and similar to Yuri, he's got basically a very similar face. There is a reason for this. It turns out that Kurando's mother, Saki, is Yuri's aunt, Yuri's father's sister. So Kurando and Yuri are cousins. That's why Kurando also has Demon Morph, because he's from a similar line, but like an offset of that. So Jinpachiro is a fuser, or a harmonixer who can fuse, and Saki can Demon Morph. So that's why they have the different abilities. Right then, I've got all the tents for the rest of the game. Lion's Polish, Forest Saber, Poseidon Fan, 3 of those, 1 of those, and I think that's everything. That is Buy Without a Discount, and that's my last shop of the game. Unless I made an error. Okay, so... Sick menu. Will seal be an issue? Might be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue. But it might be an issue. I think we're fine. Yeah, I did use my tent. Okay, so coming up next, we haven't actually met Saki yet. We're going to meet her now. She is going to basically kind of help us with... here she is. She's going to help us with looking through to try and find what's going on. She can like look into the spirit world or something to kind of find some things out. And essentially, whilst looking through the malice here, a demon called Koenki reaches out to Saki and overtakes her body. So we have to just knock Koenki out of Saki. Don't seal Yuri. Doesn't matter if you miss. You're literally just trying to use it for the for the refresh. Okay. Sorry that Moon and Ocean Oil is interrupting the ladder to heaven. There we go. That should be fine if I get the perfect extreme, but yeah, not ideal. That's good. I defend. Don't miss. Oh, wow. Really? Are you kidding me, dude? She has 2 HP. Oh, God. Yeah, that was unfortunate, but nice and easy. That's a fun fight. You can obviously get the one shot. I got the extreme perfect, though, so it felt good. I then decided to completely screw up a really easy and visible hit area. I don't know why, but I'm better at hitting things I can't see than things I obviously can. All that training. So yeah, there's Koenki. And we managed to save Saki, and she's going to go rest for a little bit, and we're going to find out obviously what's going on. There's a lot of story stuff happening right now in terms of that like scene about the lava. That was in the Mountain of Immortals, or which is Mount Fuji. So in the core, in the heart of Mount Fuji, Neo Astaroth is waiting and biding his time and powering up. So we need to go and stop him from doing that kind of stuff. In the meantime, we're going to go and hang out with Saki and find out. This is where she reveals that, Yuri is her nephew, and that Kurando and Yuri are cousins. And she also notices Karen, and finds Karen to be a bit interesting to her for some reason. And eventually, that whole thread will come out a little bit later. But she has a chat with Karen. Or rather, she gives something to Karen, which is very, very important and a little bit life-changing for all involved. Which brings up some questions for some people, but I'll discuss that in a little bit. Whilst though, I'm getting ready to go to Mount Fuji. Again, Nordic, if there's anything you'd like to say or want to chat about or ask me or tell the people of the world.
Well, let's talk about a couple things. First and foremost, donations, right? We've got another $5 anonymous donation. This one says, hey, I'm glad you don't need to worry about getting perfects. You're enough as you are, Bowie. Smiley face. So thank you so much to our anonymous donor for that. I bet you can guess where that one went.
I would guess Golden Sun.
Hey, you guessed correctly. And then just one thing about that $5 donation, that $5 donation actually just got that anonymous donor entered in to win one of two prizes. We have two prizes at the $5 link, which is a Glorious Mousepad XL and a Glorious Switch Vinyl Panda toy. We have a ton of other prizes with a bunch of different tiers to them. So we've got some prizes at the $10 donation mark, at the $15 donation mark, $25, $50, and so on. And then we have some amazing grand prizes, which are cumulative donation totals throughout the event. If you want to see what kind of prizes you can get in on, head on over to prizes.esamarathon.com.
Very much, yes indeed. We love prizes. And it's very, very kind of you to be gifting your money in donation form to the cause. So thank you very much for everything there. Very, very kind of you. We are close. 136 off. Like 14 people. If 13 people donate a tenner, one person donates a 6. We're done. Job done. I get to one shot. Well, not job done in total. With the event's still going on, but like, I can one shot a boss. I mean, like I haven't already been one-shotting bosses the entire time. I don't know. Okay, so this is quite a scary area too. I remember doing a run where I was saying, oh yeah, it's completely fine in here. The warning device is really good. It means you never get back attacked. And then I got an encounter where Blanca got outturned by every enemy in the fight, which is exactly the same as getting back attacked. So that didn't work out too well for me. There are fast enemies. There are reskins of the birds that I was fighting in Russia before I fought Night Queen. Those really fast enemies. There's reskins of those, but these ones have the ability to use Arc Gale, which makes the entire party fast. So, don't fail. Thank you. And I've always found the concept of like enemy reskinning quite interesting, because some people don't like it. I guess you can go over the top and have like, we have 120 different enemies, yeah, but 40 of them are the same model, just reskinned. But I think it's not a bad idea to kind of have like one or two, Especially because, like, considering this game does more than just a basic color reprint, there's loads of details that are built into like newer versions of monsters. Like, for example, at the beginning, I mean, these birds here have kind of like more like these weird like spiny antenna coming out of their heads rather than like horns, if you know. And those kind of like tiny differences that kind of give a reskin a little bit more character. I did pick up the yellow crystal, didn't I? Just kind of like... Could have sworn I did. Oh, I did, yeah. When you just kind of do something. It's kind of like when you walk into a room and just remember, I forget why you go in there. I go into the kitchen and be like, why am I here? It's like, oh, yes, tea. But, yeah, funny things. Yellow crystal. This is again, easy puzzle to solve if you know what it is. But again, there's so much more stuff around the sides. There's like a wolf bout in here and loads of equipment. Really, really cool stuff that you can get. But you have to kind of be mixing and matching all of the orbs and crystals so much to get there that it just elongates the dungeon a lot rather than just going red, blue, blue, yellow, cracking on. But yeah, we're going to be fighting Neo Astaroth next, and this is actually my next unskippable cutscene. As I said, there's only 2 that are like in the run. Technically, there's 1 more before the final boss. That's literally kind of, I just see that as part of the final boss. It's not really anything else. But it's both of the Astaroth cutscenes are where he's trying to like square off with Yuri. Yuri does deliver the most devastating of burns during this cutscene though, so it's a brilliant scene. I will grab a bit more water in that time so I can come back in time for that sick burn. So yeah, this is the heart of the Immortal Mountain. Along this way, there's a really interesting item called the, I think this is the huge jug here, not the small jug. There are 2 jug items, and one of them kind of like reduces like SP cost per turn, and one of them doubles it, and it gives you different varying abilities. The one like increases your stats, but doubles your SP cost per turn. So again, SP is like, you know, every turn you lose 1 SP until you go insane. So you'd lose 2 rather than 1 in a turn. So it's you've got to balance it out. Right, I've saved. I'm good. I'm going to run in here. I'm going to quickly go and just grab some water and stuff whilst we enjoy this amazing cutscene. But I will be back in just a mo. Enjoy.
Kato!
Yuri, so you have finally arrived.
How you doing? You okay?
You tell me, how do I look?
You're a tough cookie, all right.
You're too late.
Nikolai!
That's no longer the Nikolai that you knew.
So, did you miss us?
Very soon, the destruction of this world will begin.
Destruction?
Yes, that's right. Destruction. The malice released in the world will soon destroy it.
What are you going to do?
Waste him.
Be careful. His claws are poisoned with malice.
Can we get ready on that? What is it? The super hot fire meme.
One scratch.
We need that. We need that clip. Yeah.
I got it.
It cannot be avoided.
Little dishes of water
Has
been revived.
The age of mankind is coming to an end. Joy, sadness, desire, all of it is finished now. I will usher in a glorious new future.
Before you do.
Before you do, can I ask a favor?
What do you wish, human?
What do you wish, human?
I wish you'd shove it.
Oh!
You know where.
Oh! No answer. You can't come back from that. Nikolai's so salty, dude. He's so upset. Amazing scene. I love it. And this, again, this song is so cool. Again, the soundtrack is so different to anything else you get in JRPGs. That's a lot of damage.
Here.
Why on earth did that happen? Lucia outturned Karen. Jesus. Okay, so Moon and Ocean, once again, we're going for the Strike Oil setup. I'm going to hopefully try and one-shot Neo Astaroth. I'm going to go for an Arc Cure again. Because he dealt a lot of damage with Meteor Fall. He's not going to actually, like, he shouldn't kill me in the second turn. He should do, like, a buff, I think, on the second turn. But it should be fine. Okay. I can't miss these ones. I need this to be perfect again. Maybe a crit. Maybe I'll get a crit. That'll do. Right crest. Who does attack? Yeah. Oh, that's so close. That is close. I'm gonna... Yeah, that's pretty close. I'm not gonna be able to kill him here, I don't think. But I can try. It's fine though, I'm not dead or anything. Just bit of time loss. Close. I got the perfect on the extreme at least. It did kill. Good. There we go. So yeah, I dealt, what was it, like 5,400 damage? If I'd got the perfect on the energy charge, it would have been well into the 9,000s. It's such a difference in damage just missing any of those. So Nikolai, yeah, he's just so salty the entire time. He's angry that Yuri killed Cardinal Albert Simon. He was really annoyed that we just like thwarted everything he did. He didn't die from the Mistletoe's curse immediately. And then Yuri just delivers the sickest of burns, and he just kind of comes out swinging, and Yuri just one-shots him. It's great. The narrative growth of this speedrun. So after that fight, though, after the battle with Neo Astaroth, Yuri does kind of like get bodied by the curse a little bit, and kind of falls into his like graveyard soul, and has to fight his way back out after kind of dealing with a few things and having a quick chat with Jean. Astaroth's death, though, did happen. We also got the Astaroth crest, which is going to be used potentially. It's one of those ones where it's a thing I will try and use if I have the opportunity. It does help, but I do require a specific thing to make it happen and make it work. So, yeah. At this point, just trying to remember the order of things here. We are going to... Is it now? I think it might be. I think it might be. We have to go to... Yeah, there's a boss coming up. I'm trying to remember. I don't know why I can't remember the order of this. I should just check my notes, but I'm trying to make sure I get this right. I want to go to the... I want to go to Yokohama. Pretty sure it's here. Nailed it. Let's go. Yeah, because I'm going to Ozabu, and this is like where the big boss I was talking about that I really hate, Mech Lord, who is immune to all physical damage, which means I can't use Yuri. This is where he comes in. Now, this is an interesting fight. It is actually rather technically difficult compared to everything else because I don't have Yuri just to be able to one-shot. So I'm going to be going into a variety of like combined entrancing two characters at once, trying to build up magic damage. One thing I need to do is I need to rotate Vapula from Blanca over to Karen. Because Karen's actually going to be my damage dealer in this fight alongside Yuri. Because, again, Karen's fire element, she can use fire magic spells well. But first off, we've got to get to the boss. We need to go through like 4 trash fights and then fight a 5th trash fight into the boss. You can see there's been a nice little upgrade to the armor, it feels like. Lieutenant Colonel Terada's wearing a bit more here. Yeah, so we're going to be fighting like 6 of these mobs every time. This is why having the... 1 second. Vapula. This is why having... Actually, I also want to do Glaciala Bolas on you and Astaroth as well. Glaciala Bolas. Astaroth. So this is why... I can't remember what I was saying. Anyway, yeah, this is why it's kind of like the warning device helps here as well. And this is why it's annoying, is that there's so many enemies here. And this is a nasty setup. I don't have an attack that I wanted. Why don't I have that attack? This shouldn't kill. Oh, I left Osei on. Oh, it does kill. Perfect. Never mind. I'm a genius. And never in doubt. This is actually a nasty setup. I can't really do what I want to do here. What I want to do is kill them in 2 turns, but because I need to get this turn first, I'm not actually able to do it. I'm actually going to go Hail Breeze. Hail Breeze should be on Blanca, but it's not right now, so I just forgot to do that change. I did everything else apart from Hail Breeze or Osei over to Blanca. So I'll just do that in just a mo, and then I'm going to use Evil Crest, or Evil Summoning rather. That's not going to kill. Evil Summoning is powerful, but yeah, not good enough. Lucia, again, is not a major damage dealer. She's a support character, so she doesn't really have much in the way of big damage. But that was basically one of the more disagreeable formations. Again, you can have them in like a 6 in the very, very center, and you just blow them all up. You can get like sets where you can kill 4 and then leave 2 later. But essentially, what I'm trying to do is blow up as much as I can with Blanca, and then I need to get rid of Osei, and then wrong way. I need to get rid of, I want to blow up as much as I can with Blanca and then use Yuri, maybe Karin for follow-up, and that's it. Every fight should be a 3-action fight each time, or less, basically. There's the 6. Wonderful. There you go, and an example of a good formation. So I'm going to do this 2 more times, so we've got plenty of time for things to be read out or to be mentioned and to be discussed as we approach that 43K. $71 away.
We are getting really, really close. Yeah, I was about to say $71 is all we need. And helping us get there is Sunny Muffin 170 with a $5 donation saying, hey, really enjoying the run, Bowie. Never played Shadow Hearts, but adding it to the list after this. Keep it up, King.
Cheers, dude. I appreciate that.
And that $5 went, again, towards the Golden Sun incentive. So getting ever so close with that as well. We're at $791.69 out of the 1,000 that we need. So a little more than $200 left to go. A couple hours to get there. So let's make sure that that happens.
Thank you. That's actually really unfortunate. I can try this. I don't think it's going to work. No, I don't want to risk it. Let's just get rid of one. Unfortunately, one of them that I could have left outturned Yuri and attacked Yuri. And as you may have seen, I've been transforming into Barbarian, not for damage or to get the kill, but just to increase Yuri's hitbox on his body. And that means that he can combo with the characters next to him. But because the enemy that outturned Yuri targeted Yuri, it shot him away and pushed him away from the fuse to get, or pushed him away from the range to be able to actually get the combo going, which is really unfortunate. But hey, I mean, Karin and Lucia both got pretty badly outturned, so. Here goes. Thank you. Just gotta flex a bit, you know. Might as well deal 900 damage with a random attack. The extreme is very good, and I like it a lot. It is a bit broken. It is. Well, I guess the term is centralizing. Everything just becomes about Yuri because of it. Like, and every time I do like a challenge, I would think about if I was to try and kind of do any kind of like solo character challenge, everyone would end up just using the extreme because it's just triple damage and crazy. That is atrocious. All right, we have some time. Sit back and enjoy. There's 6 actions here. 15 shots. That was really bad. Of all the rings I think I've missed in the run, that's probably the most annoying one. I think Yuri might be dead here. Been shot enough times. There we go. Where are we? And there, look at that spacing. That's awful, dude. Again, the enemies warp. When they finish a move, they warp around the map, so you can't really tell where they're going to end up and how many kind of like setups you're going to have here. But Evil summoning on F, please. There we go. Yuri's really good at just being able to guaranteed knock out one enemy. Like, that's the thing. He just guarantees a kill on one, no matter what happens. One of them is going to die. And I had the chance to get rid of the entire fight in one, but yeah. One of those things that happens just every now and then. You'll just get a rogue ring that just will go past you. Again, if any of you play like rhythm games, you'll probably be used to that idea that just sometimes you will just miss a note. Don't know why. You know, you've played it plenty of times. You know the rhythm, you know how it feels. But you'll just kind of, the body just won't react in time. That's not good either. That was an early pull. This fight could have been over ages ago. Okay, is he going to come back to life first? Yeah, he is. Good. I actually wanted to do this. I don't need the experience on Yuri, really, but if I can make him get it, he might as well. What's really interesting about the extreme as well is that you can actually tell how close. You can actually get a rough feeling of where you are when you actually hit it, because you can, the way it flashes when you actually hit it, you can actually tell where your cursor was. I mean, I can tell where my cursor was roughly whenever I hit it, just because of the way it flashes. It's really weird. Maybe it's not visible for others, but like perhaps it is. But I don't know. I can get a rough approximation of how close it was just by looking at it. It kind of flashes closer to one side or closer to the other, like a little bit more. The weird thing. So I've got one more trash fight, and then I actually have to fight Tirada as Mech Lord. Now, Mech Lord will attack the enemy with the lowest HP. Her name is Lucia. So, yeah, I just need to keep her safe. Now, everyone should have... You should have Amy, you should have Halfus, you both do. Tent once again. Once again, I'm going to save, just in case. Okay then, here we go. Attack. My notes. That's not a bad setup, to be honest. One set of 3 and then another set of 3. Oh, jeez. Almost did it again. Only this time Yuri outturned the rest, so he would have been able to... that's actually lovely as well. I don't have to change into Barbaria. That saves time. Not having to get the fusion into combo is nice. Good fight. Apparently I did that more often. So yeah, Mech Lord, as I said, he is powerful. He's also fire element, which is water element. So fire is going to be what hurts him the most. This is very, very relevant because again, Red Cradle is the only tier 3 elemental spell that I have that isn't like that isn't darkness. So I have Entrance on both characters. I also have Surge on one of them. So I'm going to start a Surge train, and then I'm going to start an Entrance train. But first off, Arc Gale. That's the only time I use that one spell, and it's one of the most important times that I would ever use Speed Up in this game, because this boss hurts. He hurts a lot. And so it's very important for me to have as good an action economy as I do, to ensure that I'm able to get heals out whilst also buffing. Now remember, Entrance is a very fast buff recovery, so it's super nice at being able to get characters going. So first off, Surge is actually the most important thing to get off first, because it is a buff that lasts forever. Or well, no, for 3 turns, for longer basically. I don't have to re-up Surge as often, but I do have to re-up Entrance every time. So I want to make sure that my surges are... That was a bad one. I have to make sure my surges are up on both characters, and then the Entrance train begins. Now, I was talking about a very rare setup as well, that it requires a very specific turn order to make this happen. And this is using the Strike Oil setup in this fight. To make that happen, I need to get very, very lucky on turn orders that I can get her go, Blanca's go, and then one of my characters to then blow up, to then blow up the enemy. I'm actually not going to attack just yet. I'm going to heal with Barbaria first, because Barbaria is not fully buffed, so it's just good just to get her safe with a bit of healing there. Now, the Now the entrance train can begin. So Karen's going first. And off we go. Holy crap, I just saw something. I'm going to go silent. Read that, because that is huge, Nord.
Absolutely. We just got, get ready, a $333 donation in from Baxter61. Big round of applause. Their comment, is this how you use a third key? Is this how you use a third key? Is this how you use a third key?
Very good. Thank you so much, indeed.
So,
that's huge.
That is huge, and that takes us over the top for Golden Sun any percent. Over the top for your one-shot showcase here at the end. And it takes us to a grand total right now of $43,262. So again, another big round of applause, raising money for Alzheimer's Funding, and just killing it today. Thank you so much.
Trance. No worries, that was awesome. Thank you so much indeed, yeah. I'm going to try and do this. This is going to be cheeky if I can get it, because right now I think I have the turn order. Aromatherapy, Moon, Ocean. I have Barbaria, I have Karin, I have Blanca first. So I believe I used, I think Barbaria should already have a Entrance on. So because you always want to see who's first and do that first. And then another Entrance on to Karin. Yes, well, it was on Barbaria, yes. Good. So that's going to be a 270% buff to Karin's magic damage. And then we're going to hopefully end this fight here. Because it should be 1,005, and then Karin should deal like 4 grand because she's dumb. Or 1.8, that's nice. Yeah, this thing's way over. I don't even need to hit the perfect. I did anyway. Goodbye. Love that setup. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to get that earlier because like I didn't need to use it really at the end. It was more for swag than anything else. But as we all know, swag is time neutral. Okay, that's Mech Lord done. We're going back to Europe. So we've got like the last few bosses now. Yeah, this is looking pretty alright in all honesty. For like a marathon run, like I should be wanting to kind of be in the final dungeon by now. But again, marathon run, loads of safety saves. So, pretty less than stellar start, I think, in terms of my general input. Like my rings have really improved as the run's gone on, so I've been really happy with that. Really happy with my rings. I couldn't ask for a better in a marathon run, in all honesty. But just playing a lot of things safely does add time to this run because yeah, it's one of those ones where it's a long one. So I've made a lot of safety saves. I think upwards of like 20 safety saves now. So and each of them take about 10-15 seconds. So it's a bit of time. Maybe not that many saves, but still. There we go. Queen's Garden. We're going to Scotland just for a little bit. This is a cool dungeon. My PB for this is disgusting. I managed to skip like 2 encounters and got a one-shot on the boss. This is a boss that actually shows up in like all the Shadow Hearts games, I'm pretty sure. His name is King Tamakos. He is a giant baby on top of a giant like legion blob thing. But yeah. There's a lot of babies hanging out of weird gross things in this series. There's like a baby hanging out of a plant, which is hanging out of a woman. Like in Shadow Hearts 1. So yeah, it's just all kinds of weird things hanging out of other things. So this is kind of a cool dungeon. I do like it. Just as a reminder, because I didn't actually like properly say, but that 333 donation, a brilliant comment, but also amazing donation as well. So thank you. I'm looking forward to doing the one shot. The way, as I say, there is a caveat to it because it was like a soft donation incentive. I'll finish the run and then I'll do it because it does require a save that I have elsewhere. Just so you know. So this is a very basic puzzle dungeon. The main puzzle that we kind of do, I think the one that really matters the most, is the memory game. So it's basically a circle and there's 4 rooms. There's one on the bottom, 2 on the side, 1 on the top. The ones on the side are the same room, and then there is spot the difference. You need to spot 3 differences in all of them, and I can go through them very, very quickly if I can. Painting should be on the floor, glass pane on the floor, blue thingamabob, blue flag, that chair facing away, that vase on the table, this painting facing away and the sofa facing in. So those that are that's what it should be. So anything that aren't those, I need to change it so it is. The really obvious ones are the pane of glass, which is going to be on the fireplace rather than on the floor, or the yellow flag rather than the blue flag. They're the most obvious ones that you can really tell, I think. If you see, like, the three easiest to get are the ones that are just on the opening camera angle, which is the painting on, like, is facing upwards rather than facing into the ground. But so if you get those quickly, it's nice. But yeah, it's not too hard to remember them. You just need to know what it can potentially be. And there are some that just, like, will just screw me up. I'll just forget which one it is. It's like, oh, is the chair facing in or out, or is the sofa facing in or out? And, you know, as long as you can identify them really, really quickly. I very rarely have it that all of the ones that are different are off the camera. Maybe today, who knows? Essentially, I'm getting chess pieces and unlocking more doors with chess pieces, because that's how chess works. So, yep, there's a pane of glass. There's no vase as well. So you need to open the chest, or try to open the chest first. That goes onto the ground. The vase is on the bed, so it needs to go onto the thing. And that is facing in. Thank you. There we go. That will give us the queen, I believe. The queen. And then this next one is really weird, because you have to do, like, some chess, like, puzzle. You know when it's one of those things where it's like, in one move, get checkmate, all that kind of stuff. Or in, like, one move, protect the king. Yeah, you need to place the piece you have, or, like, you need to place a piece somewhere in order to, you know, clear the puzzle. And maybe I'm just an idiot, but, like, looking at it, I'm kind of like, that doesn't look like the right position, but that's just me. It might just be me being really silly. I could be forgetting which piece I'm placing down and then therefore misunderstanding what I'm trying to achieve, but I know the answer. Thankfully, it's always the same answer. Puzzles being the same does kind of take away any sense of mystery or, like, solving, but it does make it easy for a speedrun because I can just do the option. It's the third option. The knight rescues the white king. What does that mean? You have to play... Oh, so the knight has to go in the right one. And it goes here? I guess so? I can't tell what the pieces look like, so it's hard to tell, but here you go. I guess it makes sense. You can cover, like... You can easily take one piece immediately, then you can cover by moving to the left first and then up to catch anything that kind of goes towards the king. It may not be one of those ones that it's in, like, a one turn, but where do you put the piece so that in 1 or 2 turns it's safe? I need to actually have a look at it to see if I'm not just being stupid. But the chances are I am being very stupid. I'm not a chess player. Just going to put that right out there. What if it was Shining Force pieces? I don't know. I bet you thought I wouldn't be able to mention it somehow. I'll find a way. Oh yes, there's a woman hanging out of a bit of stone. There you go. The enemy designs are cool. I think they're, again, really weird, but they are really good. So this is kind of like our second to last dungeon. In all honesty, we've got one more, like, dungeon after this. Yeah, so we've got 3 bosses left, and one more dungeon after this.
And then Bowie, a quick question for you.
Yes, go for it.
When is that sad cutscene that we're going to be watching?
Oh, it's coming up in just a bit. There's a part of me that's now thinking that Ashma meant a different one. Did you mean the CGI one in Roger's house, Ashma? You did? Oh, see, I meant the other one on the train, which is also pretty good. Should we watch both? Yeah. I've got 35 minutes.
I'd say that $333 donation warrants both.
Yeah, warrants both. So what I need to do then to make these cutscenes impactful for you, Shadow Hearts 1. As I say, Shadow Hearts 1 begins on a train, where Yuri is kind of on it. He just gets onto a train, and then obviously demons go haywire and start murdering everyone. Yuri has a little look down the train and finds a woman being captured by Cardinal Albert Simon. And you know, Yuri's all like, "Give back that woman now," and punches him literally punches him in the face. His fist goes all the way through his face, but Albert Simon recovers because of being a warlock and all that. But yeah, so the young lady who Yuri saves is called Alice Elliott. And the first game is, it is a horror game, but it is also a love story, I think, about Alice and Yuri. And, Yuri falling in love with her and, wanting to protect her. And he has this curse on him called the Mask's Curse. And, yeah, he basically doesn't want to die, and they try all this kind of stuff. And there's a good and a bad ending in that game. The good ending is you destroy the Mask Curse and save Alice. The bad ending, and the canonical ending of the first game, is that the Mask's Curse cannot be stopped, and Alice sacrifices herself and takes on the curse in Yuri's stead to save his life. And she dies on a train when they're going from the ending of the game back to, I think it's Germany. She dies, and Yuri is obviously incredibly upset. Whilst we're doing this, giant baby in like a big old ball. There we go. So that's kind of what happens. She sacrifices herself for him to get rid of his curse, and Yuri's like cut up about that. And that's why he kind of goes off on his own and starts like living in Domremy in order to kind of like just protect others as she would have wanted, is essentially what she's doing. In this whole scene, this whole game, like Yuri is, still trying to come to terms with it, because it wasn't all that long ago that he had to bury her body. Geppetto helped Yuri bury her. Basically, they found a place that they could bury her, and it's all very sad, because it's a very, very, cute love story and all that kind of stuff, and just the way it ends is just quite brutal for both characters, in terms of the sacrifice. And because she just falls asleep on the train and never wakes up, and Yuri doesn't really understand why at the time, which is what makes it so like heartbreaking for him. At this point, it has happened in the story. When we went back to the Foreigner's Cemetery, actually, before I did the bit I just did, Yuri meets up with Kato and Kato said the Emigre manuscript, as I was saying earlier, has the ability to like bring people back to life, and Yuri wants to attempt what Kato did with Ouka and Kawashima, because again, Kato loved Kawashima, and he wanted to try and bring her back. 1 second. Dead baby. There we go. Dead King Tamakos. 9k damage, that's pretty good. That's a lot of damage. That's over 50% damage of what King Tamakos has. Anyway, we're basically right now we're trying to revive Alice. So this item here is the Moonstone. This was why Kato was in the UK when we met him in Southampton at the very beginning of the game. He was here to go up to Scotland to get the Moon Crystal, so he could then resurrect Kawashima as Ouka. So that happened, and then basically Yuri, even though he shouldn't, even though this is completely against, the teachings of God, or in his kind of moral, he just can't let it go. If there's any way he can bring her back, he wants to try it, no matter how ridiculous it might be. And so, actually, funnily enough, the cutscene that we're going to watch, and the one that I thought it was meant to be, which is on the train, they're actually kind of companion cutscenes, in all honesty. At this point, Yuri is kind of, completely balmy. Jean is kind of still trying to guide him. He needs to see something deep in his soul here. So she takes him deeper in. And he starts seeing some hideous memories that he was trying to repress about, the moment, like the night he buried her, and, the moment she died, and all those kinds of things. And Yuri is just, like, harangued by all of this and really, really struggling to kind of accept it still, even though it's been so long. It's been like a couple of years or a year or so. Jean locks herself in the deepest recesses of his soul for now. Kind of tells him to come this way, but he can't open the door. Not yet, anyway. So we have to run out of the the graveyard, which is why this next bit is going to happen. We have got the Moon Crystal, we've got the Emigre manuscript. We're going to then go and try to revive Yuri's lost love, Alice. So to do that, we go to Wales, of course. This is where Roger Bacon's house is. That's why. But yeah, Yuri just keeps falling over. It's always face down on the ground. But I think that's what I really like about Yuri as well. That he's a very, very good protagonist, because he's not infallible, and he's not. I know there's many characters are like that, but like he is very weak as well. Like he's incredibly weak, and I mean obviously he punches hard, but he's emotionally and like He's emotionally weak. And he's always trying to like put on a brave face, but he's always very aware of that weakness. And what's really fascinating about the party is they never hold it against him. They never hold it against him. They never kind of like say, "Oh, snap it together" or whatever kind of thing, or you know, stop being an idiot. Like if he's in danger, they're always worried about him. If he's struggling, you know, with all this stuff, they worry about him. And I think it's a really clean part of the cohesive nature of the party, that they're not just against him really, or that they don't really highlight his weaknesses, even though he's very aware of them. They are as well. So the first cutscene, because hey, I've got 35 minutes. Might as well, you know. I'm pretty sure ESA Winter, the ESA team are like, stop it, no, just complete the game, be fast. Well, I'll be as fast as I can, but. So we're gonna go in here. I need to make sure I don't skip the wrong one as well. Because there's one that's non-CGI and there's one that is CGI. This is the one that's non-CGI. Karen's really upset because Karen's in love with Yuri, of course, just so you know. So she's like, don't bring back your dead girlfriend. Here we go. So this is Yuri's attempt to bring Alice back. Just quickly, that line he's saying, Sorenu, is actually Alice, when she casts in Shadow Hearts 1, says that line, which is an amazing little detail. So here's her body trying to be like created using the Moonstone. They try and bring her back to life.
Take this soul beyond the gates of time.
Seeming success. We're getting emotional, Jesus. This bit's so cool though.
The crystal! Oh my, oh yes. Her soul isn't returning.
Yuri.
Alice.
I love you.
I love you too.
That's amazing.
Okay, breathe. Yeah. So they never actually said that to each other before she died, and so her soul came back for just a moment. Like you could see when the crystal broke, and all the malice was climbing up the chamber. Yuri, obviously, his eyes glowed and all that kind of stuff, and forced the malice away from her. And her soul awoke for just one moment to tell him that she loved him. And it's like, good God. But yeah, it's a good scene. It's a good scene. Anyway, after that lovely moment, we're going to crack on. I think the next one that I thought you meant as well is going to be coming up here. So I want to go back to Inugami Village. And yeah, after that moment, Yuri's kind of, his heart's all over the place. He's kind of looking at his dead like soul inside the mistletoe's curse there, kind of just asking, like talking to it, you know, are you me? Is this what I'm destined to become? Kind of thing, and like really coming to terms with the fact that we, after all this time and all this effort, we still haven't found a way to break this curse. This curse is not going to end. Is there anything we can do? So he's just trying to really soul search here and come to terms with some things. But he got some closure, at least, with Alice from that moment. Which was very important for him. Hearing that was really important. But there was a second thing which I thought I should remember. I'm going to watch this one as well, because I think this is, in my opinion, this is the better cutscene, personally, in terms of what it means at the end of it. But that's a whole bunch of cutscenes from Shadow Hearts 1 that kind of tells you the story of like how you can see him burying Alice there with Geppetto and stuff. So he needs to kind of be ready for this next moment that's going to be coming up. So yeah, I think he's ready now. This is quite a small scene. I think it's like 2 minutes or so it's not too much. That means we've got 20 minutes to finish the game, and more than enough time. Yeah, this is the oath, which is part of his soul where there's a train, which is, you can probably guess which train it is.
This train. Alice.
You're back. I guess that I fell asleep here waiting for you to arrive.
You did? Oh.
Did you have a hard time?
Oh. You know, same as always.
What?
Can I sit next to you?
Sure, go ahead.
He's so awkward with her.
You know, always feel kind of sick, sitting backwards.
Was it hard for you?
Huh?
To find your way here?
Oh, not at all.
Really?
Well, a little, I guess.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, come on.
I'll never forget
What?
taking this journey with you and meeting you, being with you.
Alice.
Don't worry. Whatever the curse is, I don't mind.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
I wonder if God will punish me.
Why?
Roger and I used the emigre manuscript to bring you back to life. But we couldn't do it.
Hmm?
So you really meant what you said then?
Mm-hmm.
I love you too.
I know that.
If there really is a God, and if he'd grant me just one wish, I'd go back to the day we met.
Then we could take a trip together again.
That was some trip, all right.
Now we can see each other anytime.
Anytime?
I'm not going anywhere. Are you leaving?
Yeah. I've got one more thing that I have to do. Once I take care of that, everything will be out of the way, and I'll come back to you. Then I'll never leave again. I swear it.
Be careful.
See you soon.
Insanely good cutscene. So it's kind of hard to, like, I guess, pass, but I've always read that as when she died on the train, she left that moment in his soul for him to find when he was ready. So there's moments where he talks about stuff that they've done that she doesn't respond to because she doesn't experience it or know it. It's kind of like it's moment in time that, you know, yeah, that they have together. So within his soul, he will always have that moment with her to return to all the time. So, Jesus Christ. I love a good love story. What can I say? Okay, well, thank you very much for helping me meet that. I know it was an on-the-spot incentive that probably ESA weren't aware of and are very angry at me for doing randomly, but it's fine. We got one, as I said, one more dungeon to do. Just one more dungeon, which is the Ask a Stone platform. At the end of that, I will fight 2 dudes, and then I'll fight a big dude. And then afterwards, I will just quickly get a one-shot on it as well. I mean, I hope so. It's going to be a bit tight, but we'll see. Feel free to plus 5 onto that estimate if you want. Don't have to if you don't want to, but just in case. I mean, it should be. I mean, from here on out, it's going to be. I think it's about 17 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's basically my estimate. Pretty good. Okay, so before we can leave, Karen got given a picture by Saki, Yuri's aunt, which is a very, I wouldn't say disturbing, but a very peculiar picture, with a very interesting bit of wording on the back. She got given a picture of someone who looks exactly like her, next to a very handsome man and a very cheeky-looking chap, and with the words Jinpachiro and Anne, with Yuri, age 4. So yeah, Jinpachiro and Anne, Yuri, age 4, which is a very, very, very confusing thing because like the woman in the photo looks exactly like her, different name, and a 4-year-old Yuri. We can talk about that in a bit, I guess, but that kind of sets her on a bit of a thing. And that scene there that we just went to go and see was Karen kind of expressing how much she loves Yuri, but she knew it from the minute she saw him, kind of thing. But Yuri obviously loves Alice, and Karen knows that. Karen knows that, but still, she's kind of knows that it's one of those things that just can't happen type deal. But anyway, we're going to make our way to the Ask a Stone platform. This is where Kato's holed up. Kato was basically just so distraught with everything that happened. Ooka died again, by the way, just at some point. Lieutenant Kawashima, who was then revived as Ooka, died again. And, it's one of those things where Kato lost her twice and has just fallen into despair and wants to basically just recreate the world. There's a location within the Ask a Stone platform where you can go into a thing and wish for a different time, beyond time, almost. And so Kato wants to go there and just end what this world is right now and create a new world beyond time. So we have to stop that. It's weird. Like, honestly, the back half of the story is all over the place in terms of just like what happens. It's crazy, but yeah. This is the final dungeon. It's very straightforward, and I'll do it as quickly as I can. So I'm going to be running through. I'll be getting a bunch of encounters. Hopefully not dying to anything. It might happen. You never know. I shouldn't get game over or anything. So the whole thing about this one is that there are these platforms that you can spin. And in the center, there's these rings that have 4 colors, the obvious 4 colors, red, blue, yellow, green. And you can spin them in order to kind of like get everything correct. And what I need to do is get everything green You need to make sure everything is on green. Green means go at the end of the day. So we're going to be running up the platform and spinning the rings to be green. And then going to the final bosses. There's like 2 fights. One of them is against... so whilst Ouka died, Raiden and Hien didn't. So we actually need to finish off the rest of the last remaining mutant apes who are preventing us from fighting Kato. Because, yeah, Kato is the final boss for some reason. Not specifically Kato, but yeah. This music, I'm pretty sure, plays elsewhere as well, so it's kind of weird that like the final dungeon doesn't really have a unique like theme for it, but yeah. In the background, it looks like what looks like a giant judgment ring as well, because this is kind of like, you know, the culmination of all this lore leading up to this point. The judgment ring will have one final judgment for us all, at least for this party. So let's go and grab the central rings, spin them to green, and get encounters on the way. I'm trying to think how long it should take, but yeah, the final boss is pretty difficult, really. He's hard in terms of what he can do, and he can just one-shot the party if he really wants. It's very rare for him to do it. I say that he's probably going to do it, but yeah, he has a move called Final Revelation. Which is like a massive party-wide hit, which hits for like 400 damage, maybe a bit more than that. But essentially, it's so much damage that all of the follow-up attacks that come out from the other adds that the enemy has will kill like at least 2 people. So unless I get buffs in certain orders, if Final Revelation is used, I lose. However, he really doesn't often use it. I'm trying to figure out exactly the reasons why he does use it. But he just sometimes doesn't. If I die to it, what I'll probably just do to end the run is I'll just load up a file and then do the one-shot, like the final one. But yeah, well, I'll be flexible in terms of how I'm going to go and do this. But yeah, yeah. As I said though, beforehand I got to fight the last 2 mutant apes. They're not a hard fight, really. They don't do too much. They can if they target one person and combo and like go after someone, they'll one-shot them, and that's pretty scary. But generally, it's not too much to worry about. I can just revive that one person and then carry on. So yeah, one more to do, and then the dungeon's basically done. So yeah, it's really not a long dungeon at all. There are some enemies in here that have instant death, so there is still a little bit of danger. But yeah, I think as I'm going to be finishing up this up though, Nordic, I think this is a good time to kind of like get those final kind of like reads or anything you want to talk about, all those kinds of things. Might be a good time now.
Sounds good to me. We've got $10 coming in from Nuja Bears. It says, Bowie, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Shout out to the Shining Force. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, really it's just a matter of, again, letting people know what we're here to do, which is to raise money for Alzheimer's Fonden, the national Swedish fundraising organization focused on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. So, you know, we're trying to raise money for just an amazing cause. It's one that's close to my heart. I had 2 grandparents with Alzheimer's, and, you know, I'm just so happy to see that not only have we raised $43,000+ so far, but we've actually exceeded where we were at the same time during summer's event. You know, we're already ahead of the curve when it comes to the amount of money raised. So let's keep that momentum going. Let's break new records throughout the rest of the set.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, keep pushing. It's been brilliant so far. So everyone's doing an amazing job. Right then, this last one will just warp us right back down to the bottom floor, which is good. And then we will finish the fights, and then do the thing and the stuff. Okay, I mean, it's one of those things where like the final boss doesn't. I mean, when you're on a run, it is quite nerve-wracking. Like this is the one time I'm going to change back from the extreme to the mind's eyes for the final boss, because rather than doing like tight setups, I'm going to go for a 5th key kill, which you probably could have expected. So technically it will be a one-shot in terms of like going for the 5th key like that. But it is like a bunch of actions taken to make that happen. There is a way you can actually literally just beat the boss with one action. But we'll see if that. Hopefully, I should have time to do that. I won't get like yelled at by anyone. The rainbow teleporter is our final teleporter to the back, and then, yeah, we're home free. Okay. Risk it. One more chat with Jean. This is the moment where we choose our good or bad ending for Shadow Hearts 2. The bad ending is bad, and by bad I mean it's not good. So it's... This is where Yuri decides how he wants to live his life with the remaining time he has left. Living life my own way is the way he chooses to live, which is the good ending. I don't like the bad ending, not because I think it's a bad ending, like bad ending as in it's a terrible ending, but like the actual outcome is just awful. It's really not cool, so I don't like it. I like Yuri to be happy, so he will be happy on my watch. Yeah, we're going to live life our own way, and whatever that entails. Because the thing about the Mistletoe's curse is it's not a simple death. It is a stripping of everything that you are. The essence and the being that Yuri is would be gone. A shell of a human being that isn't themselves. And I think for Yuri, that's a fate worse than death. When you do the good ending. Now I have no more regrets. Let's do this. I don't need to save for this one, but I will heal. And then, yeah, so this is, again, our second to last boss fight. It's just these two. They should be very, very quick to take down. And then the final boss, which is a setup. So, yeah. Raiden and Hien will become Fusion and Raijin. Get one more ladder to heaven as well. Guard. 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 Now all I need to happen is for him to not target Lucia. What's the chances, do you reckon? 100%? Any other target. So yeah, they open with guarding combos, so you have to kind of like wait out their first few turns, and then you can kind of go in. Yeah, you've already got. Oh, sorry, Gale. Sorry, yeah, I was gonna say. Please don't get outturned by Lucia. Still, I need you to take out Fusion. Ugh. Let's do this again. Fusion. Doesn't matter. He's dead. and then so is Raijin. As long as I get the perfect here, I think. That's Fusion and Raijin down. One more fight then, which is a very quick menu and a setup, and then should be, to be honest, this is pretty damn close to the estimate. This has been a nice run. I've always felt that like going way, way, way too underestimate is just as bad as going way, way over it. So the closer you are to your estimate, either way, just means the estimate's sick. So I'll take that as a win. Okay. Tent, equipment, pocket watch. Pocket watch. You don't need bandit anymore. Pocket watch and not Zodiac bracelets. Pocket watch. Okay. Oh yeah, also Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye. And this is the final boss. So, if I do just die first time because it decides to be mean, I'll just go and do the one shot, like the one action setup for the Ailamals. I hope I get it. It's quite a tight ring. Yeah.
Can you see it?
I can't skip this cutscene, by the way. So
The
yeah.
other side of time.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Well then.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, Kato has a major, just a brilliant chin, just an outstanding chin. So, by the power of his chin, he summons a few he brings back the souls of his mutant apes first of all, and they become 3 relics. And he transforms into the mighty god Susanoo. So, yeah. The blade, the shield, and the pendants, or the jewels, I guess. Now, I need to not die. First and foremost, Fearsome Thunder is from the little guy. Frenzied Surge is an AoE like 180, I think. It's quite a lot of damage. It's pretty scary. Okay, Frenzied Surge. I'm going to defend here just in case. Silverhowl, good. So that's not Final Revelation. We're all okay. We should be okay. Seal is not good, but that's completely fine though because we have. I have turns to get rid of that seal, so it's okay. Karen's turn will be used for that. As long as she doesn't get killed by the sword, we're good. Cool. So I'm not. This is not a strike oil setup. This is a simple crit oil. That's honestly fine. I think. I'm not going to go for strike because I need to get perfect on all of them to make it matter. I forgot to use the seal. Oh, really? That's very unfortunate. That's really annoying that you outturn the dog, actually. This is fine. I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. I completely forgot to heal Lucia. I could have used the rage with Blanca, so it didn't matter. But what I'm gonna do though is use another energy charge, maybe. This might work out for me. Otherwise, I will just do the one-shot setup. I was meant to heal Lucia, but I didn't. So there's that. Arc Cure. Frenzied Surge again is fine. Basically, he's going to go into Voltron mode, where he's going to like get everything together, and he's going to. There we go. Right. So aromatherapy, moon, and night. So yeah, he should go into Voltron mode on his second turn. If he uses a howl, that would be interesting. But yeah, Voltron mode is just basically he does 4 moves in one go. It's like a big old combo essentially. So he's howling again. Defeat, lol. Okay. Okay, cool. That's over. Right then, what I'll do is I'll just do the one-shot setup. Essentially, I should have used Soul Benediction earlier, and I forgot to do that, and that's my bad. And then Lucia would be able to use the thing, and then I rage with Karen, and it would have been over. So, but what I'll do to finish it off, because you did donate, I did kind of do a soft incentive to get donations, and so I want to meet that. Vessel Interior. I did a playthrough of Karen solo, where I only played as Karen, so she was by herself. Okay. Hands crossed, my hands. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, she's already got them, hasn't she? Oh, she's got them, yeah, excellent. Cool, so she's got a massive hitbox right there. I'm going to use a particular item. And I know this is going overestimate now, but, you know, whatever. But yeah, you donated for it, so I wanna do it. There's a unique key in this game. It's very silly, and
Can you see it?
if I was to be really cocky about this, I'll do the time on the moment I get the hit. Just for silliness.
Well then.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I wish you could skip this cutscene sometimes, but, especially when you need to reset and you're going overestimate, you're just watching it tick up even further. Kato and his chin. It was my error. It's fine, but the game didn't screw me over there. I just I don't know why. I even said it. I even said to myself, "I'm fine. I need to benediction Lucia," and then just didn't do it. Okay. I get 2 chances at this one. It is a hard ring to hit, but I get two chances. But you can win in one action in this game. So there are multiple kinds of rings. There's a third key. Oh, sorry, multiple kinds of rings. Keys. Sorry. 5th, 3rd, 7th, and eternal. Oof. I was like a couple of frames off. That's fine. I get one more chance at it. It's very tight, as you can see. Let's just see how we do. Not going. This doesn't bother me because I've got an accessory on called Anne's Cross, which makes everything. I'm immune to everything, so it's whatever. What I could do really is I could just put a party in, so like it's not just being all targeted onto her. But all right, then here we go. Another frenzied surge. She's not going to die because of how much HP she's got and how high a level she is. She's level 60 at this point, so like 15 levels higher than a regular speedrun. She's just surviving. If I do miss this one, it is game over though, and I don't know what to do at that point, but probably just cry. I don't know. This is why we don't. Oh, I did die. I did get defeated. Really? Okay. Yeah, she shouldn't have died. Yeah, we did it. I got one shot. Okay, I'll do it one more time. But what I'll do is I'll do it correctly. I'll bring a party in as like targets, basically. Target practice, so she doesn't die. She shouldn't die. She really shouldn't die. Like the last time I did this and missed one attempt, she was completely fine. So she had like 300 HP left. But I'll bring in the other party members. So let's bring in Karando, because we never get to use him. Karando, the one Karando fan. Let's go. No, Karando's cool. I don't know. I shouldn't have missed the ring in the first place. That was the bad thing. But. Okay, for the 3rd time, everyone. Do we know the entire script by now? Yeah. Can you see it? The other side of time. Time with a capital T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, production, can you just move that estimate to 620, please?
Let's go.
I'm not kidding. Can you do that? just give it an extra to go. Just make it a 2 instead of a 1. Hopefully now that there's other targets, Karen doesn't get so solo focused. If I do make an error, I get another try. This ring is a weird one though, like, because even though it's like not something that I can't hit, the angle of it is a bit weird. Okay, here we go. This time, I bet you I'll get it first try now, and it's not gonna happen. But I know it's weird, like loading a save that isn't the actual like save you had, and doing a boss completely differently, but it's completely fine. It's a marathon. We're here to show off the game and have some fun. So let's do Eternal Key, Standard, Susanoo. Same frame, dude. Same frame. I mean, anyone can do it, to be honest. Yeah, anyone can do it. Yeah, that's true. That's actually not true. You have more hit areas. So any guesses how the Eternal Key works? I mean, Anastasia can do it, actually, and so could... no, I think I changed Joachim. I think Anna can do it, though. Anna can definitely do it. If she doesn't get bodied. That's like every ring ailment in the game. Ridiculous. I'll give her a go at it. Why not? You got this, love. Oh, never mind. Have you got 3 hits on this one? Oh, no, I can't do that one. Okay, no, yeah, you can't do that. Where's Karin's turn? I should have given like her Gale to someone so I can like Gale her. If I don't do it this time, I guess I'll say whatever, but like I should probably heal her as well, actually. I should have healed her with someone. He's dead. Healing. Item. Oh, I used it! I thought I'd still have it. Oh dear. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's not good. Damn. I guess I'll just do it normally then. I'll do a normal finish just to finish it off. But like, the way it works is that the Eternal Key keeps going until the enemy dies. So I had a gamble ring set up. Use Eternal Key, hit it, and she will just attack it for 100 damage until it dies. Just you get like a 100 hit combo, and it dies. So yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. I'll do a normal finish. Dear, oh dear.
Well, while you're setting up, mind if I read off a few donations?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I should have won it the first time, but yeah, go for it.
All right. Well, we've got $5 from Anonymous, and they say, I love when I can feel a runner's passion for a game. Gonna check out Shadow Hearts next week for myself. That train scene was really nice. I can't help but to agree. Thank you so much for that. And then we've got a $15 donation from Chris95. They just say, great stream, Bowie. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your generosity, everybody.
Cheers. Sorry I couldn't get the one shot. I apologize, considering you put so much money towards it. I honestly don't often miss that ring. I was practicing it yesterday and got it like 3 or 4 times. So, there you go. It's different when it's in a marathon. A little bit more pressure. I can't believe it. The estimate's still not been changed. What's going on? Come on, production. They're sitting there being like, just finish the bloody run. Just stop it. Hit the timer. We're having a bit of fun. Okay, so yeah, this fight is pretty simple, as I was saying. Like, just because I didn't... What is true? Are they really? Of course they are, yeah. Oh, it's fine. I mean, I'm 40 minutes behind my PB, but it's all good. Tempest Grace is completely not ideal. Speed up is perhaps the worst. Oh, bloody hell. This game does not want me to finish this run, does it? What is it with my marathon luck, dude? Good gods. Speed buff into Final Revelation. Quick, production. Go to my VODs and bring up the ending of any speedrun. This is interesting, actually. This is looking not completely impossible. Yeah, this is looking somehow. Yeah, but okay, this is actually looking winnable. I need to arc cure first. Just don't use final revelation again. But this is actually looking winnable. So I'm going to go Moon and Night now. Yeah. Just don't kill Yuri. Don't kill Yuri. If so, I'll hit the timer, and I'll get out. I'll get out of your hair and let them get on with the next run. Frenzied Surge. Well, actually, no. Don't kill Lucia either, please. Why is the dog still going? Like, we've got 3 attacks to deal with. Okay. Cool. Azure Howl. On the dog. No, dude! That's a buff that's a buff destroyer, that is. That's a buff destroyer. Cool. Yeah. That is probably... Man, this game does not want me to finish at all. Don't worry, production. Don't worry. Yeah. Cool. When Yuri goes down. Oh no, we're still alive. Defeated the dog. Oh, we got this. Tarot cards. End the fight. Oh, what? MP completely restored. There is like there is a fight win button in there where you can just win the fight. But yeah, here we go. We didn't get any of the debuffs. Time. Right, okay. The ending went completely tits up, which can happen, I guess. I'll quickly, just very quickly, want to say thanks for watching. I know that obviously that was a bit overestimate. I don't care. I know production do, but honestly, we're here for a week. You know, what's going overestimate a little bit. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. That ending fight is just like that. You can just run and just die. But I did expect it to at least be kind once. I mean, the first one I won, I just made a mistake. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you to the Shadow Hearts community, LCC, Garrick, Tide, and specifically, again, I want to say thank you to the Japanese community for restreaming, and Nero and Mid for doing comms and supporting on that side. I bet they had a few funny things to say, so I guess I might at some point watch it back and hear how it went. But yeah, with that, I'm going to get out of your hair. Just know that really, that fight is very winnable. It's not as scary as it seems, but yeah, just a couple of errors, and it's yeah. I've lost a lot of runs to the boss fight, but yeah. No worries. Thank you so much indeed. Cheers for all the donations and incentives that came out, and for meeting that. I appreciate it. And until next time, stay classy. Cheers.
Thank you, Bowie. Coming up next, we are going to have a two-way race, Zet versus Paulister, running Love 3. So stick around. We're going to have a brief intermission. And when we come back, we've got an awesome race for you. Thanks so much, everybody.
Oh yeah, the ending cutscene. Yeah, I won. Cool, you can go.